Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And the train just keeps on rolling. It just keeps on rolling. Of course, you did have Hunter Brown on the mound, so big advantage for the Astros last night as they win at 5-2. Hunter did give up the home run. Is it me or do all the Rockies have a look, don't they? They all look they all look the same. The Rock
No, I've never
they
thought
all
about
look
that.
like skinny white guys with that I, they all look like they're from Kincaid or Episcopal. They just I don't know, but one of them I don't know which one, Mickey Moniak or Tyler Freeman or Goodman or what. One of them homered yesterday.
Moniac, yeah.
And it was like, well, I knew Hunter would give up. In Colorado, you got to give. There's something. They're going to score somehow, some way. It's just impossible to keep the ball out of the stands, and that was that kind of sucks. His ERA goes up because he's facing the worst team in baseball. But that's what happens in Colorado. At now, 10 series wins and 2 series ties in their last 12 series.
Well, most importantly, Hunter Brown actually got a win.
He got the win.
Thanks to the 3-run sixth, he got the win. He only went 6 innings. He came out in the bottom, finished that inning, and got the win. But they needed to put the 3 on the board in the 6th. You had some back-to-back hits, including Cam Smith, a little rocket up the middle that hit the pitcher, hit Bird, and it still turned into a hit. But I mean, he slapped it. That was going to be a shot and hit off Bird's foot, went it flying into the infield. Jose Altuve before that was the real hero with a 2-run single with 2 outs in that inning. But
that's what they do.
2-out runs, 3 2-out runs in the 6th, and that was it, man. That's all they scored. They scored 2 different times. They scored in 3 different times. They got 1 in the 1st, 1 in the 2nd. They got 3 in the 6th. And Hunter Brown finally gets a win after 3 straight no decisions. He gets a win and goes to 9-3.
Well, they finally scored some runs for him. And I feel good for Shea Whitcomb. How about normally, and this is what we've seen it. Cooper Hummel comes up, put him out there, get on out there.
Yeah, he had a couple hits yesterday too.
Shea Whitcomb comes up, and they're like, just sit here for about 3 or 4 weeks, and we'll get you in once in a while. And then the kid hits his home run. I mean, he was on fire in the minors. He was, I don't know how many. It was ridiculous how many homers he had when he was called up, and then he just sat there for forever. And then they go, okay, now you can play. And he plays, and he hits his first major league homer. That was neat.
It's his first hit too this year.
Yeah,
I mean he's 1 of 13 with a home run, 6 strikeouts, no walks. He's really
hard though. What the way I mean.
Well, right, but he looks like a guy who just is going to be one of those really good minor leaguers who's just not a very good major leaguer. But getting that first home run is a big deal. It's a big deal for him, and no matter what he ends up doing for the rest of his career. But he's a guy that's there's injuries. I mean, the Astros now had their 15th player go on the IL yesterday, and so they lead the league in players on the IL right now with 15. It was 14 going into the game, and Guillermo got put on there yesterday. So now we're at 15. I don't even remember how he got hurt, but he got hurt somehow. So he's on there.
He got hit in the ribs.
What's that?
He got hit in the ribs by a pitch.
Oh, is that how he got hurt?
Yeah, Friday night, yeah.
Oh, that's why they brought him up, because Jake Myers got hit in the ribs. That's when they brought it up, was when Jake Myers got hit in the ribs with a pitch. And they're like, uh-oh. I mean, Jeremy Pena got hit in the ribs with a pitch. 2 players go on IL after getting hit in the ribs with a pitch. And then Jake Myers gets plunked in the ribs yesterday, too. And it obviously did not feel great for Jake.
No.
We'll see if there's any residual there with Jake. If we find out something today.
Yeah.
If all of a sudden they say, Jake's out, too.
Well, in this team, it is incredible. Jeremy Branham made a point. He's like, look at this line. Look at the guys that they have up. Look at the pitchers that they have. Look at the hitters that are at the plate. I mean, Espada, and you just continue to win. You got the 3rd best record in baseball. Espada's got to be manager of the year. I know AJ's going to get a lot of love for Detroit, being as good as they are, but I don't know that anybody's doing a better job than Espada.
AJ oversaw a cheating scandal. He can't win.
He could. He
can't win. He oversaw a cheating scandal.
Yeah, they're probably cheating again. Detroit's probably cheating again.
Can't let him off the hook.
Yeah. Well, he threw it. You remember he did break a computer or something.
Mm-hmm.
You remember? Yeah. He something like that. He did something like that. He threw over the food or something. Whatever. But Espada is doing. It's magical what this team is doing. How they're winning now. They are playing the Rockies, so we're gonna, everybody's beating up on the Rockies, but they're beating up on the Cubs and the Phillies and the Rockies, and now they got the Dodgers coming up, and they've got a great record with these guys, with the Whitcombs and the Cooper Hummels, and a rookie in right field that's like incredible. It's amazing what they're doing. And by the way, big ups. Jose Altuve passes Jeff Bagwell on the Astros all-time hit list. Bagwell could have been better about it. He was called and he said, "Come on, this is nothing. This guy, he's going for 3,000. I'm just a stop along the way. This is no big deal. This guy's got bigger things to do than pass me," which was cool. And he talked about the person that Jose Altuve, and I don't think that's talked about enough. He's not only one of the, if not the greatest Astro ever, but the person that he is. Jose Altuve deserves all of the accolades that he gets. I know he's the face of the scandal. He's also a great person. So there's not enough accolades out there for Jose Altuve, and I don't know that we give him, enough love.
Oh, you don't think?
Sure. I don't know.
I mean, we call him the greatest Astro ever. That's about as high praise as it gets.
Yeah,
we talk about he's the most clutch ever. Like he's up there with the Olajuwon. I feel like I give him enough praise. Maybe you're hard on him, but I give him enough praise.
I give him all the.
I'm like Olajuwon, Altuve, greatest ever. I mean, I can't go any higher than that.
Yeah,
and great person.
Yeah, and that's not. And I mean, they're chanting FL Tuve while he's signing autographs for Yankee kids. Fans, the fans out there. I mean, it just is. He can't be a better guy. That is so good. He had the bunt single. He did get Jake the third on the play with one out, and he scored the run, which was nice. I just don't like him bunting with runners on. I don't know. But he did get Jose Altuve knows maybe a thing or two more about baseball than I do. So he's get past Jeff Bagwell. He needs 600 plus hits to get to 3,000. Does he get there?
600 plus, yeah, he gets there.
Yeah, I think so too.
I mean, he's going to have to be healthy for 5 years.
Yeah, it's going to take him 4 plus.
Now, here's the tricky part, though. I'm not sure accolades drives him. I'm not sure milestones, all-star games, none of that. I don't think that really drives him. That's the kind of, I don't want to say scary part, but that's the part that you have to factor in is Jose Altuve doesn't need to get to a certain number to feel validation or anything like that. I mean, Jose Altuve may say, no, I want to play like 3 more years, and that's fine. I don't care if I get to 3,000. I could totally see him being that kind of guy where he's not like, I want 3,000 for my, for my legacy. I don't think he says that at all. I think Jose Altuve says, I'll play until I just feel like I'm not healthy enough to play, and then I'll stop. I don't think he's going to just chase a number, especially if he's not playing well.
Yeah. No.
As long as he's playing well, he'll keep playing.
Yep.
But I don't think he's going to try to, I don't think he's going to try to get to a number for us. I don't think that's going to be the case.
I don't care. I don't think he cares about that.
I don't either. Yeah.
I don't think he cares about that. But, yeah, I mean, here's the thing is, where is he? When Jordan does come back in the years ahead, whenever that is, he's going to be the DH, and Altuve is going to be in the field. His skills at second, they have eroded just a little. They have.
They have.
Yeah.
You
he's
see
not-
that,
he's not
that
same
Wilkins almost beat out a ground ball to second to Jose Altuve, almost
I
beat it out on the infield?
guy. I know.
Like, what the hell?
No, that was a little scary. They are Jose, and the other night he came in on a ball that was they had it in error. Maybe it was the other day game, and he came in and tried to catch it in the air and didn't, and they had it as an error, and then they gave him a hit on it, which was probably not a hit. But the Astros, they tried to move him to left field. That ain't happening. I think that was not a very successful move. And here he is just continuing to hit and be the leader in that locker room. The All-Star starters were announced yesterday, and did Jeremy get ripped off? Did Jeremy Pena get ripped off
by the fans?
By the fans?
Yeah, obviously.
I mean, in every category except batting average and on bases. Okay, Jacob Wilson's hitting 339, and Jeremy's hitting 322. On base, 380 to 378. Number of hits, 108 to 102. And RBIs, they're tied at 40. Every other thing. WAR, Jeremy's a 4.5. Okay? He's in every category. Slugging, OPS plus, he's better. He's better than Jacob Wilson. I don't know how, and this is the A's. They're playing in Sacramento in a minor league park, and the fans are all on board with Jacob Wilson as opposed to the guy who's second in the league in WAR. I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't know that Jeremy would be able to play because of his rib, but Jeremy Pena should have been an all-star starter.
Jeremy Pena deserves to be in a list of top, 6 MVP candidates more than likely in the American League, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to have enough from a home run standpoint. He's got the OPS, he's got the defense, and he's got the team wins. So Jeremy Pena deserves to be considered for way more than all-star. But yeah, Jeremy Pena is an all-star without question. He'll be named for the team.
I mean,
but
he's an all-star.
I don't know if he does play, though. You're right. I don't know that he plays, but it's a great honor. I would love for him to go.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, fourth year in the league, he goes to the All-Star game, kind of like Alperen Sengun.
Yeah, as opposed to Altuve, he will go.
He's our Alperen Sengun of baseball. He'll absolutely go.
Yeah. I mean, as long as the rib thing might keep him out of it, but other than that, he should, he absolutely should go. He absolutely should go. I know Jose Altuve's been there, done that. He don't need that anymore. But Jeremy Pena, that's an experience young guys should all, if they get there. And it's, this is the first time in a while that a rookie shortstop is starting the All-Star game. I guess since Ron Hansen from the Orioles back in 1960. So Jacob Wilson, well, he's a nice. I guess he plays video games, so he's a good he's good at hitting baseballs. Congratulations. He robbed it. It's robbery from Jeremy Pena, but congratulations to him. I think those two guys will be, man. You talk about the position being pretty strong for years to come. That shortstop's pretty good. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in here on ESPN 97.5.
Yeah, I mean, I was wondering, like, am I missing something? How does Bobby Witt Jr. We're talking about Jeremy Pena, Witt and Pena and Wilson are all all-star. I mean, that's a loaded position this year in the American League.
Yep.
It's a loaded position, and those other two guys will be named as well. There's no way Jeremy gets screwed over. I'm interested to see how the rest of the team shakes out because Hunter Brown's going to be on there. There's no way Hunter Brown is not. And Josh Hader is going to be on there. I think that's it. I think it stops right there. I don't think we'll see Abreu get on there. I think it will be 3. Because remember, everyone's got to have an all-star. So.
What about Fromber?
No, I don't. Well,
I mean,
it's pretty loaded in the American League. No, I don't think so. Crochet will be on there.
That's a lot of pitchers. So
maybe DeGrom. Skubal is going to be on there. No, I don't think Fromber gets on, and Fromber deserves it too.
Fromber does deserve it.
We can't have 4. They're not going to give you 4 Astros. What are you talking about?
They're the third best team in
They're not
all
going
of
to give you four.
baseball.
They're not going to give you 4 Astros. We
They
still
should-
haven't been punished enough.
It should be 6. Abreu and Jake Myers.
God willing, it's 0, so that we're punished for those trash can things that happened 8 years ago.
Right. We gotta.
God willing.
Well, if you want to punish people, if you have an accident, call John Daspit.
he will. If
He will
the
punish
insurance
them.
company wants to act up, John Daspit's going to punish them. And the insurance company has a job to do. If you're injured out on a roadway, if you're injured at the workplace, you can be injured at the workplace, and they have insurance there at the workplace. You know, you're working a job. Some people work jobs that are have some danger that comes included. You don't need to have a company that's negligent in terms of their safety standards. And when that's the case, John Daspit has to step in sometimes, because those people, if you're at a dangerous job and you're injured because the safety standards were negligent, or because someone didn't do their job to make it safe for you, you know, a lot of times that's going to be pretty serious injury. And so you need someone like John Daspit on your side, because the first thing insurance is going to do is get to you, tell you they're going to write you a check. How are you? Is everything good? We want to make sure we get this taken care of. And you're going to think they're really on your side, but I promise you they're not on your side. They're on the side of the company, of the employer who has, you know, who pays for their services. And those lawyers for the insurance company are trying to get to the best bottom line dollar for their client, not for what's right for you. John Daspit's looking out for you. He's going to passionately pursue justice for the injured. So whether it is, you know, if it's a, and he does this with loss of life, unfortunately, where he has to step in and make sure that a family is well taken care of. But he's going to fight for you and fight hard for you and make sure that he does not settle for something that's substandard. He's going to make sure that all of his lawyers fight for the best settlements for you, because you are their client, not the insurance company. 713 call now. That's 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job of taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We've got, this is July 3rd. We're off tomorrow, but by the way, we are at Landry's down in Galveston today, and you have a chance to go and register for those 2 electric bikes. And let's go. Get on them. Get on over there to Landry's. Sign up. And this is over a $4,000 value. So if you're looking for a great way to pick up a couple from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, $4,000 value. The broadcast is at Landry Seafood House in Galveston from noon until 6 today. So if you are in the neighborhood, or even if you're not in the neighborhood, get down there, sign up. And the grand prize of the summer is a pair of brand new e-bikes. That's today at Landry. So get on over there. Let's go. Let's pick up a couple of e-bikes.
I went and looked at, just out of kind of curiosity. I mean, I could use an e-bike, but I don't really need one. But I was just trying to come up with reasons that I should get one. And because I went to the website, and they are awesome. And if you're getting a $4,000 value, you're getting some badass bikes. You're getting some badass e-bikes. So for 2 e-bikes at a total of $4,000, you're getting some of the best they have. That's definitely worth getting out there and signing up for.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I don't know who is Diogo Jota. Do you know him from Liverpool? He died in a car crash.
Jota.
Okay. He died in a car crash.
Yeah. Jota.
Well, but a J is usually an H sound, isn't it?
Well, the way you said it, it's a different word altogether.
Yeah,
well, I know, but that's how the J is pronounced.
That's an ugly word.
It's an ugly word.
Is that not how the J is pronounced?
Not for him. It's Diego Jota.
Okay.
Yeah, I would change it too if I were.
Oh, so you think it's a change? Okay.
I don't know, but I just know how. I've watched enough Liverpool to know how they say his name.
Oh, alongside with his brother Andre Silva in a car crash. Wow.
Oh, that's terrible.
Car caught on fire. That's what they're saying.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Big soccer note for the U.S. They are in the CONCACAF finals, and they're taking on El Tri.
I already got them winning it. Okay.
Well, they're taking on El Tri. They had Diego Luna with is it Diego? No, it's not Diego Luna.
It is Diego.
It's Diego.
Yes.
He scored, one of the better young American players in the MLS, scored twice. His second goal was like step overs and around. It was super impressive. And he got back-to-back goals fairly quickly.
Mm-hmm.
U.S. took a 2-0 lead against Guatemala, and that was all she wrote.
He is one of those guys. I don't know his background. I'm just looking him up right now. He's one of those guys who people would say the U.S. national team would miss on because he didn't come through one of their traditional academies. He is of Mexican descent. You watch him play. He's got dyed blonde hair, tattoos everywhere.
That sounds like I want him.
He's got
Mexican descent, dyed blonde hair, tattoos.
He's got neck tattoos.
Let's go. Yep.
Check. He is not the epitome of what we have seen from the U.S. He's like a little dude. He's like 5'8", doesn't fit the profile of someone they would just pick out and go, okay.
Some milquetoast guy will get eliminated in the second round.
Possibly.
Yeah.
But he doesn't fit the profile of a guy you would think they would go grab and say, hey, you fit what we're looking for. But he's got a shot because all the big guys aren't playing. He scored 3 goals in the last 2 games. Scored 2 yesterday.
He should make the national team, but we'll find out.
Well,
the final, and the reason I bring that up, the final, and this is we're going to have David Fletcher on from Lone Star Entertainment. There's tickets available for this on Sunday at 6 o'clock here in Houston. It's going to be the USA and Mexico at the CONCACAF Gold Cup Finals, and this is that is always a rowdy atmosphere when the U.S. takes on Mexico. So this should be, I would imagine. I mean, there's still tickets available, I know for a fact, but this should be a really awesome environment between those two sides. There is no love lost between the teams, the fan bases, and it gets a little chippy on the pitch.
Where
you
are
have
they
Mexico playing?
Here,
right?
Here
in Houston?
Yeah. The finals here. Perfect setup for the organizers here. El Tri versus the U.S.
Oh, it couldn't
have gone better for them.
Couldn't have gone any better.
Yeah.
The nightmare was Honduras versus Guatemala.
Yeah, or the U.S. even just losing to Canada if Canada had beat Guatemala. So you get the premier matchup in CONCACAF one more time. And it's a U.S. team who came in with not a lot of joy surrounding them. Controversy beyond just even you talk about the big players who run around. Controversy there. They didn't play well leading up into the tournament, and they've scrapped their way into a final against their continental rivals. So we'll see what happens here.
No wonder you needed a number from me yesterday.
Yeah, I want to get them on. No, not for the tickets, but I want to get them on to get this thing sold. I want to get it sold out.
Oh, I can't imagine that won't.
I already bought tickets, Jota.
Whoa,
I'm allowed to say that, right?
Whoa, I don't think you should.
Wow,
it's
Diego.
It's Jota.
Wow.
Diego,
I don't
Jota.
think you should
Jota.
call. I don't think you should be calling people that.
Jota.
Jay. I know.
What does it mean? What's the problem?
Wow.
Wow.
What's the problem?
Wow.
I don't know that. What Jota?
Jota's different than
Diego,
what you're saying.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, put an O on the end, and you got.
I didn't put an O on the end.
Slur.
I didn't put an O on the end, though, did I?
But you said it in the way that you were trying to put an O on the end.
No, some of us buy our tickets, John. I bought my tickets from Ticketmaster before I even knew who was going to be in, because I'm bringing Alec for his birthday.
Okay. All right.
Alex turning 21.
That's not how I would have gone about it, but okay.
I know. You would have asked him for freebies.
Yeah.
I said, no, how about I support Lone Star Entertainment in the city of Houston and take my son to take my son to an event. It wasn't cheap. The tickets weren't cheap. They're about $200 a piece after everything was all said and done. A couple tickets for lower level. So it's not, and now the tickets are going to be worth even more than that. I don't know.
Yeah. That's it. That's always going to be. I mean, I would imagine. I would imagine it's going to. Who will have more fans?
Oh, Mexico.
Yeah, it's going to be Mexico price.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, no, it always.
U.S. it's a unique thing for them when they play a team from a Spanish-speaking country on this side of the world. They're generally out. The fans are generally outmatched or overmatched by the opponents.
There are more Mexican soccer fans in this area than there are U.S. men's national teams.
I forgot where the game was last night, but a couple of the commentators, Hercules Gomez, former U.S. international, said rolling up to the stadium, they predicted 60-40 Guatemala as they were walking to the stadium. They said it felt more like 90-10.
Really?
Yeah, no, it's Mexican.
Wow.
Going to the CONCACAF last year, like, it's amazing how many Colombians were here, how many Argentinians. It is astonishing, the international presence.
Well, last year
here in this city.
Well, last year
that wasn't CONCACAF.
It was a Copa America.
Yeah, Copa America,
which is their tournament that they decided to play here.
Astonishing, the international community that's in the city of Houston. I mean, Argentinians were huge. The Colombians were huge amount. The Chileans were okay. Oh, is it? No, it wasn't Chile. It was Costa Rica. Costa Rica had a pretty decent following. But I went to two of the matches. I went to a Colombian match, and I went to the Argentinian match, and it's astonishing how many are here. But Mexican soccer fans, forget about it. You're right. It's probably going to be, I'd say best case scenario is 65-35 Mexico.
If the U.S. is lucky.
Best case scenario. Yeah. The Mexican soccer fans are ravenous.
Yeah, the history of this particular match is the U.S., when they played, let's say, in warmer climates in the country where there was a heavier Latin community, it would become a road game. That's why, as the U.S. became a better team in CONCACAF, they would play their games against Mexico in like Columbus in December for World Cup qualifying, because it's actually a home field advantage as opposed to playing in. They used to play for tickets. Like, you obviously put the game in the Coliseum or the Rose Bowl, mostly the Rose Bowl in LA. You get a lot of people there, but it's mostly going to be Mexican Americans or just Mexicans, period. Then they were like, hey, you know what would be best if we actually won these games? So they started moving them to places where there's a less strong Mexican community. But this is a Gold Cup. It's handled by CONCACAF, not the U.S. Soccer Federation. So they'll put it where the tickets will sell, and Houston's a place tickets will sell. So, John, if you're watching the game from your palatial estate, if you look into the crowd in the city you love, the U.S. may get 30% of the fans.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, it kind of speaks, though, to, I mean, the passion of the Spanish-speaking countries when it comes to soccer. I mean, this is their NFL. But it also speaks to the fact that it's still, you don't still have the ravenous, like, it's still the fan base is not caught up in this country, and that's going to take a long time. Frankly, it's going to take you winning some. The city of Houston is anyway. You got to win for us to come out. Like, you don't expect us to come out and support a bunch of losers, do you? In Houston, you got to win at a high level, and then we'll go buy your T-shirts. Then we'll bedazzle our Astros jerseys and act like we've been fans forever.
Yeah. All right. What?
I want to ask you two something as sports fans, but single men or married men, about the bedazzling and whether that will be something you'd allow to fly.
Okay, we'll do that on the other side. But first, we got to talk about game day men's health. We got to talk about you being better, you feeling better. I feel great. Okay, and it's in large part because of game day men's health. And they have. It's difficult with me because I'm on the road. It's hard to get the test. It's hard to stay on schedule doing all of those things. But game day at Men's Health has made it easy. I'm thinking about getting the pellets, which are time released. You can do that. You can get the shots. You can go. They'll give you shots to take home if you can't get there. That's what I'm doing right now. Or just show up and get your shots just like like every week, like you should. That's the way you should do it. But if you've got a difficult schedule like I do, well then you know what? Game Day Men's Health works with you. They work you with the peptides that'll make you achieve your goals. That's what you want to do. You want to be. I don't know what you're looking to do. Do you want to lose weight? Do you want to be better sexually? Do you want to be more focused? Do you want to whatever it is that you're looking for? Then you got that at Game Day Men's Health. So you got 11 locations throughout the city. You got a free evaluation when you show up. You got labs in every facility, which is awesome. So you get your numbers right away. And there's no downside to Game Day Men's Health. I love it. I've been doing testosterone for a long time, and this is the best place I've done it. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell me you heard it right here. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You got Dell's got a question for us. If you got a question or you got comments, you're more than welcome. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out with us. What was your question for us, Dell?
Where do we stand? Because Lance mentioned bedazzling, and it's typically, particularly when it comes to jerseys or T-shirts for sports teams, it's typically a woman's going to do it. And look, I got things I don't like. If a person I was with was a bedazzler, I think I'm immediately out. If I didn't know that about them beforehand and then I found out, I think I'm done. Lance, I think, agrees.
Mm-hmm.
John, where do you stand? You don't care, probably. But
no, but I don't know any. I mean, my wife doesn't bedazzle. It's just not. That's not.
But I don't. Lance had a whole.
I know who bedazzle. I've
He
got
has
it in
the
my
whole
head.
profile of what a bedazzler is.
Because Texan Karen, who I came up with that character a few years ago, in my head I already know who it is. Like, she drinks a lot of white wine, sometimes rosés, frosés. She goes hard in the paint. It's fun for maybe the first drink and a half, and then it becomes not as fun. And sometimes might do stuff in a truck, in an extended bed truck, coming back from a Texans game, if things have gone a certain way. But it's also like she could throw up too. Yeah, I don't tell you all of the stuff I told Dell, but I know exactly who he's talking about. And she's probably a glue gun, the hot glue, putting her own bedazzling on it.
Is she bedazzles?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but there's a whole thing that comes with it, though.
I don't care. I mean, the Astros' wives were bedazzling, right? And they were making jackets for each other and for their men.
I'm not married to that. Yeah.
I don't.
That's not my jam.
That bothers you, Del, for some reason?
Yeah.
You get to pick and choose what things bother you and who you like. If I wind up with someone and they turn out to be a bedazzler, it's not a positive.
Yeah, there's no way for you to know either. Actually,
well,
yeah,
it is. If
it's in her closet, I guess, some bedazzling.
But
I mean, it's not like she's just finding bedazzling.
No, I don't. Well, I hope it's not a new thing.
But that's a mindset, though. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, he thinks it's a whole profile.
I think it's a whole profile. Yeah, I already know what she looks like. I know she spent too much time in the sun without sunscreen on when she was younger.
Yeah, well,
I just know. I got a whole thing. Yeah. I got a whole thing. Thing. I know what it looks like.
I don't get that.
Yeah.
She might.
You haven't spent enough time.
What if she's fine and she's great person and she just likes to put.
Those things don't exist.
Bedazzle.
Those three don't exist.
He doesn't think they come together.
Fine, great person, bedazzling, not the three that come together. It's
really?
Like that circle. It's like that triangle. Have you ever seen that triangle? The guy in the pub who says, no. Who says what? He's crazy, hot, and something else. And he said you can have two of them. You can never have all. Like, I have to look at it. No, it's not crazy and hot. It's
I don't know.
Else.
Astros wives were doing it, and
probably a lot of women. I didn't say they weren't good looking.
Yeah,
probably a lot of stuff I don't want to be with.
People too, because they bedazzle.
Sorry, John.
Some people aren't for others.
Yeah,
that's just what we're saying.
That's not my. You can bedazzle. You can be with one if you want. I'm not. That's just not my jam. I know what comes with it, and I don't.
Who's that picture you love?
I don't want that.
That you're yelling about in Boston, and the wives heard you. There was a picture for the Astros you were in love with, like a mid pitcher that you love. Who was that again?
Oh God! And I was by his wife.
Yeah,
in
Boston for the playoffs, was it or something?
Yeah. I said, "Oh, I've got a man crush on your husband or something."
And she was like, "Oh, cool, thanks." Whoever that was, I don't know if she was a bedazzler, but I'm sure that pitcher and they're great together. Lance is just saying, she's not for him.
I hope they have a long, fruitful marriage and all that stuff. It's not my jam. If that's your personality, I already know that personality. Like I said, it's a Texan Karen. That's just not going to be my thing. I'm never going to wear that little vest jacket for you and have a styrofoam cup of heavy alcohol at the Little League game wearing my little vest jacket and going to, Second Baptist. It's just probably not going to be me. Mm-hmm. But I wish you the best in finding that. That's fine. It's just not.
Doesn't make you a bad person.
You're not a bad person. Yeah, you're not a bad person. You're just. Dell said, "Where are you on that?" And I said, "I'm out. I'm out on that."
I don't want to judge the content of a person's character.
We're not.
Because they like to put silver
John,
pieces on their
you
gemstones.
literally send women to jail based on their looks. What are you talking about? You literally, women are guilty if they spin around the wrong way.
People like that.
You actually do want to judge them.
Now John doesn't want to judge people.
You do want to judge them.
I just don't want to. Guys, I want to stop short of judging people with their on their looks and the content of character. Judging on the looks is fine.
Yeah,
okay.
That's fine.
I was just making sure.
Yeah, I mean, and then I'm gonna do the same. Hey, you like to bedazzle? So what?
Do you think Kate? Do you think Kate is listening to this? Our good friend Kate, and thinking, John
likes me? You
know what? John's a good person.
John is a good person.
I think John bedazzles when they meet him in person. I think whatever happens when he meets them in person, he's a bedazzler.
A human bedazzler.
Yes, John's a human bedazzler, and people are bedazzled and dazzled by him when they meet him. So Kate, I'm sure, loves John. She thinks John's probably pretty great. I don't get it. I've been saying that for years. I don't get it. But people, I have to acknowledge that he bedazzles people all the time.
I don't know what that means, but I don't put things.
It means you throw some shine on yourself that the regular people who know you don't see. But then you meet other people and you get bedazzled. They're bedazzled by you, and they're like, "Man, John's great."
Bedazzled by you. I feel like we stepped into another representation of bedazzling.
Yeah, I don't know that I bedazzle anyone, but neither here nor there. That's the weirdest. That's bedazzling. I just don't understand you guys.
I know exactly what
by
once again, you're out of this conversation if you're going to say you can't judge people.
You can't.
I don't know what he's saying.
You're literally
all you do is
the
judge
president
people.
of the club.
Judge people.
Yeah, you're president of the club. Now all of a sudden you're clutching.
John, what do you think?
You're clutching your pearls.
John, what do you think of world class?
Oh my goodness,
John, we were just talking about soccer in the previous segment. What do you think of world class athletes and winners who happen to have pink hair?
World
class soccer heroes in our country who happen to have pink hair. Were you able to judge them?
I'm not. Why? Because I'm not a fan of.
Were you able to judge them?
Rapping hoe.
That's the point.
There it is.
That's the point. You find ways to judge people by the outside and what they say, just like we are judging people about bedazzling.
Yeah,
but bedazzling.
Because I'm judging you on the inside.
You can't judge character from the back.
I think you can.
Absolutely, you can.
Oh no.
I think you can.
We can't trust you. You thought USA was going to overcome
people. Kate, you're right. I am a good person, and they're bad people.
No, she used to think you were until you said, "Yeah, you can judge people on their looks."
Yeah, no.
Not the way they interact and behave with clothing.
I judge them in the court of law.
If you buy clothing and you're putting hot glue and stuff on it, I just probably don't want to be with you. That's all. That's all we're saying, John. I didn't say you're a bad person. It's just it ain't gonna be me.
Not everyone is for everyone. That's all we're saying.
Just saying Dell just asked, "Where are you?" I said, "It's not for me."
Yeah. No, I get it.
For you, it's for
and
you.
You know.
So for John, it's for John. But we're not into the two of the three are not into the bedazzling.
And you know what? I'll be the same for me with tats. Women with tats.
There it is. You got your thing. There it is.
Now you're judging
me,
not on the content of their character, but on the color of their pigmentation of their skin on the tattoo.
Me, I welcome an arm sleeve. Honestly, I don't mind it. I grew up.
I'm less so.
Well, you got Haley Williams as your example. You like a Haley Williams.
Wait, does she have a sleeve?
She's got tattoos all over her legs.
I had to figure that was the case.
Yeah.
She's in music.
Yeah.
And anyone under the age of 30 is getting tattoos.
She's
over 30.
Yeah, but to your point, yes.
So she got them when she was in her 20s.
I don't mind a tattoo, and you do. So we all have our things. That's all.
We all have our thing. Yeah. Okay. If you're out on bedazzling, okay, I guess. Okay.
Oh yeah, 100%. There's a lot of us, by the way.
Yeah. All right.
I'm not trying to marry a Cinco Ranch woman. That's just me.
Why? Now you put a location on it.
I just put a little it's in my head what it is, and it's like, why are we going here? You said we were going to Clay's house. Like, oh no, she's all liquored up and wants to go to Clay's.
We got a break.
The whole storyline in my head. Don't worry. And it feels too much.
You got a whole thing. You got a whole bit on that.
Mm-hmm.
A whole bit on Karen, Texans Karen.
I know.
All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. I got to talk right now about my peeps over at GimmeTheVin.com. GimmeTheVin.com, already the best place to sell your car. It's even better. The GimmeTheVin.com big cash giveaway. GimmeTheVin.com is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. Get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. For more details, go to the website, GimmeTheVin.com. So you sell them your car, right? And now you got a chance on top of that, whatever they give you for your car, which is more than everybody else will give you. Now you got a chance at getting a piece of the $25,000. You got a good chance because you got 1,000. You got 1,000 chances in the hopper. How about that? So, I mean, how cool is that? Why? I don't know why they're doing this, why John Clay Wolf just gives away money, but that's what he does. It's crazy. He's been doing this for months now. He wants to buy your car. It doesn't matter what that car is. Say you don't have to deal with dealerships and private sale tire kickers. Get a true buy your car offer, and he puts the car right on the money in just minutes. Hassle-free online option to buy your car. Look, GimmeTheVin.com is the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better with the big cash giveaway. So if you're going to sell your car, there's one place you have to go. GimmeTheVin.com. GimmeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
So the NFL, this is the NFL website, they put out the league's best position groups. All right, the 25 best position groups in the NFL. The number one position group in the NFL, the Eagles' offensive line. Pretty damn good. I mean, we've seen, what they've done. Super Bowl champs, deservedly so. They can run the ball. They can protect Jalen. I mean, they do it all. They've got I think Lane Johnson's probably the best left tackle in the game right now. I mean, the numbers show how good that dude is. So,
well, Lane. Did you say left tackle or right tackle?
yeah, right tackle.
Yeah, right tackle.
Right tackle. And they're just that's just a great group. Number 2, Tampa Bay's wide receivers. The addition of Emeka Egbuka with Evans and Godwin. They think that's the second best. The Bengals wide receiver group is the third best. Steelers defensive line next. Detroit Lions running backs. That room, how good is that? Pretty damn good.
Real good. A lot of
Real
people
good.
think that's the best from a physicality standpoint.
Yeah. What's the Texans' best group?
Currently?
There's only one group shows up on this list of top 25 positions.
Like which players together?
No, what position group?
From the offensive line? I don't understand. You're saying which position group from offensive lines?
No, what? I mean, did you
hold on?
not
You're talking.
heard what
Maybe I
just
didn't
been
hear
saying?
exactly what you were saying at the beginning.
It's the best position groups in the NFL.
In the top 25, well, obviously running back. I don't understand what your thing is. No, what are you saying?
The best position group in the NFL is the Eagles offensive line. The
Right.
next is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers wide receivers. The next is Cincinnati's wide receivers. Then the Steelers defensive line. The best position groups.
Oh, the position group of all the position groups, and they're all stacked together. Is that what you're saying?
Dal, do you understand this what we're doing here or no?
I just said it. I just said it out loud. Every position group is in consideration, and they're all stacked up against each other for every team, right?
Right. And
that's what I'm saying.
And then next is the Detroit Lions.
This is the most convoluted ass list this is the most summary list I've ever heard. Let's take every position list for every team,
right,
and stack them. What in the holy hell of
well, what is the best
doing?
position group
for the
Houston
Texans? Probably running back, Joe Mixon. No, defensive backs. But does that have to be specific? If it's specific,
bing, 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 bing.
Not cornerback.
The defensive ends.
So cornerbacks can't make a top 25 for the Texans.
Yeah, they didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's top 25 total
across the league.
Yeah.
Right.
And they're not
It's
a top
across the
25
league.
position
I
group.
would think the corners are that their corners and maybe even their whole secondary would be second best.
Well, but they're not doing whole secondary. They're only doing.
Yeah, they are. They did the Broncos secondary.
Okay, well then they screwed the Texans.
Well,
I don't know. Top 25 out of.
Yeah, I wouldn't put the
teams.
Texans defensive line there because their defensive ends though are those bookends are probably that's the best pair of.
Okay, so what do you
ends
do with
maybe in the league.
What do you do with Buffalo's quarterbacks?
The quarterback room.
Obviously, it's Josh Allen, but I don't even know who the backup is over there.
They don't have any quarterbacks.
Probably for that reason.
So are any?
Because it's just one guy.
Okay, so there's no quarterback. There's no quarterback teams. Okay.
Right.
This is such a weird thing. I've never heard of this type of stacking before in my life.
Oh, I don't think it's that difficult.
I think I've seen it before in past years.
But you can't have quarterbacks in here. How weird is this?
Well, I just think it speaks to the huge drop off, and it's not fair. Why are we judging quarterbacks by the room when it's just about the starter anyway?
Guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
no
you
one really
eliminate that position.
Yeah. No one really cares how good the backup is most of the time.
No, but and they've got the Texans defensive ends as 9th best.
Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds right.
I think that they do. I think the corners are under. I think the defensive backfield is really underrated.
It true? Somebody who sent me this. Oh, Mick Maynard, big Texans fan who's a UFC matchmaker who lives in town, sent me. It just said rumors. This can't be true. And they had TJ Watt with a Texans logo. There's nothing to that, right? Like, where would he play?
What?
That can't be right?
I mean,
I haven't seen it anywhere.
I haven't either. It was just a logo that had TJ Watt and Texans, but there's no way.
It's just the JJ connection, I guess. There's no chance that the Texans get TJ Watt.
No, because it doesn't make any sense.
No. Yeah.
Wouldn't you just have to give him a new deal immediately?
Yes. Yeah.
With Will Anderson coming up?
Yeah. There's no chance. That couldn't possibly happen.
I mean, boy, you wanted to talk about a position strengthening the position of strength, but
Well,
who's not playing every down? Like is Daniil Hunter the one who doesn't
Daniil
play
Hunter
every down?
doesn't play on rundowns, and then you bring him in, and I guess he has to rush from.
Why are we entertaining this fantasy?
Yeah, no, because he would have to then rush from a 3 technique unless you have Will Anderson down there, and they're not doing that. So
no,
that has no chance of happening. It's just a.
By the way, there's money involved.
Lots of money.
Yeah.
Tons of money, and you got tons of money coming up for Will Anderson. So.
And what are you giving up for him? I mean, Canty made a pretty good point. He was talking about, I don't know, if you've got young defensive ends, why would you go after TJ Watt? And you talk about you're paying for what he's done with the Steelers, and he's going to be great. He's going to be great, but you got to start out at top dollar in the league for a guy, as opposed to growing your own.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, one of the on this list, the Giants' defensive line. Holy crap! You add Abdul Carter to Thibodeau and Brian Burns. That's formidable.
Dexter Lawrence is someplace else now, right? Is Lawrence still a Giant, or did he go?
Lawrence is Lawrence is still a Giant, right?
Okay, then that speaks to their strength.
Yeah, Dexter Lawrence still a Giant.
Okay,
yeah. He's like 27 years old. Man,
Dexter Lawrence.
Yeah, this dude is still right in his prime.
Yeah, that's gonna whoever the Ram. Well, to your point earlier, Lance, or before, the Rams' defensive line is also on this. How about starting that?
Yeah, what's crazy is you have.
Start.
I mean, and that's after the most dominant interior defensive lineman we've seen in the last 20 plus years is out of the league.
Left.
That's after he leaves.
Yeah.
Like Aaron Donald isn't there, and they're on the list. But it does speak to their draft. Their draft has been incredible. Les Snead he and McVay have done an insane job.
Yeah, that's about, how long ago was that now? 6 years ago? When did he say that? F them picks.
Well, when they won their title. So it's only like
4 or 5 years ago. It's changed now. They've had to switch it up.
Yeah, but they're doing it all. But they're doing it mostly with a lot of 3rd and 4th round picks. Like, it's been insane how good they've been in the middle rounds.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they got Fisk in the 2nd, right? Kobe Turner, Jared Verse, man. That's
Jared Verse is the first, but but he wasn't the first defensive lineman he wasn't the first pass rusher taken. As a matter of fact, I think he was the 3rd one taken. As a matter of fact,
is that a way we want to start this season? Is there any way we can petition the league to give us an easier defensive line?
Byron Young was a 3rd rounder. Kobe Turner, 3rd rounder. Let's see, Davis Allen, tight end. Puka Nacua, 5th rounder. You've got, and that's in one draft. The draft after that, Kobe Durant, who's a good corner for them, was a 4th rounder. Kyron Williams, 5th rounder. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
With how good these picks are? This is. I mean, these are high impact players too. There's some other good players. I can tell you about some other good players in here, but already, there's been such a turnover. But Kyron Williams, Kobe Durant, these are day 3 picks. Puka Nacua, all day 3 picks. And I won't go all the way back to Cooper Kupp, but he was a day 3 pick.
John, as far as your petition, on what grounds? Like quarterback hardship? You want to start with a different defensive line, offensive line
honestly,
hardship?
If you went into a court of law and said, listen, CJ's life is at stake here. Okay?
We cannot have that.
Well, I mean, honestly.
No, I mean, that's what you're going to have to – they have to step up and do something. The league does.
Yeah, the league has to step in on this.
Should the Texans –
they stepped in on – the NBA stepped in on the Chris Paul trade. Don't you think they should step in on this and save CJ's life?
Yes, 100%.
So you simply don't want them to face the Rams in week 1. You want the Texans offensive line to coalesce. How about this? You can't change the schedule around, but the Texans are allowed a 6 offensive lineman or 12 players on the field. But it has to be a 6 offensive lineman to block the Rams.
Well, I mean, in golf, we have handicaps that even things out. That the Texans should get one extra offensive lineman on the field.
But not one of their own, because that's not going to help.
Well,
there should be an all-time offensive lineman that they're able to grab and use for this game.
But they'll be playing for other teams on that day, unless you get somebody who's playing on Monday night.
You have one offensive lineman set up as an all-time offensive lineman. He plays every week.
Okay.
And the Texans, because of how bad they were, get him in week 1. Like only 17 weeks he can be used. And for this week, the Texans, because of how bad they are in the challenge, they get to use him.
Well, the Texans would actually need him every week.
Well, you can't have him every week.
Well,
I mean, you can't.
Sorry.
You just can't have because he's
Are we
got to
trying
help
to save CJ's life or not?
Because he's got to help the Bengals in week 2. So you can't have him every week.
Oh well, Joe Burrow's life is at stake too.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I get it. No, but we care more about CJ's life.
Understood,
than Joe
but you're facing the Rams, and your offensive line hasn't played a real game together at that point, and a lot of them are going to be in different spots or just new altogether.
Cam Robinson's going to be out there with Jared
on the road in a hostile. Well, it's
Kobe
not that hostile.
Turner.
It's L.A., but
my God, it just doesn't feel great to me. Just doesn't feel great.
That's because it's not.
Time to talk about, what does feel great? And when you go over to East River 9 and you tee it up. And what's cool about East River 9, I mean, a lot of people, I can't play golf. It's 4 hours. I can't do that. It's about an hour and a half to run around East River 9. You need about 3 or 4 or 5 clubs, right? That's all you need. It's easy. It's fun. You got the bar right there. You have your cocktails. You walk the court. It's great. It's fun. It just really is. It's really neat, and you can play at night, so you can actually work during the day and then go there at night. You're a pickleball fan, you can play that as well. You just want to hit balls. They got a driving range there. You could just do that. Okay. You want to have dinner. You want to have drinks. You want to watch your sporting events. You got all that. You want a corporate membership. They've got that. Okay. So that you can take your clients there, or you can team build there with your people. They got it all. East River 9. I think it's the prettiest view of our city. It's awesome, awesome, awesome. I'm a big fan. You will be too. Music. Oh, the governor is going to speak there. The governor is going to East River 9. Okay, I believe it's the 13th. He's going to go and make some major announcement at East River 9. Okay, that's how cool East River 9 is. You're looking for a great place to get your golf and drink and food and pickleball and everything else on. East River 9, the number 9, eastriver9.com. Mm. 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 All right, our number 2 of our little radio show here. Astros win last night again. 5-2 was the final. Hunter Brown finally got a win. That was nice. And Jose Altuve passes Jeff Bagwell on the all-time hits list. Shea Whitcomb hits his first home run, major league home run. So good night, really good night. And another, Cam Smith is on fire. Okay, he continues. He had an 800 OPS in June, 800 plus, and now he's at 1,000 this month in just 2 games. But he's 5 for his last 10, and so dude is just raking.
Mm-hmm.
And I know Jacob Wilson. I guess he's running away with it. I mean, fans love him, but the media's got to look at Cam Smith for Rookie of the Year. What he's doing on a good team, a first place team. He's hitting cleanup over 800 OP. His numbers over this last month, a little over a month now, have been incredible. So you really gotta. His WAR, everything about him is better than Jacob Wilson. So maybe this will work itself out. The Jacob Wilson, he took the league by storm because he's a rookie hitting over, 350. That's great. That's nice. That's cooled off some. And, and Cam Smith is coming on like gangbusters. Holy crap. Christian Walker seems to be seeing the ball much better too. So that's a good sign as well. That is a really good sign. He likes hitting. That's his old division opponent, and so are the Dodgers. So maybe this is Christian Walker's. This is where he breaks out a little bit and knows his stuff. We got that. We got USMNT winning. They're in the Gold Cup final.
CONCACAF Gold Cup.
CONCACAF Gold Cup.
They're taking on Mexico, so this is this is a big rivalry. It gets chippy out on the pitch, and it could get a little chippy around the stadium. We'll see. Hopefully not, because it's going to be for the U.S. fans. You're going to be in the minority. Yeah. One of our friends, Kevin Cooper, is listening to this. He's been to a lot of soccer matches. He's like, you have no idea how this one's going to shake out. This is going to shake out heavy Mexico. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh well. Let's go beat their ass. That's all we. Right. It doesn't matter what fans are there. What matters is what scoreboard. But we're still not playing, right? We're still just going to play the guys that we're playing.
Well, there's no magic guys that are at late ads. Corey Pulisic's not walking through that door. He's not walking through that Astrodome.
No, the roster is the roster.
Carrying a bag of rats.
Yeah. Well, so but this is a real positive getting here, right? With this group.
Yeah, even with the questions coming in as far as how they played, this was a group.
There's World Cup people on that team
that were expected to at least get to a semifinal. Now, if they had played Canada, people probably would have leaned Canada. But hey, Canada didn't take care of business, so you got an easier opponent. You win that one. And this is about, as Lance said, he said, World Cup guys, finding depth, because the U.S. team, that even if they had their frontline guys, didn't have a lot of depth behind them. So maybe Malik Tillman, who's been a good part of this team so far, makes it. Maybe Diego Luna carves out a spot on this team, considering his goal-scoring acumen the last couple games. You got Chris Richards, who is a good defender, who probably would be part of your top 11 either way. So if you can find 5 or 6 guys who you can not just take to the World Cup, but they could be subs or maybe even find a starting role, I think it's a success. And considering the noise around the team coming into this tournament, Pochettino's done well. And now if you can beat Mexico, it kind of changes the perspective, as we're less than a year away from the actual World Cup.
Dude, Diego Luna, who scored back-to-back goals in that first half, looked legit. Like his creativity and striking, everything about him, it looked really, really good. He wasn't one of the ones who took a shot on goal in the shootout, though, did he?
Was he already I don't
He
know.
might have been off.
No, I don't know if he had already been taken off. He might have been. No, but he did not take a penalty kick. He wasn't one of the 6 who got up there and eventually beat Costa Rica.
All right, so we got that as well. Jabari Smith was on. What was this podcast he was on, Dell?
I have to pull it up. I don't know it by name. I just know, Rockets accounts started grabbing stuff from it. I don't recognize the man he was with, so I'll find that out.
Yeah, but Jabari's got his second contract now, so and you got a nice deal, and he's set for life. Good on him. And now he's out podcasting, and he's going to be an important cog to what the Rockets are doing. He was here for the Steven Silas years, okay, and then now the Ime Udoka years, and it seems like it's a little different. It's a little bit different under Ime Udoka than it was under Steven Silas.
I had always assumed that was the case. It's good to get some confirmation.
Yes, and the guys who were there, Jabari Smith was there, saw it, was part of it. I don't imagine coming. He came out of Auburn as everything about him was a workaholic and just nose to the grindstone, and he just couldn't be a better teammate and all of that stuff when he was selected, and then he comes to the Rockets in a Steven Silas Rockets team, and it was different. And here's Jabari talking about the difference between Silas and Ime.
Yeah, Silas was our first coach. He was a good coach, but like I said, man, couldn't nobody control that. It was just a wreck. You know what I'm saying? It was like, and if anybody know Coach Silas, like, he's the nicest dude in the world. You know what I'm saying? Like, he know basketball. He know what he's talking about. Yeah. It's just like, as far as controlling that, it's just like it was tough for him. But Ime came in and Fred and Dylan came in and put some control on it.
I mean, everything we talked about is true. I mean, it's just a confirmation of everything that you could tell from the outside. They were uncontrollable, and Kevin Porter Jr. had to get out of there. Had to get up out of there. All of them. Josh Christopher, just a bunch of young guys who had no direction from the coach, and that's just a great example of how you had to have Ime come in and tighten things up.
Remember, there were veterans that left that were behind the scenes going, man.
Eric Gordon was one of them.
This is not an NBA team. This is not what the NBA is like, guys. You guys are just, I don't know what this is, but
Excuse me.
Yeah.
This is not the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah. I mean, and it showed on the court. It showed in the record. It showed everywhere.
Right.
That's poor Steven Silas. Everywhere he goes, it's just crap.
Yeah, it was Contavious Caldwell Pope was part of the podcast, the Dog Talk podcast. I found the name, but it's not surprising that Jabari Smith is just echoing. It was obvious.
It was
obvious from anyone who was just a passive observer of the Rockets that wasn't a team. That was a bunch of dudes just trying to hoop out there. They weren't cohesive. And look, I credit those guys for the most part. You listen to them, and they have no bad words to say about Steven Silas. It's just like, hey, he wasn't the right man for that particular job.
Well, I think what personifies or encapsulates the whole Steven Silas era is Kevin Porter Jr. outside the strip club at 6 a.m. trying to save his guys
during COVID, when you weren't even supposed to be out at all.
And the cops are there. All the other Rockets just took off, and Kevin Porter Jr. was there with trying to save. Who got beat up? Who was it that got beat up by the guys?
Josh Christopher?
Was it Josh Christopher got beat up? Whatever. And the rest of the guys just abandoned ship. Kevin Porter Jr. was there to yelling about. The cops were there. It was just, and somebody got jumped. That was that Rockets team. That was that Rockets team. Not, hey, let's win some games. Hey, you guys want to get in the gym?
It was the great Sterling Brown, not K. Brown, the actor.
Booby Trap Strip Club is
Sterling
what it was
Brown.
Called. Some Rockets players had started filing out of the Booby Trap Strip Club.
Rockets guard Kevin Porter Jr. reportedly got roughed up when he stepped in as a teammate. Sterling Brown got jumped outside that Miami area
Well,
strip club.
I got to give it up for. Apparently, it was his idea to go to the booby trap, but you got to give it up. At least he was there for his teammate.
As opposed to the rest of the Rockets who ran.
Who just took off.
While Sterling Brown's getting his ass kicked. Kevin Porter Jr. got fined $50K by the NBA for violating their COVID protocols at the time.
Yeah. Why? What? Strip club? Can't have a strip club?
Just can't be out and
during
about.
COVID?
Can't put people at risk.
What if they were like 5 feet away? The girls were.
I just think it was hey, no public places like that, please. Just we're trying to keep this league going, and we don't need Kevin Porter Jr. to be NBA patient zero.
Who was well? Remember, they were in the bubble. Who was the player that went and got wings from the strip club?
Yeah, that was Lou Williams.
Yeah.
But that was not
Williams.
bubble. That was actually not. They were not in the bubble at the time that Kevin Porter Jr.
Wasn't a Rocket got himself in trouble the bubble too?
Oh yeah,
he dribbling.
He was having relations with one of the
staffers. I think
the
that was
staff.
the accusation
It was from Daniel House.
Yeah, Daniel House. Yeah.
Daniel House got in trouble. Yeah.
Daniel.
And Jimmy Butler was bouncing a basketball and got people pissed off, bouncing a basketball in his room at night or something, and got other players mad, but they wouldn't say anything. They were too scared. And then my favorite was when he was being Kanye. Kyrie Irving, when he went through his Kanye phase, was like, "I'm not gonna play." He's like, "I don't want to play. I don't want to play right now during COVID," but he could still get paid. So he said, "I don't want to play." And they go, "Okay, but I am gonna go to the bubble." And they're like, "No, you're not. You're not going to the bubble."
Play. You're not going to
the bubble. "No, I want to go to the bubble and hang out. I just want to go to the bubble and be part of the team." And they go, "No, you're not going to the bubble if you're not playing." He goes, and he tried to get the players.
He went to the game.
No. He had a vote. Remember, he went to the other players.
He tried to shut down the league.
He tried to vote to shut down the league because he couldn't go stay in the bubble.
He tried to rile them up to shut down the league.
And LeBron's like, "Nah, we ain't shutting this down. I got a chance to get a title."
And how much money it would cost us if we don't play here? Because
I'm convinced LeBron only went through with that because he had a chance to win a bubble title, and he did.
Well, and some of it, I remember that the guys who were leading the Players Association were explaining to the guys that, hey, we got the collective bargaining agreement coming up. We're gonna lose out on a lot of money here and in the future if we don't play. So that was part of the math they were doing as well. But yeah, Kyrie was like, hey, if I can't hang out with my guys, can we just not play basketball? And they're like, shut up. No.
Yeah. Remember the NBA was going to lose the TV money.
Yeah.
If they didn't get so many games, right?
Correct.
So
it was all
we're doing this bubble thing.
Yeah.
We're doing this bubble thing, people. Yeah.
And he tried to get it shut down.
Yeah.
As I guess he was being an activist at the time.
Yeah, but wasn't he at the birthday party too?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why you couldn't take him seriously.
Yeah.
He had different rules from different days, and like, I want to go to the bubble. You can't go. Let's shut it down. We can't do this. It's too dangerous.
All right, we got a break. We got to talk about Texas Card House. Ain't dangerous there. All right, and I mean that. You feel safe. You've got huge parking lots at both the Texas Card House. They're both their locations. The one at Green Ridge and Westheimer is right there next to Fuad's, and that's a big parking lot, great parking lot, safe. You get wanted when you come in. You got you got security there 24/7. And oh, by the way, both locations are 24/7. You can find a game anytime. There's a game going on right now. Texas Card Houses. So you got the bar is open until 2 a.m. A lot of places will shut down early. You want to go have a drink and play some cards. You got that. The bar's open till 2, but the place stays open, and the cards can continue to fly all night long. And I think the only night they close is Christmas night. That's the only night that they close. So you got that option all the time at Texas Card House. You got Hijack Poker app where you can play at home if you want, and you can deposit and withdraw the money at either Texas Card House location. So you want to play with cash, or you want to do it? You want to do credit card? You can do that at Texas Card House. A lot of times you can't do it with the apps, but you can do it at Texas Card House. You're looking for the best place to play poker, period. It's Texas Card House. Go to TexasCardHouse.com. See for yourself. Tell them that you heard it right here.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. How about, well, we got, I guess a lot of people were vacationing, right? It's the 4th of July tomorrow. We are off. But reminder, today we are all at Landry Seafood House in Galveston, giving away those bikes, people. So if you're looking for a great way to possibly win electric bikes, $4,000 value, go to Landry Seafood House today in Galveston and sign up. Just go to our promotion table and sign up.
You don't know this because you don't ask questions about the people you work with. But did you know that elite producer Sean Mapes comes from a long line of people who work at fireworks stands? Part of the family business is to sell fireworks at this time of the year. He has helped out. He's got, I think, an uncle who does it every year. So while we do Top Dog stuff, we have our own in-house legacy when it comes to people who do that. I don't know. I've never met anyone who's done that. Who takes like 2 weeks out of the year just to sell fireworks.
Yeah, I don't. They pop up all over the place.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. He doesn't have like a what do they say, a storefront. He's one of the people who pops up. I guess they get a location, and they just sell them out of a stand. I have never met anyone who's ever done that before. Apparently,
Mapes does this.
Mapes does this. He helps out the family sometimes.
Well, you should know that. You guys work together every day.
Well, yeah, but
how is it that
Well, you don't ask anyone any questions. I'm just pointing out that you wouldn't have known that. You wouldn't know anything about anyone. That was just my point. Mapes is just an example of that.
You didn't know that about Mapes?
I did. I know it.
Now you do. Now I do too.
But you didn't because
you didn't know it before you knew it.
I asked questions about Mapes. That's how I found out. You would never ask the questions to find out. Hey, you weren't here for this, Lance. Have you ever met anyone who's actually worked in a fireworks stand? Sean Mapes does. His family has a legacy of working in fireworks stands. Yes.
No, but my kids need a job, so let me know.
It's a little late.
Oh,
A little late for that.
I mean, the 4th of July is tomorrow.
Yeah.
So Top Dog's still open.
That's true.
Well,
They
Top,
probably
there you
have,
go.
unless somebody just like they said, "Hey, listen, I'm not going to be here for." Top Dog's actually selling on 4th of July.
yeah, up until
No,
midnight. Midnight. If you want to
Like
get
they're
them.
like, "Come get it."
Well, it's a pretty focused day, on there's no other day. Well, I guess New Year's Eve.
Yeah, people buy them around then too.
For New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is their time. I don't think their Top Dog's going to go, I think we should take a break July 3rd.
No. But they do 4th of July like up to midnight.
Up until July 5th, pretty much, they're going to be selling fireworks.
Yeah.
So if you
the
want
rest of us are off eating hot dogs, right?
it's time to make money.
Yeah.
I need my kids selling
time
fireworks.
to get,
Instead of bullcorning around.
Right. Is Mapes working all day?
These are the questions we'll ask today. Is he going to hop into the family business one more time? Is he a guy who, when they need help on July 3rd and July 4th, does he show up? Or is he no longer doing that because he's a big radio producer? The questions will be asked.
Right. Oh, is he too good for it?
These are the questions that will be asked. Is he too good to help his uncle? I asked him about it. Is there like Lance has his profile of a bedazzler? Is there a profile for a guy who operates a fireworks stand? He goes, yeah, they're pretty much all the same.
Oh, I didn't think about
They
that.
got Mapes hair.
I don't know about that, but he says his uncle who runs the place, all the other guys who do that are just like him.
They're okay.
There's a profile for the guys who do that.
They're like Mapes.
Not like Mapes. The uncle is like
like
the other guys who
uncle.
do it. Yeah.
I gotcha.
Yeah, Mapes is just helping. He doesn't own it, but
Yeah.
all the guys who make their money, at least part of their yearly earnings doing that, they pretty much fit the same profile. Put them all in the box. They're all the same, according to him.
Tony says Mapes' haircut alone has fireworks folks written all
Fireworks
over.
folk.
Fireworks folk.
Sean Mapes has that big firework energy. Oh, hey, there's a listing of predicted All-Stars. ESPN put this together for National League, American League. They had Bobby Witt going as a shortstop, which obviously is not the case. But from a reserve standpoint, it's the Astros we're talking about. Jeremy Pena is a make from a pitching staff. You've got Hunter Brown as a make, along with Chris Bubich, Garrett Crochet, Max Fried, Jacob deGrom, Carlos Rodon, and Fromber. They got Fromber and Shane Smith from the Chicago White Sox making it. So they've got Fromber making it, and then they've got Munoz, Hader, and Duran, the flame-throwing closer from the
we
Twins.
beat his ass.
Yeah, we
Duran.
did. I hope Fromber does make it. I think Fromber could be in some trouble if they take 4 relievers and they don't take 8 starters. They're taking 8 starters and only 3 relievers. If they go 7-4, we'll see. Because remember, every team has to have an all-star, and the White Sox only have Shane Smith.
That's all they need.
That would
one.
be it. Yeah, that's all they
All
have
you
to
need
have.
is one.
Yeah, but I just
And that's all
worry
they
if there's-
deserve is one.
Oh, yeah.
They suck.
A lot of times there's a team that doesn't deserve anybody, but you get
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Did you guys see Mike Brown was hired by the Knicks? And it moved the Knicks into the second favorite now, betting favorite, to win the NBA title.
Wait, was second favorite to win the NBA title?
Yeah.
Did they make an all-season move I'm not aware of?
Yeah, Mike Brown.
Hired a coach. That helps.
Well, on their roster, did they make a move?
Yeah, they
Well, they got Gershon Yabusele. He's a backup big. They retained pretty much everyone. So the roster of a team who made the conference finals.
they picked up. They did make another. They picked up.
Jordan Clarkson. Jordan Clarkson, Gershon
Clarkson.
Yabusele, and they kept the core of their team from a team who made the conference finals.
They should be about 5th.
But Mike Brown put you over the top ahead of the Rockets.
Actually, they're probably going to be ahead of. You know what? They actually are ahead of. Indiana lost Miles Turner. They don't have Tyrese Halliburton. You've got all your enemies have lost top players to Achilles injuries.
Well, they're
Jason Tatum.
It's Oklahoma City, Knicks, and Cavs plus 800.
Yeah, let me tell you something. I wouldn't sleep on the
then
Detroit
Rockets plus
Where's the
850.
Detroit Pistons over there to win the East?
They're a ways down.
to win the East.
Yeah, a ways down.
Really?
I mean, well,
that
behind.
seems silly based on the jump they made last year, and they're expecting. If you look at just what the Rockets did,
They're behind the Knicks, Cavs, and Magic anyway.
Yeah, I was saying just to win the East, though, not to win the whole thing.
Right.
To win
well,
the
they're
East,
behind the Knicks, Cavs, and not Magic.
That's fourth. That's pretty good. That's top
well,
four.
No, I don't know that they're fourth. I just have those three ahead of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I would take a little shot at the. It's going to be a weak East. I would take a shot at the Detroit Pistons. They got a lot of young talent. They're doing a similar thing that the Rockets have done. You got a blueprint based on what the Rockets did and what could happen in a much less tough side of the draw. I like the Pistons as that come up team this year that might surprise. I mean, we've seen how quick Indiana jumped up and how quick the Oklahoma City Thunder, relatively speaking, and the Rockets. It happens fast with young teams. It happens really fast with young teams. So look for young teams that have a chance to come up quickly in the Eastern Conference. I mean, you can make the same argument for Orlando, I suppose.
Well, Orlando's a nice
New
team.
York is just full of failure. The Knicks can never get there. The Knicks always do something that's bungling that takes them out of the.
Well, like get rid of the coach that just got you to the Eastern Conference Finals.
I love it.
I mean, that can't be dumber.
Great ownership.
With no plan. When we come back, John Hollinger had some interesting comments about the Rockets and their acquisitions. We will play that sound on the other side. But right now we're talking about Chesting Ford. Talking about, this weekend they're going to be working. They've got employee pricing going on. I don't know how much longer that's going to last. It's been going on for a couple of months now. Not sure how much longer that lasts. I do know that you're always going to get a great deal at Chesting Ford. Not sure if they still got 2024s on the lot, which it's July now. They have to get rid of them. You want to talk about them making deals. But if you're going to buy a new vehicle, Chesting Ford, to me, is the place to go because you get a square deal, a transparent deal, no add-ons, no markups. This is awfully important in the business, okay? They're not trying to gouge you for every penny they can possibly get. It's a great weekend to go car shopping, get in, get out. You can do it all online, which in other dealerships you can't do it all online because they want you in there so that they can upsell you. That's not the case with Chesting Ford. Even online, they're going to, for one of the first things they're going to ask you is, where do your payments have to be? Let's get you there so that you have a great car buying experience. That's what happens every single time at Chesting Ford. You're looking for that Ford SUV or pickup truck. I think there's only one place to go, ChestingFord.com. It's on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown Chesting Ford.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John Chill going to join us at the top of the hour. We'll take a look at what's going on over at DraftKings Sportsbook. What's going on? And we were just talking about the odds for the NBA. Let's see if you agree or disagree. John Hollinger was on with
Zach Lowe.
Zach Lowe. John Hollinger was on the Zach Lowe Show. And he had this to say about the construction of this Rockets team.
I think it's been really good. I do wonder how this is actually going to play out on the court. I mean, there are no real wings on this team. And there is one point guard that they trust.
Well, what is Eason? What is Finney-Smith and what is Amen Thompson? Are they not wings? Are they just everythings?
If you were building a team from scratch, you would have all of them at the 4.
All right, okay.
No, that's Hollinger saying that.
That's Hollinger saying
So Hollinger has worked for an NBA team, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. So, Kevin Durant is a wing. I mean, as Amen, I guess Amen's not. He's a 4. He started as a 1, and now I guess he's a 4.
And Kevin Durant doesn't play the 3 anymore. At least that's not his best position.
Right.
He's been a 4 for a while now. I mean, Amen is wing size, but I guess he doesn't. I guess he's saying he doesn't do wing things.
Right.
Because
he's not a shooter.
Yeah, he's not a real ball handler. Although they'll give him some opportunity, space the floor, have him going one-on-one against a poor defender. He's not a spacer. He doesn't shoot the ball well. I guess technically he doesn't do things that a typical wing does outside of, play great wing defense. I talking to Sean about this yesterday. I am interested to see how this offense flows because there wasn't a main guy. Like Alpi was a hub. They give Jalen's opportunities because we were playing a clip yesterday about Kevin Durant. He was with Steve Nash and LeBron on their podcast discussing how NBA teams should work, how the stars should not be the ones who are asked to be robots. Like they shouldn't have to fit into things. The stars are the stars, and then sure, the other guys have roles. So I'm wondering about the construction because, Ime, as we heard from Jabari, he put control on this team. He's the biggest voice in this franchise. Does that change now? Does Kevin Durant have more to say about how this offense runs?
It's a great
because
point.
He's Kevin Durant.
Because Ime was undisputed boss. And now this is one of the things that changes a little bit that people don't like talking about. They like to ignore it. But sometimes you have a very unique dynamic that surfaces when you have an all-time player. I mean, there's just no way around it. He's an all-time player. Kevin Durant is. And, will he get in line like the rest of them? Can he put him on the bench? I don't think he will. Honestly, I don't think he puts a Kevin Durant on the bench for being, for not being as effective in a fourth quarter, for whatever reason. You wouldn't expect Kevin Durant to be on the bench, but Jalen had to catch bench. Everyone at different times has had to. Does Ime have the stones to do that with Kevin Durant? Would Kevin Durant take it as a professional? I don't know. I don't know on either one of those.
Well,
hopefully we don't find out.
That's one thing, but the offense, how the offense is going to run, I absolutely think you make sure that Kevin Durant is as happy as possible. I mean, allegedly, one of the reasons he didn't want to go back to Golden State was because he didn't like Steve Kerr's offense. So if you want to re-sign Kevin Durant here, make that deal a long-term thing, even though it's Ime's team, you got to placate Kevin Durant. You got to make sure that he's happy in the offense. However Kevin Durant wants the offense to run, that's how you got to do it.
I don't love that. I don't love that you're saying that because that runs contrary to what has worked so far for the Rockets. But it's one of those things that happens where you have the dynamic of player bigger than coach.
Yeah. Well, I don't know that he's bigger than coach, but I think you have to placate him. I think you have to.
You're
make
just
him
telling
happy.
me he is by telling me you have to make him happy and placate him. Then he's bigger than the team.
Well,
I mean, in some ways,
why making him happy doesn't make him bigger than the team? I disagree.
Really?
Wholeheartedly.
You have to make one guy happy as not bigger than.
Do
you have to do that for everyone else?
That you brought over for a reason. Why would you antagonize him?
Not antagonizing, John. It's coaching. if you decide that if you have to make him happy, but you don't have to make everyone else happy, then he's bigger than the team.
But that's your job, is to make sure everybody is comfortable.
Your job isn't to make sure everyone's comfortable; it's to win games.
Yes, in the offense, yes, that the offense is
okay.
as
From an
good
offense,
as it can possibly be.
That's fine. That's maybe we're having different conversations. But if Kevin Durant is not doing something right, it should be okay for the coach to say, "I don't care if you're happy, you're sitting down."
Well, that's a different thing.
Okay,
if
then we're
Kevin
talking about
Durant's not
different things.
playing well, then and whether or not you're going to sit him, that's a different story than
Okay.
how the offense is run.
Well, then we're talking about different things.
Yes, we're absolutely talking about different
Because
things.
I do think Kevin Durant, in many ways, is bigger than the team. I think every superstar is bigger than the team on most teams. Rockets haven't had that situation with this. James was bigger than the team. LeBron James is bigger than that team. Like it's he's bigger than the rest of the team. Is what I mean to say. Not bigger than the organization necessarily, but that's when you have guys making $60 million a year and you have coaches who are going to be the first one out the door, like Tom Thibodeau. Yeah, you can't tell me superstars aren't bigger than the team. They are, and certain ones are one-on-ones. And Kevin Durant is one-on-one. He's not.
Yep.
He's a lot bigger than Alperen Şengün on this, even on the construct of this team, and probably in Ime's mind, because Ime knows this guy's won championships. I've coached him before. He knows what it's supposed to look like. He's not going to say it out loud, and nor should you say it out loud. But let's just be real. That's kind of, that's the reality.
Apparently, according to now, John Hollinger said they have one point guard that they can trust. Chris Mannix says that the Rock. I mean, it's a quick bite, so I can just say. I mean, Chris Mannix was on a podcast, and he said that the Rockets think that Reed Shepherd has got star written all over him in the future. Yeah. And Brado just tweeted out that Cam Whitmore has been linked to the Lakers via trade. I hate that. I think Cam Whitmore may be a bigger loss going forward than Jalen Green. I think Cam Whitmore gets in the right spot, and Cam Whitmore is going to be a great player.
So the trade would be to the completion of the Dorian Finney-Smith sign. It turned into a sign-and trade where Cam Whitmore is heading to the Lakers as the Rockets acquire Dorian Finney-Smith, since none of this is official. You saw the report that the Rockets may be involved in this giant 7-team trade, but it's pretty much all these trades that have already been, or signings that have already been agreed to. But you would like wrap them all together to make it more financially beneficial to everyone involved.
Like there's nothing official with Clint Capella, right? Because there were some issues there too.
That's supposed to be a sign and trade.
Yeah.
So we're not sure what could go back, if it's cash or if it's a pick, who knows? But a lot of these things that have been announced, there's still parts of it. Not that they will change fundamentally, but you might look up and go, oh, this thing became this giant trade where the Rockets are sending Cam Whitmore as part of the exchange for Dorian Finney-Smith, and that maybe gives Dorian Finney-Smith more dollars, helps the Lakers obviously acquire an asset as opposed to losing them for free. So these things aren't set, but the players are going where they're going.
Yeah, Bobby Mark says the Houston Durant trade, which was originally Houston and Phoenix, is now going to be a 7-teamer.
Yeah.
Biggest trade in NBA history.
It's just to make all the and we knew the number, just to make numbers and player. Certain teams want to get compensation back. Certain teams just want to get rid of contracts, but they have to bring back, expired contracts. And so you just want to line up the teams with, hey, we'd like to have that. Oh, okay, we'd like to have that. That's fine. We can make all this work together. It's actually really smart that you have all these things come together and you just kind of hold them off and see if you can't patch them in all together at one time. It has less transaction fees that way.
Back
what
to
if the league charged? Every trade has a transaction fee of $15,000.
Yeah, every transaction has a fee. So if you guys just want to wrap all these together in one to save money, we can do that as well.
And then they put 7 credit cards down. Just split it 7 ways.
The league operates like Ticketmaster. Understood. One thing about the Chris Mannix and Reed Shepherd thing, I don't know many situations where the team believes a player is a star. And even though the coach is all about winning, that future star doesn't get on the court as a rookie.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know of many situations where he can't get time because whether he's not ready or the coach would rather just give a journeyman point guard more minutes than Aaron Holiday.
Well, and this is maybe where Ime maybe faltered a little bit last year, is that he didn't think about more about the future. He was just thinking about get as many wins as possible now. I trust Fred. I don't trust Reed yet. So we're not going to develop anybody. We're not developing anybody. What we're trying to do is win as many games as possible, which is his job, but also player development is his job as well. And he just said, you know what? I ain't got time for that right now. I want to win basketball games. So maybe the development of Reed Shepherd he went down to the G League and he said he's too good for that, but apparently he's not good enough to be on the court.
It's tricky because the Rockets were better than expected.
Yeah.
And what are you going to do if you're Ime? You're sitting there trying to win. You're sitting there trying, and it was a dogfight. With a week to go, it's a dogfight. Yeah. The Rockets trying to stay home court advantage. You're just not going to be in a situation where you're just going to, let's just get this guy some minutes. And you ended up realizing, hey, man, we got a chance to be top 4. Like, we got to win as many games as possible. That's a huge thing to win, to have home court advantage for as long as possible. And they did that. So I think it might have been, if the Rockets hadn't been as good as they were this year, had they been maybe a team, and it wasn't that far, being 6th and 2nd was actually very close because of how the West was. But I think if you were in a scenario where you were the 6th bet, you were the 7th or 8th best team, or that's what you were looking like all year. Yeah, Reed may have played more, but it was hard to play him more when you're like, hey, wait a minute, we're really good this year.
We need to break because we got John Chill coming up at the top of the hour. We've been talking about fireworks. How about Top Dog Fireworks?
Top Dog, I told you these guys are open until midnight. They're open until midnight on the 4th of July. That's how serious they are about it, and they're going to keep going until everything's out of stock. I mean, they're going right now, and they still have a lot of great fireworks available for you for tomorrow's 4th of July. Go to topdogfireworks.com and find one of the 14 locations. Listen, they got Houston covered. Houston and the surrounding areas are covered by Top Dog Fireworks. When you spend $250, you're going to receive a special little a reward for spending the $250 while supplies last. But it doesn't stop there. You're going to find that buy one, get one free wall that they have available at all the locations. Get in while supplies last, because you're going to maximize your dollars. And speaking of maximize your dollars, listen, a Porsche, Top Dog Fireworks and all their locations are going to be open tomorrow until midnight, and it's your last chance to stock up for the upcoming celebrations, weddings, birthday parties, engagements. You can shoot fireworks off for really for anything, for birthday parties, whatever the case may be. So don't miss out on getting your hands on these awesome fireworks they have available at Top Dog Fireworks. They're the biggest in the city. And to find a location near you, go to topdogfireworks.com.
All right, let's talk a little Houston Powder Coaters. Houston Powder Coaters is the place to get your whatever metal you have that you need to look good again. Metal's going to rust. Metal's going to get old. Metal's going to, maybe you need your patio furniture fixed. They could do that as well. Whatever it is, Houston Powder Coaters. If it's metal, Houston Powder Coaters can make it look good again. No job is too big. No job is too small. All right. Well, there might be a job that's too small, or there might be a job that Robin's like, dude, buy something new because this is unsavable. And guess what? That happens. Then she's going to be honest with you. She's not going to oh well, let's get that in here, even though we can't save. No, she's going to be honest with you, and she does this every single day. There's nobody who has a better reputation or has done as much as these people have seen everything. So you got something metal, be it your patio furniture, your car parts, your boat parts, whatever it is, metal that you want to save, HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here, HoustonPowderCoaters.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, Lance, we were talking about this before, and I got to see. It's a pretty slow time right now at the DraftKings Sportsbook. But I went on the site here. Every NFL game this season, they have a lineup. You can bet on the Texans in week whatever this is when they're hosting the Jaguars. The Texans are 3.5-point favorites right now. This is incredible to me that you got to go find. You got Super Bowl, obviously. You got props for that. But you got to go find a line that may be different by the time the season starts or by the time the game gets there, right? I mean, the Texans at Tennessee right now, middle of the season, -3. Will the Texans be 3-point favorites when they get around to that Titan game? Will Cam Ward be better? Will they be a surprise team? They're thought to be one of the worst teams in the league right now.
Yeah.
And the Texans are -3 at the Titans.
Yeah. These numbers are – I remember when you had those numbers that seemed so crazy to me. That seems like a legit number. I mean, Texans would be about 9 at home, 8 to 9 at home. That sounds about right if they played the Titans at home. So I'm sure those games have circles on them. John Chill's here with us right now, so if we can talk to him and ask him about what the limits are, if they even have those available. I would assume they have those available right there at the Golden Nugget too.
Yes. We have mostly the first week, and then there's some weeks that are out there that it doesn't have all the weeks, but yeah, you could definitely bet future games going on right now. A lot of them are the prime time games they have lines out there for, but we're definitely, I was looking at right now the first week and seeing what those lines are and taking advantage of those. Now, and it, could go either way, injuries, the whole, that plays a big part when you're playing the futures here, especially for games. If the quarterback's down and you're going to the second string, that could definitely sway it. And but yeah, we're definitely seeing, you got lines out there for that. We're definitely seeing a lot of future bets right now. Picked up, I think, last week with free agencies and the different signings and all that. So definitely, get on it early. You get lucky one way or the other.
Yeah, John, you picked the right side. You could be on the wrong side of it. God forbid anything happens to the quarterback that you bet on right now for that first week. But if you're on the right side of it, you could have a huge middle.
Yes. Yeah. You could actually, you can middle it, hedge it the other way. And you could definitely play it. Yeah. So, it's definitely, it's worth a look at, as you go through, whatever your betting style is, to definitely look at it that way. And, again, going back to the quarterback, you could hedge it the other way then. But yeah, definitely the lines are out there. I was kind of looking to see how many weeks are out there right now. You can definitely bet those going forward. It's interesting to look at. Go ahead, John. Sorry.
Are you a hedger during the game? Let's say you bet the Bears against the Vikings. You got the Vikings minus 2.5. The Vikings are up 21-0 at the half. Do you hedge the other way, or you just let your bet ride?
You know what? There's two ways. For parlays, I'll look to hedge too. A lot of the parlays I'll play a couple early when I play my parlays in the late game, and then I'll look at it that way. And then I also look at the live bets. NBA, I especially do that. You'll see, teams up 20 in the first quarter, and like my wife always says, it's tied in the last 5 minutes. So you look at things that way. But definitely, I look at live bets and live props during the game. More on the NFL or college, than the NFL. For me, college, you can get a feel of what's going on. Especially after the first quarter, for a lot of the games, you could see, hey, are they going to blow them out? Hey, is the other team just a couple turnovers? They don't turn the ball over the rest of the game. They can maybe get back in this game. But you definitely look at the live bets as definitely getting stronger each year too. It's hard for the books because it's so fast paced, but we're seeing a lot of live bets starting to come through. But that's how I kind of approach, especially football season and the NBA, is looking at the live bets and then, seeing where lines are and taking advantage of that either way. So it's definitely something to look at, as the game goes on.
Are you getting a lot of who's the Super Bowl favorite right now? Are the Bills catching a lot of money? Are you guys catching a lot of who's the team that people are jumping on?
It's still the Eagles. We saw a little bit of that last week. It's kind of interesting that 3 teams are basically the favorites. You got at plus 650 Eagles, Bills, and Ravens. Out of those 3, you're seeing more Eagles than other ones. We're seeing, of course, Texans bets, just I think because of the locality here. They're 30, plus 3,500. But definitely you've seen a little bit of the Eagles. Going back to my Steeler rumor was that TJ Watt was going there yesterday. That would definitely improve their defense and all that. But we're definitely seeing money on the Eagles. You're seeing more of divisions winners. One that's been hot was a lot of Charger money's been on for the AFC West. So we see some Charger money coming in, some Bronco money. Me personally, until Mahomes goes down, but those at 3-1 odds, those are pretty good odds, for the AFC West to win that division. But those are kind of the bigger bets we've seen as divisions. We're seeing some Cowboys money come through as well. Yeah. So everybody, they're Super Bowl winners in July. So, but yeah, we're seeing some. They're 6-1 to win the East, and you got the Commanders and Eagles in that division as well.
Yeah.
So, it's interesting. Yeah. I wish I had that money, John. Yeah, I could just bet the Cowboys and not care. But seeing some Cowboys money. Again, like I said, Texas in the South. For me, the odds are way lower. I think Jacksonville, I like them in the over-under wins. I think they're at 7 right now. I kind of think they're a little bit of a sleeper team this year to take them over-under and wins. But, those are kind of the big future bets we're seeing now. There's more division than Super Bowl right now. And, we're definitely, go ahead, John.
What's the Jaguars' number?
Yeah. For the division, they're plus 260 to win the division, and then the Texans are plus 115. So
plus 115 by far the favorite.
Basically, just a little bit of money.
And the Colts and where are the Colts and the Titans?
Colts are plus 380, and then the Titans are plus 650.
So the Jags are the best competition for the Texans to win the division.
Yeah,
I don't see it. I don't see Trevor Lawrence. Yeah. He's the same guy. He is what he is. I don't know why we just think he's got the same numbers as Daniel Jones. Why do we think Trevor Lawrence is going to be a big winner now? He hasn't done it.
No, which is 4th or 5th year, I think. Yeah, like you said, he's been in there. So, but
Been there plenty.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
let me ask you this. We've talked about this before, is doing your fantasy draft at the Golden Nugget. What tell everybody what that would entail and what you guys do for fantasy draft. If you want to have your fantasy draft at the Golden Nugget, how you go about that and what you get.
Yeah, so we got some packages online, and then we also have like specialty packages if you want to call, but the main packages are online. Basically, there's food and drink packages for that. There's different, you can have like almost an all you can eat and drink type package. There's, specialty ones out there. So if you go online, check out the packages on the website to see what we have. If you need some, if those packages aren't, what you need, please give us a call. We'll adapt to any occasion. And then basically we have laptops, but you bring your laptop and it goes on one of the big screens. So if you've been there before, we make it as, 120, however big those screens can get. You split half of that, do your draft online, you can watch the games on the other side right there. And then, we have it right there in that VIP section in the back corner there where you can sit in a nice, comfortable couch and do your draft. But all you do, go to the website, look at the packages we have. We offer discounts for weekdays as well. So, if you're in the local area and like to do it, we're actually pacing way better and faster than we have in prior years for weekends. So definitely if you're thinking about it, take a look at it now and get in on it for, especially for the weekend packages we have.
Room rates, food and drink rates. You could do it by the pool if you want, right?
Yeah, we're definitely we
cabana.
can we can bring a TV, right in the cabana. We can bring a TV out there, hook your laptop up, and you can do it right by the pool right there and do your draft. And actually, I think we have 3 or 4 right now doing that. So that's something new this year. We kind of tested it out last year, but we're pushing it. But we have like 3 or 4 going out there by the pool, so that'd be a good time as well for that. So.
Yeah, I know my boy Houston did that last year with his group. He heard us talking about it on. He's like, that's a great idea. Went there and had a great time. Room rates available, food and drink rates, all this stuff. You want to have your fantasy draft at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Slow week. Where do you guys have the Rockets as far as winning the NBA? Are they right behind Oklahoma? I've seen different places I seen on DraftKings here. You got the Rockets second, right?
Yeah, they're at 7-1 right now. The Thunder's at plus 235, and then the Rockets are at second at 7-1, and they got the Cavaliers third. So definitely KD. I believe they jumped from 4th or 5th until the KD trade, and then they jumped up to second. So 7-1 odds right now here at DraftKings for the Rockets. It'll be interesting, and I'm sure that's the talk of the town now of the trade and what that's going to possess. But they're definitely second at 7-1. I was looking at to win the conference is right now they are 4.5 to 1 to win the conference, and they get the Thunder at plus 155. Interesting to see. Talking about futures, we're seeing some Nuggets money in the NBA right now for future bets. So that was interesting.
Well, that trade.
Cam.
So that's
Mm-hmm.
the Nuggets are going to be. I mean, the West is going to be a beast. Just going to be a beast.
Yep.
But you can bet on the Rockets' future. You just can't bet on games.
Correct. Yep. You can either if you come down, you can bet it on the app here still the games, but you can't get on futures.
You can't get the futures.
Down.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So that's all happening. Golden Nugget Lake Charles, and listen. Get your fantasy. Get in now and reserve your fantasy for your fantasy draft at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. I don't know that it gets much better. We are going to do a fan draft there. We're going to have Lance and I and Dell and Mapes too, right? I think Mapes is in on this too. We're going to have our own league, and we're going to do a draft at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. So we'll tell you how you guys can get in. That's going to be fun. We're going to have listeners against us or everybody against everybody. And we're going to – you guys keep on listening, and we'll tell you how you can get there. And it'll be that's a nice little weekend that we'll have there. Or actually, I think on Monday and Tuesday we're going to be doing it. So that'll be fun. That'll be a good time had by all.
Definitely a good time.
Yep. Keep on listening, and we'll tell you how you can do your fantasy draft. You can be in our fantasy league. We'll have a listener fantasy league with us.
A chance to win your way in.
You have to win your way in?
Yeah, Joe, George, and I were talking about it. Like phone calls. It's going to be easy.
Oh, okay. Okay. I do know we'll destroy Dell because he'll pick all Dolphins, and, I mean, it's just going to be embarrassing.
I don't know why you think I'm so dumb that my favorite team, so I pick them.
Well,
no, if I'm going to compete, I'm not going to pick Dolphins.
Well, you should pick Achane. He's good.
Well, maybe you'll pick him before me. You seem obsessed with him.
I like him. You know what? I'm getting him in my league this year.
Good for you.
Yeah, that's right. You damn right.
See
I
how
am.
it turned? Now you're a giant Dolphin fan. Look how I just flipped it on you.
Yeah.
I win.
Yeah. No, I'm a giant. I always have been.
He'll take Jalen Waddle next as well.
You damn right I will.
See how? Oh, maybe it's not so stupid to take Dolphins. Look how things have turned.
Yeah, Tua. You take Tua. You'll probably take him in the first round. That's you.
I'm not taking quarterback in the first round.
All right. That's John Chill, and keep on listening, and you can be part of our fantasy league, and we're going to be drafting at the Golden Nugget this summer, so that's going to be fun. John, as always, we appreciate it, man. Thanks for hanging with us.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
All right. There's John Chill, and I want to talk about that. I mean, we're going to be going 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. It's awesome. Love that place. Love the hotel. It can't be nicer and cleaner. I mean, a lot of hotels, they start to get old and they're not. That Golden Nugget, it looks like it was built yesterday. I'm telling you, their hotel is just beautiful. You got the beautiful hotel. You got the swimming pool. You got the golf course. You got all the restaurants. You got the nightclub. You got the concert venue. You got, I mean, what more? By the way, a giant casino, poker room. I mean, what more could you possibly want? You've got it all at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. I love it. Just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. So much easier than going to Vegas. And there's nothing that you can't find anything in Vegas that you don't have at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. So you're looking for a great way to do it a lot cheaper, a lot more economically. It's the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. CONCACAF Gold Cup Final, Sunday, July 6th. USA versus Mexico. David Fletcher, Big Cheese over there at the facility NRG, is joining us here. Is that your official title, David? Big Cheese?
It says on the website, It says General Manager of Lone Star Sports and Entertainment, but I assume that also means Big Cheese.
Big Cheese.
I need a better agent is what I need. But yes, you're right. I need somebody that can help do that. But, at this point, I'll take it, guys. I'll be whatever is needed to make this weekend go well. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Okay, I got to ask you, I don't know if you can answer this honestly or not, but let's be real here. That was a perfect result for you last night. The U.S. getting off to a quick 2-0 lead, advancing, Mexico advancing. I don't know if you're allowed to say that, but that was a dream scenario for you guys for this matchup on Sunday.
Well, what I would say is, look, these are the two titans of the region. This Alexi Lalas said it last night. There's no better rivalry in soccer when these two are playing for a trophy, and that's what they're doing on Sunday here at NRG. And we couldn't be more thrilled. I mean, it's been an incredible tournament, and great matches over at Shell Energy early stages. But to have Mexico U.S. back here for the first time since 2008 in the most important tournament in this region, and really, in the biggest soccer event in this community prior to next summer's FIFA World Cup, it is a dream scenario. And I think as a community, not only are we excited about it, but we've earned this opportunity, and it's going to be an incredible celebration.
Is there any way to track, because we were talking about it earlier, that Mexico the fans are going to dominate the stadium? Is that what you guys are expecting?
I think a rivalry game brings out the best in all fan bases. I'd say, look, we've hosted Mexico here in this building, the national team, more than any other NFL building since 2003. This will be their 22nd time here. They have incredible fans. This community is certainly supported them on a big level. But I reminded our group this morning here as we were talking through it, the largest soccer event in the history of NRG Stadium finished with the U.S. in that match in 2016. So, I think it's going to be great. Like I said, the rivalries bring out the best in the fans, they bring out the best in the atmosphere. And, if you're not part of it yet, better hurry. I mean, we'll have a completely full building on Sunday, and really throughout the next few days, it's going to be an atmosphere that, while a little bit of a glimpse of next summer, is about as good as you'll see around major sporting events.
How things gone from, you've hosted, I've been to, I guess, 3 matches. The long time ago, John, remember we went to the U.S. versus Argentina? It was a bloodbath. That was a big slap in the face in the first 45 seconds. Like, whoo, this is a substantial difference in talent. And then, of course, went to the matches last year with the match with Copa America, which was incredible in the building. What have you learned over the years that you've been doing this, and as you put on big events in the world of soccer in that stadium? What have you learned in terms of the outside, getting people in and out of the stadium, the event inside, ticket sales? I don't know. Is there something that comes to mind over the years that's been very enlightening to you?
I think we've all learned that Houston is one of, if not the premier destination for soccer in this country. I mean, the fans have supported it at an incredibly high level for these major international events.
Yep.
The atmosphere is second to none, and Sunday will take it up to an even higher level than we've seen maybe ever in this building. We have learned a lot. I mean, we've learned a lot about how we create a safe environment for fans, how we create an atmosphere in the market that celebrates the power of this game. I was talking with Glenn Davis yesterday, right here on ESPN 97.5, and we talked about just this is not by accident. The World Cup coming next summer is not just a one-off opportunity. Houston has hosted more major sporting events than any other market in the country over the last 15 years. We've got the experience. We've got the people that understand, everything that it takes to make these events great. And we've taken those learnings, and we're going to apply them again on Sunday for what we expect to be, another major event that really puts Houston on a big stage. And, I don't expect this to be perfect, but we're going to do everything we can to be as close as we can to make sure that the fan experience is amazing, that the experience for the players on the field and in the stadium is what it needs to be, and that Houston gets another good pelt on the wall as being the destination for the sport.
So, tickets still available through you guys. By the way, this is David Fletcher, Lone Star, Big Cheese, with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Tickets are most of the really good tickets. Get them on the secondary market, or can you still get good tickets through you guys?
Ticketmaster.com, LSFC.net. We'll sell out today. And you guys have been around the business enough to know never, ever sold out, right? You can always find something. But, this will be a full house on Sunday. Check out Lone Star Sports Entertainment website, LSFC.net. Do have some premium hospitality and suites that may still be available through today. But, if you want to be a part of the environment, don't wait. There's a lot going on around downtown, as they always see around these things anyways. Huge weekend with the holiday already. But, if you want to be out here Sunday, move fast. It's going to be a great atmosphere.
I remember I had the first first soccer match I went to was 06 and I got to sit in the suite in the end zone. And it was, I don't even remember who got me the tickets, but it was Ronaldinho. When they came, it was wherever Ronaldinho was coming. I can't remember who he was playing with.
It was Barcelona Club America.
That's it. Barcelona and Club America. And there was a match before, and there was an MLS match before it.
It was Galaxy and Dynamo.
That's right. That's right. And so it was, that was my first heads up where I was like, oh my God, these were friendlies. Well, the MLS match wasn't, but this was a friendly, and it was 72,000. And I couldn't believe walking in, and this is 06. This was 20 years ago. And walking in, I was like, oh my gosh, I couldn't believe it. Then when you see what happened at the Colombian fans, like what stands out to me is when you talk about international events, it really is, especially when you talk about the Latin American countries, it's incredible how many fans are in this city. I mean, we know we're a very diverse city, but when you go to a soccer match here at Energy Stadium that involves one of those teams, it really pounds that home to you that an event like the World Cup, especially if the right draw falls the right way in terms of teams in this region, oh my gosh, this could end up being the biggest
Sunday
event imaginable.
Like Sunday?
Well, yeah,
good note
Sunday,
there, John.
obviously.
Good note there, John.
Yeah.
Sunday, it's not going to be bigger than Sunday is going to be as big as it gets.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is a precursor to the World Cup. You guys, okay, this is going to be a great experience.
Is Lone Star involved in the World Cup at all?
We are working with the World Cup office as everybody, involved in the soccer community is. We are certainly right now. We're part of the sales side of that.
I didn't know FIFA bossed you around, since FIFA's like their own little animal.
Yeah, the business of soccer is certainly one that we've had great experience with, and we're proud to partner with the World Cup office. Chris and those guys are doing an amazing job putting Houston in position for those 7 matches next summer. So we're going to continue to support where we can. And it starts, it started 20 plus years ago, but it starts again on Sunday. You're only as good as your last one. So we're going to do our part this weekend as a community, as an organization here at the Texans to put a show on, and one that makes the community proud, excited for what we have coming next summer. But Lance, you were spot on about the atmosphere. I mean, these events, they really do bring out an amazing culture, an amazing experience. It's going to be a hot day on Sunday out here. So obviously, want to encourage people to pay attention to that. But our grounds will open around 1:00, and for a match at 6:00, we are going to have a full house, and the atmosphere will be unlike anything many people have seen. So you guys are always great about supporting us, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit about it today. It's going to be a fun one this
And
weekend.
for those who are going to the match, what time do the gates open?
Game's at 6 o'clock. It'll be broadcast on Fox and on Univision here if you're not making it out. But like I said, the grounds will open at 1 o'clock. There'll be a ton of family-friendly activities. You get plenty of good food and drink out here, and really come experience what international soccer at the highest levels is all about as this rivalry unfolds with a new chapter this Sunday here in Houston, U.S. and Mexico.
But the gates themselves, will they open like 5 o'clock? They don't open at 1.
4 o'clock for the 4:30.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, to go into the stadium.
Yeah, go early. I'm telling you right now, it's a party.
Enjoy, yeah.
Just getting in is a party.
Yeah, right. That is David. David, you are a lucky man. Lance asked me for your number yesterday, and he called you to get on the show and didn't even ask you for tickets, and that's not how I would have gone about it. So
John would ask for a full suite.
John, Lance, you need a better agent.
I know. John would ask for an entire suite.
Yeah, you want to be on the show?
In the market for us.
You want to be on the show?
Come up with a couple of tickets. That's all. That's what I would have said. So,
John, don't worry. HR's got a special video for you to watch on Pay to Play. John, don't worry.
Shoot, I've been doing that forever. They ain't caught me yet. That's David Fletcher right here on ESPN. That is the big CONCACAF Gold Cup final Sunday at NRG. David, congratulations on a great weekend for you guys and the city. So that'll be a lot of fun. And we appreciate you coming on with us today.
Always appreciate you guys. We'll see you out here. Enjoy your holiday. And thanks to all your listeners for helping make Houston such a great spot for soccer.
That's it. That's David Fletcher right here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And while you're out there and you're enjoying, the festivities, how about some Coors Lights? How about cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing? What about keeping Texas chill? Okay, that's what you do with Coors Light. Love me some Coors Light on Sunday, watching a little soccer, huh? What about that is a negative? You go out to the event, you drink some Coors Lights, and you get ready for a game, or you don't get ready for a game. Whatever you're doing, I don't care. You're barbecuing for the weekend, yeah. You got to have some Coors Lights while you're barbecuing. It's just. Nothing says a holiday weekend like a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I don't know why you would do it any other way. I just don't get it. But you know what? If you haven't tried a Coors Light, try it. I'm telling you, you can tell with the Blue Mountains that your beer is going to be cold and clean, and it just tastes different. It's just better. I love me some Coors Lights. I hope you do too. Check it out. Get you some Coors Lights this weekend. While whatever you're doing, make it a Coors Light weekend. Climb on, brother.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Big weekend. We are off tomorrow. Today, go get on out to Landry's in Galveston, Landry's Seafood House, and sign up for those e-bikes, okay? We're going to be out there from noon until 6, so get on out to there, sign up, and there's a possibility that you are a winner. Astros won yesterday.
But
Did
there's
you guys
also
see-
a possibility that you are a loser.
It's also a possibility, yeah, but I like to think of, the possibility of winning.
Yeah,
That's
there's a possibility that you're a winner. There's a possibility.
Yep. Did you see most postseason wins since 1998 in Major League Baseball?
Astros.
No.
Oh.
Actually, way behind.
Really?
Way behind.
Way
yeah.
behind the Red Sox?
No, sir.
No, well behind, not the Yankees. Dodgers?
The Yankees.
It is the Yankees? Yeah, I guess
Yes.
they're there a lot. They just don't ever, they just since 98, yeah.
They don't forget they went on that run in the late 90s, and then they won in 2009.
Yeah.
113 postseason wins since 98. The Astros are second with 77. Dodgers third with 73. Who's last? The fewest postseason wins.
Fewest postseason wins
Since
during
98.
that time. The Twins?
No, the Twins have 9, which is fourth worst.
Okay. It wouldn't be, let's see, wouldn't be Cleveland. It would be.
No.
What about the Reds?
The Reds are the worst.
Yeah.
Yep. 2 postseason wins. 2 postseason wins since
And that used to be
1998.
such a great baseball town too.
I know. Look at the last 3. 2 postseason wins for the Reds, 3 postseason wins for Pittsburgh, and 6 for Baltimore. And those are the 3 best teams of the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, those teams, dominated the 70s along with the A's. But that is just 2 postseason wins. You want to talk about baseball poverty? Holy crap. Even the Angels, they won in 2002. So
They are impoverished.
they are. I mean, we have so many. We're just like, oh, it's another postseason. Oh, we're in first place again. Oh, it's what we do. Let's complain. Let's complain about
You're doing it from 98.
Players.
It's funny. Now, there have been, obviously, we had some success and 01, not very far. You got beat by the Braves, but obviously in 04, up to the NLCS, 05 to the World Series.
Yeah.
So there was some success, and then it got real quiet. But if you look at it since 2010, for example, I wonder if the Astros would be number 1 since 2010.
I would imagine, yeah.
Or the Dodgers, maybe. Yankees, all 3 of those teams are still going to be up there pretty high.
Well, certainly in the last 10
but
years.
the Astros went to the World Series 4 times. It's got to be the Astros.
Yeah, the Astros. Well, since 2000, I would say in the last 10 years, by far, the Astros are.
Yeah, I'm doing 15 just because we'll start it at 2010.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Right.
I would think that's the case.
About we're so spoiled here. Holy crap!
I'm not spoiled. I still want more. I'm still grateful. Every day I'm grateful for my friend Jose Altuve. In my head, he's my friend. And he seems so nice on all these HE. Did you see the – oh, no, you couldn't – wait. Do you get to see HEB commercials on wherever you – how do you watch the games,
Yeah, I watch
John?
it. Yeah, I get HEB commercials. Yeah.
Okay, so you see the new one where they're trying to talk Spanish to or to Orbit?
Yeah.
Helado.
Yeah.
Helado. And then Jose Altuve has to come in. He doesn't speak Spanish.
Yeah. Altuve is a great actor.
He is. Every time I see him, like, my suspension of disbelief never kicks in. I mean, my suspension of disbelief is always engaged, I should say, because I'm like, is this really happening or is he acting? I don't know. Because he's that good.
Yeah, like when he pretended he was covering up a tattoo.
Yeah,
that wasn't
was real.
acting.
That
was
real.
real.
Oh, that was real.
Yeah, that was real.
That was
Sorry,
real. That
I just think I could put out a theory and then have a partnership with MLB. So I'm just trying stuff.
You're just going the John Boy
I'm just
route.
trying stuff.
Let me tell you, as long as you throw some edits together and you can lip read, John Boy is a really good lip reader. I will say that. Have you ever seen him lip read stuff, John?
John Boy, he is. No, he's a great lip
He's
reader.
an insanely good lip reader where he knows exactly what is being said. You know, if it wasn't for him ruining Jose Altuve's reputation, I would actually be on board with John Boy. But for me, it's on for life with him because of what he did to one of the premier second basemen and amateur actors of our time.
Yeah.
When he has a bacon wrapped cream cheese stuffed jalapeno and he's like, this is really good. Like, I'm like, man, I need to get that. This does look good. I believe it. Every time he says that, I'm like, absolutely. He's telling the truth. And he's also just hyper believable too.
Right. Well, what did he toss the keys to Pena? Remember, he parked in front of Bregman's house.
Yep. That's back when he was a rookie.
When Pena was a rookie, he had to go park his car. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you don't hear I don't park cars anymore, Jose.
Yeah,
I don't want Jose
I ain't no
Altuve
valet no more.
to get his head stomped on by, Cole Hummel and Ort and guys like that, whoever's in his crew, whoever's in Pena's crew, Dubon.
Yeah.
I don't want that to happen like a scene out of Goodfellas with, no, you should see me. Used to park cars so good. Maybe you don't hear I don't park cars no more, Jose. You've been gone a little way. You were gone a little while. Maybe you don't know I don't park cars no more. Of course, that's more than likely going to happen with Jordan because Jordan's been away for so long. It's like he's doing a bid upstate. It's like he's doing a bid upstate. Like he's gone away for a bid. And these hacks in AAA, they couldn't believe we had the best.
Josh Jung just got sent down to AAA.
Who?
Josh Jung. He was a big part of the Rangers' run to the World Series, and now he's being sent down. Holy crap.
That's the Mother Baseball is a wicked woman.
Yep. The Rockets, Suns, Lakers, Hawks, Nets, Warriors, and Timberwolves are the 7 teams that are involved in the big trade that'll set an NBA record for most teams involved in a trade. Rockets,
did you say
Suns, Lakers, Hawks, Nets, Warriors, T-Wolves.
Okay.
Yeah. Is there anything that we missed, Del, today that I noticed? Oh yeah, we played it on my show. You didn't bring that to our table. That sound that you were going to play?
Oh, that old weak ass stuff. That
What
you
show
do
are you
all
talking
the time
about?
where you play stuff that you don't play on our show.
Yeah.
Sorry. I don't know if you know this. The internet doesn't pause right at like 7. Stuff keeps happening that I'm able to find. It's not me hoarding stuff. Sometimes on my For You page, things pop up, and that's how it works. And I tell Sean, hey, I found this. I don't really think about you guys on that show or this show, so you can't blame me for that. We did the Jabari stuff, Jabari on his tour. What else did we not get? There's not a lot. I mean, we talked about the All-Star starters, upset that Pena didn't make it. Jacob Wilson did. Did we mention Kershaw with 3,000 strikeouts?
I don't think it matters, but DeAndre Ayton to the
Oh,
Lakers
2
feels
years,
feels like that's officially a nail in their coffin.
Yeah.
That guy just seems like he's in. Did you see there was a picture? Okay. I got to be sure. I got to make sure I say this appropriately. There is a picture of him. There's a picture of him with a woman who is known to be kind of an internet thought.
All right.
Or Instagram. Kyla Love. Do you know what I'm talking about, Del?
No, because the name, I don't know what name you're talking about.
Probably know her. She's people know her. I guess she's got an OnlyFans page too, something like that. Maybe she used to be a lot bigger a few years back. I don't know her name. Well, I don't know. I need to open up Twitch so I can see if they know the name I'm talking about. But anyway, or YouTube. She there's a picture of him, and she's taking a picture of her face, and then he's behind her a little ways.
Oh, I've seen this picture before.
Yeah. And that's a man's business. That's not a problem.
Cat Leia is what you're talking about?
That's it. That's it. The fact that it gets put out and he's okaying it to get put out on an Instagram post, I just feel like I just don't know if DeAndre Ayton's really serious people.
You don't know. He is not
in fact
serious.
Not serious. Yeah.
He is not a serious person.
He is not a serious.
He gave himself his own nickname of Dominating. That is not a serious person.
Dominating? That's you can't wait all day for somebody to come up with that nickname. That's awesome.
And then don't dominate?
Well, I mean, yeah, but he looked like he was going to dominate about 3 or 4 years ago.
And then the Suns figured out, no, he's not. Beat
Chris
it.
Paul was still good.
And then the Suns figured out, no, we can't depend on him.
We could have had that Chris Paul. Do you remember that, John?
You did have that Chris
Paul. We
Paul.
had that Chris Paul, and James messed it up.
Well, James, for whatever reason, because we know that James knows all about winning titles, he looked at Chris Paul after he got hurt and goes, I can't win with this guy because James knows all about winning. And the Rockets are like, you're right. We're going to take your word on this. Trade Chris Paul. Mm-hmm. But now look, that started you towards this path. It was a little ugly for 3 years where we stopped caring about the Rockets. Well, look at us now. We had the Astros to keep us in on sports. We had the Astros fill in the gaps, and now the Rockets are back.
When the Rockets and Texans were just garbage, just terrible. And we always had the Astros to fall back on.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's always the Astros.
And then
we've never been sports poor.
And then Lance tried to bury.
Whoa.
That's not true.
Did you say we've never been sports
that
poor?
That feels like an exaggeration.
Well, not at all at the same time. We've been pretty lucky that it's not like 0 for 3. I know we've had it, but since we've been on radio, now when we first started radio, there was no Texans. But the Astros were pretty good then. The Rockets were trailing off from their NBA greatness when we first started the show.
Yep.
Then the Rockets had a time where they had some ups and downs. You got in the playoffs. Yao Ming was here. That was exciting. Then Tracy came. It was exciting. But it never really panned out. But there was some excitement here. The Astros were making a World Series run. Texans, no good. But it was exciting still because you had an NFL team. You've never been able to align the three until now.
I would
say last year and this year, there's an alignment of the big three.
Sports poor for the city.
Not last year. This year.
No.
With basketball.
Sports poor for the city. How good or bad were the Rockets in 2013? They're okay because James was here, right?
Yeah, James. Because you were never bad.
Because 2013, the Astros are in the middle of a 100-loss season. The Texans were in the middle of a long losing streak. Gary Kubiak had a health issue. They were bad.
We had the Rockets.
But the Rockets were – was those the Dwight Howard Rockets?
Rockets 2013. So that would technically count as 2013-14.
They finished second in the
2014. They were second,
wins.
54. But the previous season, 12-13, you finished in 13. You were 45-37.
Still a playoff team, right?
You were still a playoff team.
Yeah,
you're still a playoff team. Somewhere James would have choked at some point in that playoffs.
We've never been sports poor.
That is correct.
Yep.
13 was the closest, but the Rockets came through.
I have been sports poor in my life.
They did lose in the first round.
In my life with Astros, Oilers, and Rockets, I bet you I could find a sports poor time.
So 13, Astros terrible. Texans terrible. Rockets lost to Dame Lillard on that shot.
But that was a first-round loss,
that was
right?
a first-round playoffs, yes.
They're still playoffs.
An upset, actually, in the playoffs.
And that was Jeremy Lin Rockets, too.
Also, what's his name? Does the stuff with Lou Williams now. Chandler Parsons. That was a Chandler Parsons joint as well.
Oh, that was Chandler, huh?
I believe so. Yeah, Chandler Parsons, James, Aaron Brooks was on that team. Pat Bev, Osik was on that team.
Oh, my gosh, Osik.
Donatas Montezunas was on that team.
What a team.
Hey.
What a time to be alive.
He won 50-plus games.
Yeah.
Well, we're a dominant sports city.
It's good to know that we've never been sports poor in all three.
Never. No, that's what I'm saying. We've always had something. We've always had a little something to root for. All right. I'm rooting for a great weekend for all of you. You can sell your car this weekend. You can do that. All you have to do is go to gimmethevin.com. And how about, it's just incredible what John Clay Wolf is doing. John Clay Wolf is giving you an opportunity at $25,000 in cash every month. GimmeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car. Now it's even better with the GimmeTheVin.com big cash giveaway. GimmeTheVin.com is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. Get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. For more details, go to the website, GimmeTheVin.com. It will listen. Go to the website and sell your car. Okay, that's the first point. Okay, John Clay Wolf wants to buy your car. You don't have to deal with dealerships. So you get a true buy for your car. It puts your car right on the money, hassle-free. Takes minutes to get it done. You put in your VIN number or your license plate to get you an offer in minutes. well above any dealer quote. You can go to one of their pickup locations or they'll come to you. It's so easy. It's so fast. GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer, and a chance to not only get more for your vehicle, but also get in on this big cash giveaway. 1,000 chances if they buy your car from you of the $25,000 in cash every month at GiveMeTheVin.com.
Let's talk about John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm doing it for you. And what I mean by it, well, I mean representing you when you are injured, when someone's been negligent. It could be negligent security, loss of property. It could be, there's a wide variety of things, not just slip and fall, not just accidents out in the ship channel, not just incidents on the roadway. Go to DaspitLaw.com and you can find out exactly what I'm talking about. It's really an opportunity for you to have someone looking out for your best interests when you have been wronged due to someone else's negligence. And that's the difference, man. There's a big difference in having someone like John Daspit and not having someone like John Daspit on your side, because John Daspit is going to fight for you, but he's going to get big settlements that are fair settlements for you. Everything's taken care of. Your pain and suffering is accommodated, and you are going to come out in good standing after you have been wronged due to someone else's negligence. Even if it's not meant intentionally, there is a price to be paid for you. You need to be compensated for that, and it's John Daspit's job to do that for you. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
All right, welcome back. Did you see the Red Panda get hurt at
Yeah.
the Lynx game?
I saw it. Broken wrist.
Yeah, I mean, she fell off the bike. She does a unicycle, and what is she?
I don't think I've ever seen her before, but I guess she plays a lot of NBA events.
No, she does. Yeah, she do the cups on top of her head thing?
Yes.
Yeah, she's on a unicycle and she kicks them up on top of her head. She's a staple. Yeah.
And she broke, and I mean, that's just a shame. The Red Panda.
Age catches up to all of us.
Can you say Red Panda on the air?
Well, that's her name.
Okay.
What do you mean? Can you say Red Panda?
I don't know if you can say that. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
that's her moniker. I think you can.
Yeah, I think she gave it to herself. It's not a slur.
Beachgoer says he found 25 kilos of cocaine on a Florida beach. You think it may have been 30?
I think there's a chance there was some funny math going on.
You
I would like to not know what you're doing and just think, you know what? I'm just going to take this and no one will ever know. And this could really help me with paying off my college debt. And then you get in there and you realize, oh my God, I've got 5 pounds of cocaine. I don't know what I'm doing here.
See, if I found,
is someone going to come to get me now?
Like, yeah, it would be too stressful. So if I found that amount of coke, I wouldn't be able to tell you how much it is. So did he do some measuring while he was waiting to be met by the authorities? What do you mean I found 30 kilos of coke or 25 kilos? What measure?
Kilos,
did he just know? Is he a drug expert?
Well, I mean, I think he probably took it to the authorities and they waited.
Oh, yeah, they told him. Okay, I was like,
yeah, that's
goes,
probably.
Hey,
I found 25 kilos of cocaine.
did he call
here.
the DEA and go, hey, I found 25
You've
kilos of
weighed
coke?
these already. Or is there something on there
I'm
that
telling
just says
you, if it was me, it would have. It probably would have been 30.
So
did somebody just put 25K on
or maybe
with a Sharpie on the outside of the package?
Maybe he saw 25 packages and he thought whatever. Either way, John. So you think you could be able to sell 5 kilos?
I'd find some
You
way.
can move 5 keys.
I'd find
Rick
some
Ross.
way.
Have you know enough people in your life that you could eventually get to someone who'd be able to help you with that?
I'd start with Mapes. He's got long hair.
You think he's running?
Start with somebody from the fireworks
He's
game?
running coke out of the fireworks stand.
Well, he's got long hair. He probably knows a dealer somewhere. Okay.
Sean Mapes has the look of a guy who knows people.
He knows people.
He does.
Okay.
John's not wrong.
Yeah.
Mapes looks like there might be 2 degrees of separation from him and someone who could,
I'll ask him.
Make some things happen.
Is your fireworks stand a drug front?
John didn't find 5 kilos of coke.
No, but I'm going to ask Mapes.
Don't force him to answer a question that we don't need the answer to yet, Del.
I'm going to ask Mapes off the air, and if John ever finds 5 kilos, I'll let him know I got a guy.
John,
I got a guy.
Already assuming he's got a guy.
Well, I got to confirm because if John ever runs into that, he's going to need an actual guy.
Yeah, I don't know many people with long hair anymore, so Mapes is where I start.
Okay.
Do you guys ever get stopped at TSA? Do you ever set off an alarm when you're going through?
I've been
stopped. I got a frisk on the way to Florida and the way back.
Yeah, I can see that.
How? Why? Why do you see that?
I can just see it. That's all. Apparently, there's a new trend going on. People with swamp crotch are setting off TSA alarms. Do you think that sweaty crotches are setting off TSA alarms? And apparently it's happening a lot.
It's pretty tough to have. So you go from your car. Let's say you don't get dropped off. Let's say you have your parking at the airport. You go from your car, which should be air conditioned most of the time. That short of a walk creates swamp crotch?
Or you just brought it with you anyway.
What do bat
Is there
wings,
more swamp crotch out there than we know about?
Do bat wings set off TSA alarms?
Oh, what?
Since we're doing this, do
what
bat wings
did you
do that?
Just say?
Bat wings.
Oh my God. Is it the same meaning as I think?
What do you think it means?
Hope Solo?
No.
That's
different. What's wrong?
We're speaking in code, and let's keep it in code.
No, swamp. It's in line with swamp crotch. You're sweating. Certain parts of you stick to your thighs.
What does bat wings mean? Just say it out loud with your mouth.
Think of bat wings. Think if you're walking around, you're sweaty. What sticks to your thighs?
Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
bat wings.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not what you thought it was.
Oh God! Well, I thought you took it to a really bad place.
No, I'm not John. No.
I thought you were being. I thought I was going to get the gavel out on you.
He's the one that brought up Hope.
Yeah, I know, because he thought I was you for some reason.
I know, because I thought you were pulling a John.
No. Does Camel? Never mind.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's best just to say never mind. When in doubt, John, just say never mind.
Never mind. All right.
Just nothing.
We're done. The holiday weekend is here. A reminder, get on out to Landry Seafood House in Galveston, where the guys are from noon until 6 tonight, and you sign up and get those
I'm logging out of my Hulu in this room, so you can't watch it, Del.
Trust me, it wasn't a concern of mine. I'm not going to use it to watch Wimbledon. Don't worry.
You are.
He's using the company TV. He signed in with his Hulu account, and I came in this morning, and someone was either watching on his algorithm or was about to. He left his credit card hanging around here too.
I'm just trying to be a man of the people.
Like Joe George
You're
found
leaving your credit card around for people?
No, I left my wallet.
Joe George just found his credit card out.
I left it out there today, like this morning when I was coming in.
Oh,
So
my
3
God.
hours
No
ago?
big deal. Yeah, it's no big deal. No one's out there
How in the world do you have any money with all this stuff you
because
lose?
there's
I
no
have
money
no
in this
idea.
credit card. I mean, there's no
What
money in
people
this
haven't
wallet.
just taken. I saw you were in trouble because you have a ticket against you, right?
Speeding ticket,
Oh
right?
yeah. Yeah, I got one of those fake. Then I just said, "Shut up, stop playing, bitch."
You
I just
said
sent
what?
that back. Bitch! Something's coming from an international number that's telling me you've got serious tickets and you're going to be arrested and you'll never be able to get a license again. Like, you guys have got to do a better job of being like, if you're going to try to con me, I've seen all these things have all come to my phone. You're never going to fool me.
That's never happening.
You're never going to fool me with any of your dumb. Now, my
almost
wife.
I almost got
what's
fooled once
this
I called
about?
in.
I'm like,
Yeah.
it's a. Trust me, you don't have to pay for Geek Squad.
Right.
You don't have to pay for Geek Squad. It's nothing. Just delete it.
All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next. Y'all have a great holiday weekend, and we will talk to you again on Monday, everybody.
A lot of milestones hit yesterday in the Astros' victory over the Rockies. Shea Wickham hit his first ever Major League home run. Altuve passed Jeff Bagwell for hits. And Hunter Brown won a game. He hadn't won a game since June 1st through no fault of his own. And how do I know that? Let's say I hadn't been paying that close of attention to Hunter Brown starts, and I could just roll out with through no fault of his own. What do you mean? Hadn't won a game. Some of it's his fault. Nope. When the guy is the Major League pitcher, the AL pitcher for the month of March with one win month of June with one win in that month, he probably pitched pretty well. Him and Zach Wheeler are the pitchers of the month for the NL and AL. Zach Wheeler couldn't even beat Colton Gordon. Was it Brandon Walter or Colton Gordon that outdueled Zach Wheeler?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Same thing.
Pitcher of the month. Sure. Came into Daikin and left with the loss.
It should have been Hunter Brown, AL, NL, Colton Gordon, or Brandon
Whoever
Walter.
was on the mound that day.
Yeah.
They're the same guy for us.
Yeah, both of them. Who cares?
Who cares? But either way, those are the two guys who are the AL and NL pitchers of the month. And Hunter Brown got to win. The Astros did enough, and the bullpen did their part, so he wins. So Jeff Bagwell texted Altuve. Altuve talked about it in the post game. He's just a legend, man. He's one of the few that is going to play. At least the Astros have done enough right now. It feels like that he's only going to play for this franchise. That's nice. I'm not that sentimental about sports, but I don't need Altuve rolling around the equivalent of a Arizona Cardinals uniform like J.J. Watt did. Like whatever the version of the Arizona Cardinals is in baseball, I don't need that for Altuve. What's that? Because J.J. Watt is a Texan. We all know him as a Texan, but he did play for the Cardinals. He wore that ugly-ass all-red uniform for the Cardinals. They since switched to a better-looking uniform, but it's a tough color scheme for me when it comes to the Cardinals. But he wore that uniform. Emmitt Smith wore a different version of that Cardinals uniform, but we know him as a Cowboy. Altuve's an Astro. But what would be the Cardinals of baseball? Where the old guy gets a couple more hacks, a couple more plate appearances before he wraps it up in a uniform he doesn't belong in. We know the Ravens are that and the Titans are that for wide receivers. But as far as Major League Baseball is concerned, I don't know. The old folks home for former stars.
Yeah. They don't really, there's not that many, I guess, legends that are way past their prime but still in the game. You know, like Miguel Cabrera. I guess the Angels. It's the Angels. That's the answer. With Pujols.
Pujols is one. I mean, they got Rendon when he wasn't past his prime. He just decided he wanted to
He immediately became past his prime.
Yeah. So I guess if Altuve wound up as an Angel, because if they're still in the mode of collecting big names.
Yeah, but it's still in like the division where J.J. Watt going to the Cardinals was the most just like, okay, sure.
Yeah, whatever. Hang out over there.
Yeah,
It doesn't bother us. Go ahead.
I guess I'll see you every once in a while. It might honestly be the Diamondbacks. Just
use the other Arizona
Yeah,
team.
just another, just like, this seems normally like kind of good, but never super good. Even when they made the World Series, this is a surprise. They've won, I think, less than 90 games. Like, it's just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, you might be right.
It's very inoffensive. No one's mad that you joined like if J.J. Watt had joined the Colts, people would have gotten upset.
It would have been bothersome.
Yeah, but it's just like, sure, whatever.
I think I would agree. The Diamondbacks are very neutral for most of us.
Or like Chargers.
Like I think the NOS teams aren't bothered by the Diamondbacks. Whatever. Sure, they exist, but we got bigger concerns like the Dodgers, the Padres, and the Giants. They're like, yeah, these are the two other teams we're actually concerned about. The Diamondbacks are less pathetic, certainly than the Rockies, but listen, we're not really concerned about you. We don't think about you guys at all. So if Altuve decided he wanted to clean up, like some stats he needed to get done, like get to 3,000.
Yeah, he's at whatever 2,900.
Yeah, and he thinks he can get 100 more with the Diamondbacks. Yeah, join them. I'm fine with that. But I would love it to just end here at, even if he doesn't want to, even if he doesn't get to 3,000, let's just end it here as an Astro. And he's going to continue to collect milestones because he is still a very good ball player. base running still an issue, as you might have seen yesterday. But other than that, very, very few complaints about the best Astro ever. I mean, that's not an official title, but I feel like when he goes into the whatever they want to call their Hall of Fame or Ring of Honor, there should be in parentheses, best Astro ever.
That's a great idea.
It may be,
I think every team should do that.
I mean,
where they have to designate one person as like greatest whatever,
greatest
of all time.
player of all time, greatest Astro of all time.
Yeah.
That might be insulting to the other guys up there, but sorry, he accomplished what he accomplished, not you guys.
Yeah, I do think that Altuve is the perfect one to start doing this for, because I have a hard time thinking that Biggio and Bagwell will be like, man, if this guy,
It's
like
gonna be tough for them to fight and push against it. Yeah.
Where like other teams, there might actually be like, I don't know, like Kareem is like, really, this guy, greatest Laker of all time? All right.
And Kareem's Kareem's very vocal about things, so maybe he would have a concern. Yeah, even it's it's the debate that's going on currently because so many stars now change teams. Like Kevin Durant, no chance of being the greatest Rocket ever. But will he be the best player to ever play for the Rockets? When people like Hakeem, I get. This is not me trying to besmirch the legacy of Hakeem.
Yeah, just like how LeBron's the greatest player to ever put on a Lakers uniform, but he's not the greatest.
Yeah,
Laker.
then they may push back because they've had such a long legacy of great players. They may, you ask a Laker fan, they're going to say Kobe was a better player than LeBron. Sure, whatever. But in this town, Hakeem goated, no question. But as far as nationally, if we just get into the conversation of best players to ever play for the Rockets, I don't think it's as cut and dry as people think.
I think Hakeem is probably, on if we had to make a consensus greatest players of all time list, I think Hakeem's would be ahead of Durant, but it'd be close. It's like just picking random number, like 12 versus 16.
As far as the best players.
Yeah, it's not like what about Harden? It's like, he's a little bit further down.
Yeah, he's done enough, and by enough I mean lack of accomplishments in the playoffs.
Yeah,
to not really be competing with those two guys as far as those rankings are concerned. James will go down as one of the best scorers of all time.
He had one of the best careers on the Rockets.
Yes, that'll be his label. One of the best pure scorers for us to have ever seen. And then you start to pick apart his legacy because of what happens in the games that matter most to people. Pena, I see you. You want to talk some soccer. We do have a big game coming to town. Mexico versus U.S. in the Gold Cup final. We can get into the least likely guy to be the face of U.S. soccer. It may be the guy who scored both goals yesterday. If you haven't seen Diego Luna, we'll kind of describe him. And when we go back through time of the faces of U.S. soccer that currently belongs to Christian Pulisic, you had your Landon, maybe. It did belong to him.
Before this tournament.
Yeah, maybe not anymore, considering all the backlash he's received. Pulisic, you've had Landon Donovan, maybe you throw Eric Ronaldo and others, Claudio Reyna, whatever. Diego Luna doesn't fit the profile. If you hadn't watched him and that team all tournament long, take a look at the final. It'll be here in town, whether you go to the game or not. Check out the number 10 for the U.S. You're going to be like, it's not the U.S. soccer I grew up with, and maybe that's a good thing. So we'll talk about that. Pena will get into that with you. Michael Carroll will join us at 11:30. We're not here on Friday, so Michael Carroll joins us today. And because we're not here on Friday, it's the holidays. The guys are going to be down today in Galveston at Landry Seafood House as opposed to tomorrow for our summer circuit. It's the Killer Bees. They're going to be following Paul Gallant. And of course, or at least you should know, if you go out to an event during the summer in person, you got a chance to sign up for a chance to win those cool e-bikes, $4,000 value by the Power on Electric Bicycle Company. So those things are pretty nice. You get a pair of them because maybe you don't want to ride alone. Maybe you like to ride with someone and you got a bike to give them. Courtesy of Power on Electric Bikes. So we'll continue to get people signed up for that and give them a chance to win a pretty cool prize. But we're just getting started here. We'll get into some Rocket stuff because Jabari Smith is doing podcasts. He sat down with KCP and others to talk about his career. He is now a very wealthy man, and And he talked about some of the early years with Steven Silas and also his new coach. Well, now 3 years in, going into the third year, I guess, Ime Udoka. So we'll talk about that. And we'll also talk about the Rockets being involved in maybe the biggest trade in NBA history. They've already done their part, it feels like, although we may have found a new landing spot for Cam Whitmore as part of the sign and trade with Dorian Finney-Smith. So a lot of transactional stuff with the Rockets that feel it's pretty much done, but some things to clean up, and it may lead to Cam Whitmore playing for a team in LA. We'll get to that as well. Just getting started. You can call in like Pena did, 713-780-3776. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So the U.S. beat Guatemala 2-1. They're going to play in the Gold Cup final on Sunday against El Tri. We have a station down the hall. One of the women, I believe her partner is Honduran, so she was rooting against El Tri, much like any U.S. soccer fan would. She was also rooting against the United States because she roots for underdogs. I gave her a high five for rooting against El Tri. Could not do it for rooting against the U.S. And turns out I win both ways because I want to see the U.S. against Mexico. It's the rivalry that kind of got me into soccer. Growing up in a predominantly Spanish-speaking community, at least when I played soccer, those conversations were fun as a kid. I'm sure they said things in Spanish to me that probably shouldn't have said just because they would talk to each other and laugh after they were done. So I'm just assuming all in good fun, I guess, but still, I didn't understand it. So you can get your jokes off if you so choose. So that is Sunday here in town. Best rivalry in North America. Sorry, Canada. No matter what, no matter if you hire one of our guys to manage you, like Jesse March, it's still the U.S. versus Mexico.
I mean, you gotta stop choking like dogs every time you're in a tournament.
Yeah.
Then we can talk.
Yeah. If you got, Canada, you didn't even beat Guatemala to set up the semifinal against the U.S. Yeah. How about you win something, Canada? Can't beat us in Nations League. That's reserved for Panama.
Yeah, get on Panama's level.
Yeah,
right?
Panama tortures us when it comes to, well, a Copa America. They did that last summer, I think, which resulted in Berhalter getting fired. Now his son's missing penalty kicks, but he's starting for the U.S. and playing pretty well outside of the penalty kick miss. Let's talk to Pena. Pena wants to talk some soccer. What's up, Pena?
Yeah, what up, Del? Hey, I know I could probably look this up, but I've been kind of busy at work this morning. And this morning when I was getting ready for work, ABC 13, they had I didn't catch it. They said someone from Liverpool, a star player. I don't know how big of a star he was, but he got in a car wreck and died overnight. I don't know how old this news is, and they just found out about it. But I don't know if you know about it or not. If you can enlighten me about it. Thank you. Have a great 3-day weekend, man.
Appreciate it. You do the same. Yeah, Diogo, excuse me, Diogo, if that's pronounced Diogo Jota. He died in a car accident. He's a Portuguese soccer player. He was in Spain. He and his brother were in a car accident. It's apparently a single car crash. The car lit on fire. He is one of Liverpool's best players. He is an important member of that team, and he and his brother Andre Silva passed away this morning because of that car crash. It's confirmed. Liverpool certainly has announced it along with the news agencies. Yeah, I mean, that's all I have on it right now. Right now, classified as a single car crash, and he dies in that car crash. He just recently got married. He has, I think, a couple kids with he was with his partner for a long time. They have several kids, and I think they were just recently married. So you've got a family man and losing his life, and a family losing a son, losing a husband, losing a father, and then you throw in his brother as well. I don't know the familial connections if he had kids as well, but yeah, just a sad loss of life for one of the better soccer players in the world. Diogo Jota dies at 28 years old. Life is odd, tough, and sometimes tragic. And he married his wife. Don't know how to. I hope I'm pronouncing this right. I'm just going to spell it Rute. That's her name, Cardoso. Just this year, very sad day for. Well, if you're a soccer fan, you watch that guy play. He's pretty special, and he lost his life in that car crash. So, thanks for the call, Pena. That's the update on that. As far as the Gold Cup is concerned, I was mentioning before we went to break Diego Luna. Diego Luna is a Southern California kid, I believe. he talked about his like the push and pull of being someone who has a Mexican family, but grew up in the United States. And when Mexico and the U.S. played, he had parts of the family rooting for Mexico and parts of his family rooting for the U.S. He said as a kid, he would get upset when Mexico scored or won because I'm an American. I grew up here. And then as you get older, you kind of get what your heritage is. But he said, hey, the U.S. raised me. That's why I have all these opportunities. So I'm proud to play for the U.S. So that's been a thing throughout the last 20 years or so. The dual nationals, the U.S. and Mexico competing for guys who could play for both countries. I'm not sure if they went after Luna. He's only 21 years old. But as I was saying, he is not the traditional face of U.S. soccer. He along with Malik Tillman have been kind of the stars of the tournament. And when you're scoring goals in knockout round games, your star grows. And he's 21 years old. He's got the dyed blonde hair. He's got tattoos all over. He's got several neck tattoos, and he's like 5'8". Just you wouldn't say spectacular athlete when you look at him, but the goal he scored, his second goal that wound up being the game winner, was nice. He has a little flair that you don't normally see from American soccer players. It's what you saw from Clint Dempsey when he was on the national team. Like there are certain players who are like, there's the Donovan types, the ballistic types who they're skillful enough, but on the ball, they're not going to wow you with their technical ability, but they're still very talented players. Luna has a little bit of a flair. He showed it on his goal, and he helped the U.S. win. So he'll wear the number 10 shirt, a shirt that's normally reserved for your playmaker. And Pulisic had that jersey, and he would be wearing it now if he made himself available for this tournament. But Diego Luna's put that jersey on. It's a jersey that Landon Donovan wore as well. And he's made a lot of people happy with what he's done so far.
It's his team now.
Well, this version of the team, sure. This version where not a lot of your top players are involved. This is his team currently.
Next summer, who wears number 10?
I think we know the answer to that. Unless
Diego Luna, the one who's stepped up.
He's the number 10. He's not the
number 10 number 10.
He's the one who stepped up. Exactly. Yeah. Well, he might be
rings. That's why I said.
He hasn't won it yet.
Pulisic.
He hasn't won it yet. Well, Pulisic has all those. He has a Champions League medal for Chelsea.
Oh, cool.
And he also
you can wear 10 for Chelsea then.
Not anymore. No, you can wear 10 for like AC Milan, I think. Yeah. And he's also got some Nations League titles and stuff. He may have a Gold Cup. I don't know. Maybe he never won one of those. Like Luna has a chance to on Sunday here in Houston. But it's been a nice bounce back for that U.S. squad who a lot of people were questioning. And I think this version of the squad is the one people are proud to root for beyond the fact that they're winning. It's like, hey, it's not all the guys who have failed us
These
in
are
tournaments.
Our guys.
Yeah, like the Pulisics, the Timothy Weahs, the Weston McKennies, all those dudes who are playing internationally, they have a lot of stink on them for not living up to their potential. This group, they don't have any of that because there wasn't a lot expected of them.
Yeah.
So everyone's like, yeah, we love these guys. They've never disappointed us.
The 22 straight win Rockets team where it's like, hey, this is fun. It's Chuck Hayes starting at center.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. The team is technically better with Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady. But look at these guys.
But these guys are winning.
Yeah,
look how fun this is.
These guys go.
Yeah, Shane Battier playing a big part during that streak, I believe. So we'll see if they can close the deal. They got Mexico in town in Houston. So that'll be fun.
Whose legacy is on the line?
No one's. No one. And we're too close to the World Cup for either one of the managers to get fired. Like if this was last summer, you lose the Gold Cup, you could get fired.
Yeah.
But this, everyone's pretty much set in stone unless there's some scandal pops up. So
Diego Luna legacy game.
He's only 21. I don't know if you can have a legacy game.
Sebastian Berhalter legacy game.
He already ruined his legacy because of his dad. Nothing to do with him. It's gonna be hard for Berhalter.
It's a deep hole to do.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for Sebastian to overcome the I don't want to say shame, the black mark people have placed on the Berhalter name. It's tough when your dad was the manager of the team for years, and no one thinks he did a good job.
Matt Freese,
his legacy was against Costa Rica.
I need a legacy game. I need someone who well, I won't be here Monday. On Tuesday, I can come back and call a fraud
You mean like,
Or call,
weren't you just pushing back on?
Or call
Did we
Legend.
have a call yesterday when who was calling people frauds and you were pushing back on that? But you now want to take part in calling a squad we barely know frauds?
Yeah, I only know Sebastian Berhalter's on the team because he missed that penalty. I only know Matt Freese because I was like, wait, didn't we have another Matt?
Matt Turner.
Yeah. It's like, oh, this is a different guy.
Matt Freese came up big. I think it's the legacy of whoever scores a goal that wins the game. Like, we don't have legacy. Maybe it's Malik Tillman legacy game if he has a big game. Maybe it's maybe it's a Tim Ream who's been around forever. Maybe he makes a big stop, make big tackle late in the game.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Tim Ream. This is the game that gets his jersey retired.
Nah, it's not happening.
Oh.
Not happening. He's been a great professional for years now, but it's not happening. Maybe Fulham, who he used to play for, now he's playing back in the U.S. Maybe they retire that number at some point. He was a as much as you can be a Fulham legend when you're a 30-year-old to older 30-year-old defender. I would say no one's establishing their legacy unless there's a free kick to win it, something like that. Maybe you score in extra time. That could be the case. I think the legacy of U.S. Mexico will always, at least on the U.S. side, be Dos a Cero, no matter who comes up big. It's the scoreline, very famous.
USA fans legacy game.
If they show up, it's going to be like 70, 30 Mexican fans in that building over the weekend.
Legacy's on the line. Show up. Do something.
It's not Columbus, Ohio. They're not going to outmuscle the Mexican fans for this ticket. It's not happening. Might be a legacy game for me. I might be there with my dad if Lance can come through. Had to call my dad. Hey, do you want to watch Mexico versus?
Is his legacy on the line?
No, he's retired and he was a aerospace engineer. I feel like he's done enough.
So what?
Exactly. What have you ever accomplished? You came over from Nigeria and built a life for yourself and became an aerospace engineer. Whatever.
Who hasn't?
Whatever. Speaking of legacy, we got to talk about the legacy of the Mapeses.
What?
It is July 4th weekend, which means
Oh.
it's your time to shine. At least your uncle's time to shine.
Yeah.
From what I remember. I held off on getting more into this because why not do it today? If you don't know, Sean Mapes has a family legacy of running fireworks stands. We're going to get more into that.
My legacy is secure, by the way.
Are you going to help out this weekend?
Tomorrow, yeah. Coming in, Josh Hader style.
Closing the door, huh? What's the quota? How many sparklers do you have to sell before you get to go home? Is there a number you have to sell, or do you just have to be there for several hours?
It's more just it's till midnight, and then
you're gonna be long haul.
Yeah,
nice.
Only for one day though.
Oh, you're not doing it on the 4th?
Yeah, no, tomorrow.
Yeah, you're right. I'm thinking, are you doing it tonight? No. Okay, tomorrow. All right.
Come on, they can afford me for 2 days.
I plan to talk about that away from Top Dog, and thankfully that's in the second hour of the show. So we're not going to name Sean's uncle's place because that's a competing fireworks entity. Top Dog is what I respect. Top Dog is what I love, but we'll talk about Top Dog in the next hour. Right now, I'm going to talk to you about a great place if you want to buy a car. I'm not sure there's a legacy of the Mapes selling American-made cars, and if there was, they probably wouldn't have been in business for over 50 years like Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet wants you to check out what they have to offer this holiday weekend. Just because it's July 4th doesn't mean you can't get yourself a great car to celebrate America. If you check out what they have to offer, it's going to be on monumentchevrolet.com. So whether you want like a Trailblazer or a Silverado, or maybe you want an EV, all those cars are there for you. Check out the inventory, check out the prices, and then head on out there to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225 and step on that campus. I call it a campus because it's wide ranging, because they have all the new vehicles. They have the pre-owned inventory. They have vehicles for your business. If you are starting one, they have a great fleet of vehicles for a business. If you're starting one or you need to add something to your current business, it's all there for you. So you're going to meet the great people out there. The salespeople have a thing where they strive to be the salesperson of the week. So that means they're going to do their best to get you into the best car possible and at the price you want. They're not pushy. They're going to be friendly. They're going to make sure everything works out for you. So check them out at Monument Chevrolet. Website, once again, is monumentchevrolet.com. They're close in Pasadena for Beltway 8 and 225. And remember this, Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So we got some questions about the legacy of Mapes because he will be working in a fireworks stand tomorrow, pretty much all day, making sure you guys get fireworks, making sure the family business stays on track. At least one part of the family business, one person's part of the family business, his uncle. So tomorrow, Sean Mapes will be selling fireworks. As I said before, I've never met anyone who owned a fireworks stand, but now I have. So the thought is, since you have long hair, that's one of the automatic ways you fit into this life. I'm not sure that's the case.
This life chose me. I didn't choose.
It's kind of true. I would say, or at least I relayed to people what you said about the people who own these stands all kind of fit a profile where one is like the other. Your uncle might be very similar to another person who runs one of these stands.
It's similar. Yeah. Personality traits are shared, I would say.
Yes. Now we have some questions. I don't think these are very complimentary. You can choose what you want to answer or not. Do they have? Oh, I'm not gonna ask that one. Do most of these guys smoke?
Well, you can't smoke in the stand.
Yeah, that seems dangerous.
I don't think you can smoke within like 100 feet of it. I have had to ask a lot of people to
not light up or to put their cigarettes out.
Yeah. Well, no, it's actually the customers just walking up with the
that's
cigarette.
what I'm assuming. Like, hey guys,
can you not?
There's explosives around. Could you not do that?
I don't care if you smoke or not. Just not
it's not a morality thing. It's like me wanting to make it home. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but as far as the work, not really.
No. What about do they have phone belt holders?
Phone belt holders?
Like right on their a clip on their hip. It's, most of us, if you say normal people, put it in our pockets or they set it aside. Do the people who run these places have a holder for their phone on their belt or their belt loop?
No, I don't think so.
It's not something that goes across.
No. I mean, there are like guys in their 50s and 60s mostly, but
sleep in a trailer near the fireworks stand.
Well, you only have to do that if it's a wooden fireworks stand. Luckily, all of ours are metal. They're basically train cars that got decommissioned and then recommissioned. As this. And so when you're in a wooden fireworks stand, the law is, or was at least, that you have to sleep inside of it. Like you can't leave it
I didn't know
unmanned.
I didn't know there was a law.
Yeah, there's a lot of laws.
Wow. What's
the one I've broken the most?
Yes.
I can tell just by the run up. There's like slight pause. I was like, he's thinking of the way to ask this.
Yes.
Well, big ones that someone in the stand has to be 18 at all times.
And you've worked long before you're
2 straight years of not.
Yeah,
not,
that makes sense.
Not following that.
That seems like a lock. If you have a younger family member who's available, they're probably not going to be.
It's
18.
not a huge difference.
It's not a big
guys.
deal. Yeah, you get it. Yeah, if the guy can count,
I
think he'll be fine.
It's just the fire marshal check-in day is always around the corner.
And do they show up unannounced?
Yeah.
Okay.
But normally they go to a lot of stands all on one day.
So is there a network of people telling each other?
Yeah. So that you'll get a text.
Hey guys,
Ed, be on the lookout.
Ed's on the loose again. Be ready.
Yeah.
All right. I did not know. So while you guys are competing, there's still some honor amongst you guys where you're going to help each other out, even though the bottom line is still the bottom line.
There's a little bit. Most of the network, though, most of the communication, though, is within the our business.
Okay.
The different stands.
Got it. So how many stands exist for you guys?
I'm not sure about this year, but it's normally like 8 to 11, somewhere in that range.
And do we have an answer on prime locations, like where you want to be when you're selling these fireworks?
Near a nice neighborhood. That's really the biggest thing. Like the subdivision, like the main entrance and exit of a subdivision. I would say with disposable income. You want to be off of main road. So if it's off of Like this is in the Conroe Magnolia area, so off of 1488. That's you'll see a lot there.
And is there big competition for these spots? Like there is, everyone knows where you want to be.
Yeah, there's a little bit of stealing, or not stealing, but you only rent these spots out for 2 weeks at a time every 6 months.
Got it.
Actually, probably like a month because you set up before.
Yeah.
But so yeah, there's a lot of like bidding that happens, and I'll pay this much to be here. I'll pay this much to be here. That kind of thing. So there are more prime spots than others.
The world of fireworks stands.
Yeah.
They're very I'm sure I should have assumed it's kind of complex because hey, it's any business can be that way.
It's not that complex.
I mean,
I told you I ran a stand.
Okay, when you were 16,
when I was
so
16.
I guess it's not that tough.
I would say
I guess
brain surgery.
I mean, not the actual running of it, but you got a business. You got to find prime locations.
You got to find people to work.
Yeah, you got. Yeah, it's like
that's tough.
Like any other business.
Find dependable people.
You gotta get someone who want to spend a summer day doing that all day long, and obviously people who are going to show up. And you got to depend on just like any other business, I guess. So because I do speak for Top Dog, we won't mention them by the Mapes by name, but the Mapes family business by name. But does Paul do a Top Dog?
Yes.
Okay, so he won't.
No.
I really would like to shout him out, but I don't think I can.
Well, you can't, can I? I don't get paid jack by Top Dog.
It's true.
They're trying to take money out of my family's mouth.
It's very true. And there's enough distance because I don't have to do it until like 11:30 or so. You know what? Why not?
Yeah. So Coach's Fireworks. They're mostly on the north side of town. So Montgomery County, Tomball. I think there's one in Cypress off of Highway 6. But a lot of them are in like outside the Woodlands in Conroe and Magnolia.
Got it. And now I will tell you, ignore all that and go to Top Dog Fireworks. 14 Houston area locations, Top Dog. I'll talk more about Top Dog in the next hour, including Top Dog in that next hour. We'll also have, well, at least besides Top Dog in the next hour, I guess, we'll have Michael Carroll.
The top dog of ESPN 97.5.
Certainly, I believe so. He'll tell you what you should or shouldn't watch this weekend. It's going to be a long weekend, 3-day weekend, and maybe you don't have any interest in spending any time out and about. You want to stay home and watch stuff because it's hot outside. You just want to hang out. Michael Carroll's going to give you options, going to tell you what you can see in theaters. He's going to have a review of a big movie. I know he tagged me because he got to see something pretty fun. That's what Michael does. He gets to see fun stuff before you do to let you know if it's good or bad. So we'll talk to Michael Carroll in hour 2. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
I talked about it a little bit, but Red Panda, I talked about it a little bit yesterday. Red Panda has a broken wrist. If you don't know who she is, she's the entertainer who rides a unicycle, balances it at midcourt at basketball games, and then kicks up bowls on her head and continues to balance and does all these tricks on a unicycle. And she fell and broke her wrist. One of the legends of in-game during break entertainment is suffering, and age catches up to all of us. Hopefully Red Panda recovers and she's doing this for as long as she wants to do it.
Do you think she can be back by the Dodger series, or
They do it? Does she do it at baseball games?
Maybe the
no
next week.
Is she wearing a cast on an
I
airplane?
think it's a pain management issue.
Thank you, Dana Brown. Is she? But the question is, if she's seen out and about in public on an airplane, do we take a photo of her and say, "Look, she's wearing a cast"? Because that's apparently what is floating around when it comes to Jordan. There's a quote I'm not going to relay because I'm not even sure what's real or what isn't. But there's a picture out there. You don't know if it's from the last day or two or from the last time Jordan had a hand issue. But someone found, or at least was sitting next to Jordan on the plane, took a photo with him, and he had a cast on, and he relayed that picture to his son. It's the dad taking the photo, sent it to his son. Of course, his son couldn't help but put it on the internet, and then he gave a quote from Jordan about how long he'll be out. I don't know if that's true, can't verify it. Just saying, there is at least a real photo, whatever the timing is, of Jordan wearing like a little immobilizing cast. There we are. But we knew he was going to be out for a while, and that's where we stand there.
Yeah, I was gonna say the actual, I don't know, picture of him in a cast. There's part of like the quote is that he won't be swinging a bat for 6 weeks. I mean, he had gone 4 weeks without swinging a bat, and then popped his ligament. So it's not like outside the realm of possibility. It's not like so dramatic. It's like, yeah, he probably is going to be out for 6 weeks at least.
Yeah, the other part of the quote that I'm not going to mention is Jordan told the guy what the issue was, and that's why he won't be swinging a bat. I don't know. You can make your determination there, but hey, at least the photo seems real. So hopefully Jordan can come back sooner than 6 weeks. But if that's what it takes, and if it takes longer, so be it. Stop messing around with that, and let's get him fully healthy because they'll need him in the playoffs. They don't need him now. The Astros keep winning. Hunter Brown on the mound last night. They get the win in Colorado. Hunter Brown, first win since early June. He did win pitcher of the month for the month of June. He did that along with Zach Wheeler, as he has been a mainstay. Now, we talked about it yesterday. I looked at how it's set up. Hunter Brown, it looks like he would be scheduled to pitch the day before the All-Star break. So he would be unlikely to pitch in the All-Star game, but who's looking for that anyway? You just want him to be named, to be acknowledged for how great he's been. The All-Star starters were announced. Jeremy Pena was not among them, and he's another guy who there are certainly questions about whether he would even be available for the game if he was selected, but he certainly deserves an invite. He, Hader, Brown, feels like the three that if I cared enough about the All-Star game to be upset if someone didn't make it, those would be the three I'd not raise hell about. It feels like those are the three that should be on the team, and you can maybe have debates on others if you want to. Jake Myers has been pretty good. Well, Jake Myers ain't making the All-Star team. Sorry. That's not Jake Myers' lot in life to make the All-Star team.
That's not what he does.
No.
No matter how good he plays.
He's been really good. Somebody that surprised us this year, but Jake Myers All-Star isn't a thing life wants you to say. Sorry.
Just reality bends away from that.
Yeah. There are certain things where a butterfly flaps his wings and this can happen or this can happen no matter what.
The multiverse?
Yes.
Every version
Jake
of Jake
Myers
Myers
not making the All-Star game is a Nexus event. It'll never happen.
Okay.
And if it does, then the worlds are collapsing on each other and we're all doomed. Shout out to the multiversal saga. I would love a Jake Myers version of that in a world where in a universe in the universe
Yeah.
this world resides in. Jake Myers never makes the All-Star
All
game.
the Spider-Men are all talking about.
Yeah.
Jake Myers, All-Star? No.
Yeah. No.
Weird.
No matter if it's the version of Jake Myers that's like the version of Spider Pig, it's still talking about Jake Myers not making the All-Star game.
Tom McGuire's Jake Meyer? No.
Nope. No matter if it's Andrew Garfield watching Astros baseball, thinking Jake Myers is pretty good this year. Tom Holland, that version. No matter what Peter Parker or Miles Morales' baseball team they're watching, Jake Myers is not making the All-Star game. And that's where we stand. But shout out to Jake Myers for being really good this year, a really big component of the team. But life is life.
Yeah. Yeah, there really isn't any All-Stars, right? Other than those. I mean, the pitchers, it's always tough just because, like, there could always just be enough guys that pitch on Saturday or Sunday to where they're not available.
Yeah, that's
and then
true.
you get, like, I mean,
maybe Fromber.
Yeah, I think Fromber would be on, like, a realistic amount of alternates before you get to Fromber. Yeah, I think, Brown, Hader, Fromber are the only pitchers that I could see.
Yeah, there's a thought of Abreu, but a non-closing reliever.
Yeah,
it's so far down
tough.
the list.
It's tough being a non-closer.
Yeah, it's so far down the list to make it. It'd be tough for him. A lot of things would have to go his way as far as guys being unavailable, it feels like. But either way, got one of the best records in baseball. Now a full 7 games up on the Mariners. They both won yesterday, but the Astros won another series. So once again, continuing to dominate. And wow, I love this laugh at Eric. That 100 win pace.
I think they might be.
Yeah, we're if they're not there yet,
close.
They're getting ever closer to that. And it's not like the schedule is going to get all that tough because
they play the Dodgers.
I mean, overall.
Oh.
Yes, the Dodgers are up next after they close out the Colorado series, but I just meant the schedule as a whole.
They're bummed.
Isn't going to be one where 100 win season is so out of the realm of possibility, despite the expectations about this team before the year started. Okay, we'll wrap up hour 1 with that. We'll get into some Rockets because, as I mentioned earlier, Jabari Smith was on a podcast. He talked about his time with Steven Silas and how things are different now. And we'll hear from, well, at least I'll kind of give you a rundown of what's happening with the Rockets and a potential trade because Cam Whitmore is mentioned as a player who could be on the move, and it may be simply to complete the Dorian Finney-Smith trade. So we'll talk about that in the second hour. We'll be back. So Jabari Smith sat down. He sat down for a podcast with KCP on It's the Dog Talk podcast, and they talked about quite a bit. You get a NBA player to sit down with you, you're going to talk about several topics. But the thing that keeps popping up online is how that Rocket team was run when Steven Silas was around. And I'm one of the people who is like, do we always have to bury Steven Silas? He was put in a tough spot. He came in to coach Russell Westbrook and Harden. And then before he could even get really situated, Harden was like, actually, I don't want to be here anymore. Let's get me out of here because we can't win. And then he was stuck coaching a team that wasn't talented and then became a team that leaned into youth, and it wasn't the spot for him. And I haven't heard players bash him at all. It's been a lot of, well, Ime's just different. We do things differently, and it's worked out for us. So here's Jabari Smith talking to KCP and Jordan Magruder of the Dog Talk podcast about how Steven Silas knew basketball. He was just in a bad spot.
Yeah, Silas was our first coach. He was a good coach, but like I said, man, couldn't nobody control that. It was just a wreck. You know what I'm saying? It was like, and if anybody know Coach Silas, like he's the nicest dude in the world. You know what I'm saying? Like he know basketball. He know what he's talking about. Yeah. It's just like as far as controlling that, it's just like it was tough for him. But Ime came in and Fred and Dylan came in and put some control on it.
So the Ime, Fred, and Dylan thing is important because later on he talked about how, yes, Eric Gordon was one of the vets during his early years with the Rockets. In fact, Jabari's going into year 4, so Eric Gordon was there for year 1 with him. But that wasn't enough. He said they didn't have enough veterans. There was a lack of understanding of how the NBA game was, and when it's just a bunch of young guys trying to figure things out, you're going to have what you had under Steven Silas, where Steven Silas, hey, I just want to coach. I don't know if he was ready to kind of reel in everything that was going on. There's just a lot of young dudes trying to find their way. Wrong coach, wrong time. And it led to a lot of losing. But in some ways, that losing, not in some ways, in some direct ways, that losing led to your ability to stack talent. So it was not good basketball. People had tuned out that team. But if it's the basis and the foundation of what may be to come, who's to say Steven Silas isn't our Lovie Smith? And the reference there is Lovie Smith wasn't a guy looking to tank, so he tried to win that Colts game, and of course led to C.J. Stroud. There was the thing where that Colts defender missed what was pretty much a pop-up for a pick. He missed it, led to a Texans touchdown, and they wound up winning that game. So another sliding doors thing. What if Lovie Smith was more on the tanking? What if Steven Silas maybe was better suited for the position? Maybe you don't get the chance to take the guys you took and build this roster to where it is now. So it all came together.
Yeah. They got like the most like medium lottery luck that you could possibly get, where like they never like fell in the draft or in the draft order. It didn't fall far, but they never got like the number 1 pick.
They never had that moment the day of that night where everyone's like envisioning what it would mean to have the number 1 overall pick. It never came to fruition.
I mean, they had the 2 pick after Cade, and so they got Jalen Green.
Mm-hmm.
They had the 3 pick after Paolo and Chet, and then in 23 they got the 4 pick after Wembanyama. It's like they didn't they didn't get screwed over like the Wizards or the
Jazz
or the Pistons. Other than the K draft, the Pistons would always drop as far as they possibly could.
Sure.
They just got like the most like, okay, yeah, all right, and they just kind of assembled pretty good NBA players, but they're all 19 years old, so they needed to be guided along. There's no like, Victor Wembanyama, where it's like your team is just immediately much better now because you have this guy, or LeBron, where it's like even as a rookie, this guy just immediately, we have some real high level talent that like almost no one could screw up. It's like, no, they actually had talent that was good, but it was possible they screwed it up.
And he went on to talk about some differences between Silas and Ime, and he said, hey, everyone knows Ime has a screw loose. That was one of his quotes. And yeah, when you call LeBron James a bitch, I don't know if that's I don't know if that means you have a screw loose, but you don't care about the conventional things other people care about in that spot.
Yeah, you're a different type of coach.
Yeah, you're different. Yeah, he's different as you can say. Ime is definitely different and has led to a turnaround where now they're trying to cash in. You talk about their lottery luck and where they landed. Okay, Jalen Green, you take him at 2. I don't think anyone was really pushing back against that. Everyone loves a potential high scoring guard.
Yeah, there's like a little bit of Mobley,
Sure.
like a little bit, but no one was like, I can't believe they just drafted Jalen Green over Evan Mobley.
Yes.
In the moment, that was not a thing people thought.
That would be the one if you go back and say, could they have had a better player considering where they picked? Yes. Yes, they could have.
Yes.
Amen Thompson at 4. So far, that looks like a clearly the right choice, even though you didn't get the ultimate lottery luck that you wanted. Jabari Smith, we had this conversation yesterday. Maybe I don't remember it correctly, but I thought people were upset that because they thought Jabari leading up until like Woj.
Yeah,
the betting odds changed.
Yeah, they did like the Orlando Magic did this weird thing where they like head faked who they're gonna pick. They smoke screened who they were gonna pick with the number 1 pick.
Yes, when you don't have to do that.
Yeah, and so everyone like as we were leading up to the draft, we were talking about the different guy, and we're like, wait, Paolo Banchero's the one that could like actually like lead an offense. He seems like a guy who could get hard buckets that you need. All these things. He's big. He's a wing, and you're like, wait, how is he not going to go in the top 2? Like, why is this happening? And then turns out he didn't. And you're like, okay, this makes more sense of like how these prospects line up of like, you have the guy where you feel really good about kind of conventional number 1 pick. Then you have like athletic freak or just, I guess, physical freak of Chet Holmgren, where it's like, this is just a home run swing that the Thunder are making. And it's like, yeah, the pretty solid big shooter from Auburn who doesn't really dribble, that he goes 3rd. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. What you laid out, I remember and believe it makes sense. I just am trying to figure out if Rocket fans were upset because they thought they may lose out on Jabari because of the head fake the Magic unneedingly were trying to do. I don't remember how that played. I feel like they want a lot of people wanted Jabari because of the shooting.
Yeah, because like anyone who's 6'10" and can shoot immediately, it's like Kevin Durant.
Yeah, it was a lot of that. So either way, it worked out. I was trying to think Amen Thompson, obviously you take him, no problem with anyone that really went behind him.
It was between Thompson and Whitmore.
Yeah,
actually at 4, and Whitmore fell all the way to 20.
And they wound up with both. And for now, we'll see where get to that part of this Rockets transactional offseason in a little bit. But Jabari, do we think Keegan Murray's a better player? That's debatable.
Jalen Williams was in that draft.
Certainly, but that's a guy no one.
Yeah,
I can't fault him for not.
I think
taking
he was a reach at whatever 11 or wherever he went.
12. I can't fault him for not taking Jalen Williams. He wasn't in consideration, so that would be tough on them to say, "Oh, you missed out."
Was Pods in that draft? They missed out on Pods.
Sure, Jake LaRavia, they missed out on. So I guess the only one you could go, I guess Keegan Murray, Jaden Ivey. Jaden Ivey's coming out. He'll have to come off an injury. But taking Jabari there was a sensible, reasonable choice.
That's the thing. It was all like they made the reasonable choice every time, but they never had the opportunity to get the like. Well, everyone and their mom would have picked Cade or Wembanyama 1. They didn't get the chance to do that.
Yeah, they never did anything that has the entire
and they drafted
entire world shocked by the move.
They drafted decently well with Eason, like their later first round picks, Eason trading up to get Şengün.
Yeah, they've done. Look, Rafael Stone's done a very good job building this roster. One guy he may have missed on though in the same draft as Jabari, although it felt like Cam Whitmore fell to us. Did he go in the Jabari draft?
He was in the Thompson draft.
Yeah, we just talked about it. He was in the Thompson draft, and he fell to the Rockets, and everyone's like, "Look how great our luck is." Now, the reporting suggests that Cam Whitmore will be part of the trade that brings Dorian Finney-Smith in.
Yes, there's this giant. Basically, nothing new is happening. I guess other than Cam Whitmore maybe getting traded, but we already kind of knew that was going to happen. But it's just all the moves this offseason that have happened are basically getting folded into a giant sign and trade with the Durant deal.
Yes. So Cam Whitmore is the rare case where a new player that we hadn't heard that was going to be on the move is involved in this, because a lot of it is things have already been agreed to. We're just going to change the structure of these trades to maybe make it more financially beneficial to the player and the team making the trade. So Cam Whitmore would be an add to a potential larger trade, and it would mean the Rockets sending out one of their core 7, at least at the time he was listed as that. So, and that would be the second core 7 member to be sent out, because Jalen Green has already been sent out. So 2 of them sent out in the same trade.
Gun salute for the core 7.
No, because this show never believed that thing was real anyway. Partly because of this, when there's always a chance a couple of those guys are going to get sent away. For differing reasons. And Cam Whitmore, different from Jalen. Jalen Green was used as the prime piece along with the 10th pick overall for Kevin Durant. Cam Whitmore is in a spot where it's not a fit here. Much like Steven Silas wasn't a fit for the roster he inherited, it turns out Cam Whitmore is not a fit for what the Rockets want to do. It's not an attack on him. Sure, there's been some questions about his attitude. Look, he's 20. He's a young 20-year-old kid, or player at least. I don't know what he's going to be when he's 26. He just didn't fit here. Probably best for all parties for him to find a spot. Not sure he's going to get a lot of playing time with the Lakers, a team who feels like no matter what the drama is around LeBron, they're going to be trying to win. I don't know if they're a good developmental spot for Cam Whitmore.
It's funny because the Rockets are a team that's like, we have a bunch of wings. We have a bunch of guys that play your position, but we don't really have anyone that does your skill set.
Yeah.
But just how we want to play, whatever. We just don't feel like we can carry you on the roster if we're not going to use you, or again, there's 4 wings ahead of you in the rotation, or 0. Some say 0.
Tell it to John Hollinger.
Yeah. But and then if he goes to the Lakers, it's, well, we have all the scoring down. We really just need someone who's 6'6" and can physically play defense.
Yeah, the Lakers are looking for a wing. I don't know if Cam Whitmore fits exactly what they want. They may still be in the market for one. Andrew Wiggins is someone they apparently want. It's just that the asking price currently is more than they are willing to give. I think at last look, Andrew Wiggins would go to the Lakers in a trade, but the Heat are not only asking for Dalton Connect, they don't think, I guess, much of Rui, maybe, because they're also asking for a first-round pick. And Lakers at the moment are saying, that's too rich for us. We don't really have a lot of first-round picks to dole out, and giving one up for Andrew Wiggins along with dealing our recent first-round pick and Dalton Connect feels like too much of an ask.
Yeah.
But that's why negotiations happen.
The Lakers are in a situation where it's like, we really need more players that can play for us. The Lakers famously had, game 4 of the Minnesota series where they didn't make a sub the entire second half. All 5 guys that started the third quarter played the entire second half. And that's just what you do when you only have 5 guys that you trust. And one of those guys was Rui Hachimura. So we can't, and I think one of them was Dorian Finney-Smith. That was Finney-Smith, Hachimura, and then Reeves, LeBron, Luka. If I'm the Lakers, I'm like, I don't think we can keep trading away guys or losing guys and only get one person back in return.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think we can play, or we can get rid of Rui and then get Wiggins back.
So
without adding some other person, because we lost Finney-Smith.
Well,
I guess LaRavia.
They did add LaRavia, and if they need another wing, the money I think works if you add Haywood Highsmith, who's another wing defender who shot pretty well from 3. I think around 40% catch and shoot guy. So
if I'm the Lakers, I'm more worried about the defense than I am.
Well, Haywood is a defender. So.
I would we always talk about 3-and-D wings, and normally like a guy's more of a defensive wing that can shoot, it's like he can be passable shooting, or he's a shooter who can be passable on defense. I would lean defense for the Lakers, given their 3 best players. I guess LeBron's still pretty good at defense
when he has the energy to try.
But Luka and Reeves, it's almost not just that they're bad at defense or they're attackable at defense. It's that everyone knows that they're gonna attack him. It's like part of the game plan is just like, we'll just go after him every single time.
Yeah, it's a feature of what the other team's doing.
Or like sometimes
not
like
falling back to that.
Yeah, you can put a bad defender out there and like teams just won't mercilessly attack them. Luka and Reeves, they just get mercilessly attacked.
The reputation is such that why wouldn't we run our offense just attacking these two? So Highsmith and Wiggins would fit the profile of defensive wings that the Lakers are desperate for. We'll see if they become another contender, which at this point most people don't think they are. With and then you have the LeBron thing hanging over their head. Okay, we'll go to break with that. Michael Carroll will join us at right around 11:30. He'll get you into the best things to watch this weekend. So it's the summertime, so it's time for those movies. And maybe he'll sell you on F1. Maybe you haven't seen the Brad Pitt F1 movie. It's doing well, so maybe you want to check that out. And of course, a lot to get to. I saw Jurassic. I've seen some. Oh, that's the movie he watched. He watched the new Jurassic Park movie. I believe that's what he tagged me with. So Michael Carroll, I think we'll have a review of that. From what I've seen from some people who've actually seen it, who you wouldn't call critics per se, just people who got the invite, they enjoyed it. Scarlett Johansson's in it. That might be enough for some of you people. We'll see what Michael Carroll thinks when he joins us. But we got one more segment before we get there. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
For the most part, you hear the name Aaron Rodgers, and if you're not thinking about his play on the field, I don't know if there are a lot of positives. Like no one's like, "Oh yeah, I love Aaron Rodgers." I don't think that is part of his story right now. It certainly wasn't the case when it came to DeMaurice Smith, former head of the NFLPA. He has a new book coming out, and one of the pull quotes that people are focusing on is this from DeMaurice Smith: "The god of Cheesehead Nation was isolated and dismissive. He sat in the back row of the meeting room, issuing loud sighs before standing for a dramatic exit. An incredible quarterback to be sure, but an even more impressive antagonist." I didn't know DeMaurice had that in him. Is he the one writing this book?
Yeah.
All that flowery language about
what was the start? The Lord of Cheesehead
the
Nation?
god of Cheesehead Nation was isolated and dismissive, reads Smith's description. Also this, in August 2021, my phone chirped with a do people say chirped? Well, maybe, I guess. Chirped with a text from Aaron Rodgers. "Can you call me?" It read. "Could I not run into traffic instead?" Wow. Rodgers so annoying.
It's so funny how like borderline overwritten the first one is, and then the second one
This
is
one
just
seems
like
more in line with what I'd imagine
Yeah,
DeMaurice Smith thinks and says and how he talks.
every time he talks, I want to yeah.
I don't think that's unique when it comes to Aaron Rodgers. Look, his teammates seem to like him. It appears that way, unless your name is like Garrett Wilson, who didn't like the de-emphasizing of him when
Greg Jennings.
Yeah, it has happened. I think the initial impression is we like Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
And then you get to know him, which isn't great.
That seems to be.
I mean,
that seems to be the case. Everyone except like AJ Hawk
like
and
David Bakhtiari. loves him. Some guys love him. Others have had their fill.
It's like neutral to negative.
Yeah, and DeMaurice Smith feels like a firm negative.
Yeah, I'd mark him down. I don't know what this is a book that he's writing, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Excerpts of a book.
Sure.
I would like this. Like, I'm not really interested in what DeMaurice Smith's like book is actually about. I would just want stories of like who's an a-hole. Just like
truly
DeMaurice Smith just being like, this guy, meh, don't like him. This guy, awesome.
Like what? Yeah,
very productive.
Yeah, the times you had to sit down with the representatives for the owners, whether it be Goodell, who he wasn't fond of, either according to stuff from the book, or maybe you had to talk with Jerry Jones, and Jerry Jones was saying a lot of stuff you didn't know what he was saying. You just nodded your head because it's Jerry Jones. That stuff I'm looking for.
Yeah, just be stories of like, here's me interacting with Jerry Jones. Spoiler alert, kind of a wild guy. He's a bit much.
Yeah, but yet I always knew he'd be a great actor. He goes, DeMaurice Smith, not surprised by Jerry Jones and Landman.
There's a certain emotional availability that you get with Jerry Jones that translates to the screen.
Let me put this to you and see if you like the title
of his real book.
Yes, okay. DeMaurice Smith's real book is titled Turf Wars. How do we feel about the title?
Pretty good. Would like it if it was natural grass. So the Players Association.
You're taking my bit and their bit as well.
But yeah, I think that's good. I imagine it's about the negotiations that he's had to go through with the NFL. So that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Do we have a cover? Is he like standing with his arms folded or standing with a football or something?
I have not seen that, but he described.
I could see myself walking down,
at Barnes and Noble if you ever walk in
being
there.
like, okay,
yeah, okay,
I'm open to this.
He described Roger Goodell like you would describe Bob from Thunderbolts. He was a cold, dark void.
Jesus.
A cold, dark void.
Okay.
For Roger
Who is
Goodell.
he?
Who's the ghostwriter? Did he write this, or did he have an actual writer write this thing? Because describing an individual as a cold, dark void, Oh, you Stephen King talking about something in a horror book
Yeah,
he's writing?
Like I have no like he's obviously a smart guy. Like he definitely
Sure.
knows how to write. I'm pretty sure he's a lawyer.
Yeah,
or
he was a
something.
lawyer. Yes.
Yeah. So
may still be a lawyer. He was like a prosecutor, I think a U.S. prosecutor.
Yeah, there's just like a certain level of like imagery that he uses.
Yeah,
that it's just like
it's not me surprised with him being able to be eloquent. I know he is. He wouldn't be in a position that he is, but the fact that he's writing in this fashion is really painting a picture.
Yeah, I don't know who is he more negative towards in your eye, just based off these snippets.
Well, he did call Aaron Rodgers a god. It was a Cheesehead Nation, but he did call him a god. He didn't call him a cold, dark void.
Well, I mean, is the void not also a god?
He had godlike powers, but all you had to do was be nice to him, and that stuff kind of went away. Yeah, yes. All you had to do was all you had to do was be Florence Pugh and be nice to him. There are levels
that
to this.
helps.
Not sure of David Harbour. What's his name? Alexi, whatever, or the Red Guardian. I don't think if he was as nice as Florence Pugh was, it would have worked out.
If Wyatt Russell starts hugging, get off me, dude.
Yeah, the U.S. agent.
Yeah,
don't think go to work the same.
Don't you have a kid to be
to
in the life of?
To ignore, according to the movie at least.
Yeah, not real Wyatt Russell.
not. I don't know if Wyatt Russell, Kurt Russell's son, actually has a kid, but we're talking about his character just to be clean it up. And this all fits because Michael Carroll is coming up next. But yeah, Cold Dark Void, Roger Goodell. Hey, Roger, when he does his little tour as the NFL seasons come around, Roger, or Cold Dark Void. Answer that.
How do you feel about being called a cold dark void? And he's like, I don't care.
Well,
that's
fits.
what a cold dark void
would say. Roger, come on, you got to sell it a little bit better.
Yeah. At least no, cold dark void's tough. There's not like even kind of a compliment in there.
There's there's no cold, dark, and a void. Cold drink you love. A dark room when you weren't going to sleep, great. Void, how do you make that sound good? And then you combine all three together, there's no chance.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of just calling him like an energy vampire.
Yeah.
It just sucks to be around this guy. Oh, okay.
Well,
same thing with Aaron Rodgers, but at least he's good at football.
Well, okay, you asked. Let me put it to you. Would you rather have someone call you a cold, dark void, or would you rather have them say they'd rather run into traffic than talk to you?
That's tough.
Like a person
I think a person
who kind of knows you, who's had interactions with you. It's not some random. Maurice Smith has had interactions with Roger Goodell. He's had to be around Aaron Rodgers. You take cold, dark void over.
I think so.
I kind of think I would too. Someone saying I'd commit suicide by car, as opposed to talking to me, that's tough.
Yeah, where cold dark void's more just a description of your personality or lack thereof.
Yeah, but you're not looking to end your life.
Yeah, that's like just this is who this person is. Take it or leave it. The other one is like, this guy's a douche. I want to kill myself. It's much more aggressive.
Yes. The 5-minute conversation I might have with him over the phone is far worse than me taking my chances with oncoming traffic.
Yeah.
Yes. It's tough for both. I think I side with Roger Goodell because at least the owners like me enough to keep paying me for this job, and I'm making a lot of money doing that.
True.
We have a call who wants to talk to Michael Carroll. If you want to do that, you can 713-780-3776. We take calls. We talk about the movies and the TV shows that are coming out. We do all that when we are joined by Michael Carroll. But before we do any of that, fireworks have been a topic of conversation, well, really all day. And someone sent us a tweet that I won't reference because it doesn't fit what I need to talk about right now when it comes to fireworks. I'm just going to let you know, sir, I saw it. I just can't highlight it because it doesn't really fit what we're trying to do right now. Top Dog Fireworks. That's the place you go to if you want great fireworks from a great Houston location. They got 14 of those in town. They're open. You can check out all they have to offer at topdogfireworks.com. And we're getting close. They're going to be open till midnight on July 4th. So all day long, you got a chance to take advantage, or at least the next couple of days, take advantage of what Top Dog has to offer. And if you spend like $250, you get a reward, at least while supplies last. And you can see all that stuff at topdogfireworks.com. And remember, a portion of every sale goes to a local youth group. So you're not just doing things to have a good time. You're also doing things to support the local community and the kids in the local community. And by the way, yes, it's for July 4th, but people use fireworks for other things like weddings and birthday parties. You got a gender reveal. All that stuff is there for you, and Top Dog will provide that. And of course, as they're open till midnight on July 4th, that means you can take advantage of their buy one, get one free stuff up until that time too. So they're going to give you chances to make your money go further, whether you're spending that $450 or at least whether you're entering the $450 giveaway contest, or maybe you're part of the grand prize Top Dog Beast assortment. That's valued at $1,100. You can enter both those contests by going to topdogfireworks.com or filling out an entry form at one of the locations. We're getting close. Get your fireworks from Top Dog, topdogfireworks.com. Get them right now at Top Dog. Michael Carroll's here with us a day early because we won't be around tomorrow. So, Michael Carroll,
It's a holiday.
It is. We thank you for joining us to tell the people what they should or shouldn't watch. And you got the chance to go see Jurassic World Rebirth.
I did.
So there currently is a non-spoiler review.
Mm-hmm.
You can find that on Comicast right now. It's issue 601. They certainly talk about some other things as well, but that's kind of the big the big thing going on.
That's the hook.
You got more dinosaurs. You got Scarlett Johansson in it. You've got
Mahershala
Ali in it. Might as well do that since Blade won't ever be made. So thank you for
One day.
continuing to be in our lives, Mahershala Ali. So Michael has a non-spoiler review. You can find Comicast wherever you listen to podcasts, the traditional. And of course, you can hear Comicast right here on ESPN 975 as well. So Michael's gonna tell you if it's good or not, but he's not gonna give it away. Hey, guess what? Dinosaurs on the rampage. I feel like that's all you need to know. That's kind of how all those movies go.
I was gonna say it is a little hard to spoil a Jurassic Park movie.
Who dies and who doesn't? I guess that would be something you can spoil if people care about that.
Well, it's funny you guys start with this because it's, I mean, if you've seen a Jurassic Park, Jurassic World, you kind of know where it's going.
Sure.
And it's predictable in that sense. And like you said, you can kind of figure out who's going to live, who's going to die based off the amount of lines they're getting. Oh, this person only got hey, how's it going? That's like,
they have my guy Jesse from The Last of Us where he keeps saying, I can't die.
Yeah. They don't even do that. Like it's not even that.
I need to go home to be with my family.
It's the what's the Star Trek thing where it's like, oh, if they're a red shirt, they're probably dead.
Yeah.
It's that, but they just don't wear red shirts. They just don't talk a lot. And it's like, oh, I get it. I get what's happening.
Feels like you're telling us ScarJo survives for a potential next one. It feels like that's what you're saying. You're not saying it, but
I'm not saying it.
I walked in thinking ScarJo was gonna get ripped apart by a velociraptor.
Well,
actually,
I wish they would do some stuff like that. Not that it'd be for ScarJo, maybe for someone else. But Michael Pena died early in Landman. Didn't make it out of the first episode. That's an actor you would think would make it past, and he was dead. But Jurassic Park's not about that life.
Side note: I just watched The Cleaner for the first time, and Clive Owen is barely in that movie, even though he's marketed as being a part of the movie.
It did happen that way. Yeah.
Insane to me. But anyway, that's another.
So there is a realm where that happens.
Yeah.
Jurassic Park isn't that realm though.
Jurassic Park is not that realm. It's better than the last two 100%. And I personally think it's better than the last three Jurassic World movies.
Okay.
I like
so you said Chris Pratt out and you're good.
Get out of here, Chris Pratt.
And it's good again.
Because it does harken back to like the old elements of like horror and being in practical set pieces and things like that. Obviously the dinosaurs are all CGI. What a shock. But still it works with the way they shot it. The set pieces.
So no trained raptors?
No training raptors. Okay. No.
Peter will love that.
Yeah. There's a mutation storyline, but it's not the core of it.
Okay.
And that's it's fine, whatever. It's like once you get to the dinosaurs, that's where the movie's like, okay, cool. My biggest complaint is that there's a plot A and a plot B, and they intersect at the beginning, they intersect at the end, but they don't really intersect throughout the middle of the movie. And to me, that was a problem, just because I felt like you could have learned more about the characters, both sides, if you had just intertwined those stories a lot more than they did. And it's a little slow to get going as well. So that's there's a lot of reviews, specifically critics, that are not a big fan of the movie, but audiences, I think dinosaurs, you get the gist of it.
Is it a little bit different from like the Transformers stuff or Godzilla stuff where, hey, we just want to see these things fight because, well, first the Transformers talk, but mostly with those movies, less humans, the better. People don't really care about the human storylines. Does this one fit that where the human element doesn't really add anything to it? In fact, it detracts from the spectacle.
No, I think the human element is good. It just needs to be expanded more.
Okay.
Because the trio of Mahershala Ali, Jonathan Bailey, and Scarlett Johansson are I think what makes the movie work.
Okay.
Their dynamic between all three of them is really good. There's the plot B is a family that's stranded, and I think if you just intersected them a lot more with the trio, like the movie works a lot more. It's fine. I gave it a 3.5 just because I like a 3.5 out of 5 just because I like what it does with the dinosaurs and different things. But there is some struggles with the movie. It's not a perfect movie, definitely not.
Got it. So let's get to Eric here. He has a question about a new movie, or at least maybe wants to alert us to a new movie. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Dad, I have a quick question for you. How can we stop ICE from harassing and kidnapping the Mexican fans at the soccer match? And also, Michael, I heard there's going to be a new Bane movie with Deathstroke in it from James Gunn. And one more thing. I heard that musical Spinner just coming out on HBO this weekend. Is it worth a watch? I think that's a listen.
Did he say Sinners?
Yeah, Sinners.
You mean the movie you crushed before? Now you're asking if it's worth the watch? Not a serious person, Eric. You think I don't remember you taking a shot at Sinners? Oh, is it worth the watch? So you didn't see it. Big surprise. I don't have any control over what happens at the Gold Cup final. Sorry, I may be there.
Oh.
No, I can't control how the government operates.
Oh.
So I just hope everyone who's there enjoys what should be
I thought you did.
a competitive match. Nope,
Oh,
don't barely
okay.
have control about what happens in my own show. So certainly don't have any control about what the federal government decides to do. I'm just there. Maybe I'll be there to watch a competitive soccer match and see if El Tree loses to my squad one more time. But as far as the Bane movie by James Gunn, what have you heard about?
There's rumors about a Deathstroke Bane movie. Kind of, I don't want to say it's in the vein of the Clayface movie because that's more of a horror movie. But there is rumors that there's some kind of script being written for a story for those two characters. He hasn't confirmed anything, and he won't confirm anything unless there's an actual script. And so I would not hold out hope for that movie because he also hinted at a project being canceled recently, and that might be one of those projects that they're just putting on the back burner or canceling just outright. So there is rumors and there is some speculation about it, but don't expect that to come to pass. And then Sinners, is hitting HBO Max Friday. So for folks that haven't seen it, check it out on HBO Max this Friday.
Let's go to some things that are coming out you can watch from home if you don't want to spend any time out this holiday weekend. Maybe you're a Hobbit or Hermit. Excuse me, is the word I'm looking for. Not Hobbit. Hobbit's a different thing altogether. Hermit is.
If you have the One Ring and you're looking to do something this
Well,
weekend and not take it to Mordor,
well,
Yeah.
don't
Chill with your pipe and Samwise Gamgee and lunch.
if you want to hang out in the Shire and shoot fireworks, I get it.
Yeah, and possibly don't fail like Frodo did at the end. Just sorry if we just watched the movie. And,
Wow.
The Shire would love 4th of July.
They do. Yeah.
Canonically,
What
they
we
love
know,
fireworks.
exactly. Hobbits do love fireworks as long as they're on the back of Gandalf's wagon. We've seen them love fireworks in that way. But let's go back to what I should have said. If you're a hermit and you would prefer to stay at home this weekend, and I understand it, what's best available?
So let me go quickly to theaters because Jurassic World obviously
just ignored my directive.
I'm sorry.
Told you I don't have control over this
I'm
show.
sorry, but Jurassic World's obviously the big thing.
Yes.
But I do want to highlight, I think the top pick for the weekend is in theaters, and it's 40 Acres, the new film with Daniel Deadweiler. No, I heard that.
That's the sequel.
That's no.
Let's see how well this one does.
No. So 40 Acres is
so it's about University of Texas.
No, it's after a series of plagues and wars leave society in ruins, the Freemans are surviving, even thriving on a farm in the middle of nowhere, so long as they repel occasional raiding party. And a former soldier, Haley, played by Daniel Deadweiler, and her partner have fled the collapse, trying to train their kids to survive in this new world. And it looks very, very, very good. And it's getting rave reviews right now, 90% with critics. So if you're looking for something that's a good thriller, I would say go check that out. Of course, the crowd pleaser is Jurassic World Rebirth.
Michael, you pushed back on the joke I said off air. You mentioned, but if I'm looking at the demographics of this movie, you don't think there's a little play on words here?
No, there's a group of freemen.
Yeah. You're
not wrong.
Yeah, what do you mean? Yeah,
you're not wrong.
Yeah, hey, come on. You're pushing back on it, and look at what's going on here.
Well, yeah. I mean, you got a good point. I got nothing. Yeah, you're right. You're not wrong.
I understand why you wouldn't want to be involved in that joke.
You understand why I don't,
Yes, much like John when he rubs his forearm. I get what you're doing. But I feel like I'm dead on. We'll see how the movie plays out, but I feel like my joke was well crafted. We'll see.
You probably are right. I feel like I can't just, know what I'm saying?
There's some things you pick your battles. I get in this one, you don't want to be a part of.
No.
But 40 Acres, as he said, is in theaters, getting good reviews. So maybe something to enjoy. A little off. If you don't want to watch CGI dinosaurs, you may just want to deal with actual people with no dinosaurs. This one might be the one for you.
Walk past all the people seeing Jurassic Park, seeing F1, and being like, I'm seeing real cinema.
Yeah. Maybe Maybe you're one of
Oh,
those
yeah?
people who believes in real cinema.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe.
Oh, you're watching the Brad Pitt movie? Cool.
Hey, be cool.
I'm watching 40 Acres.
Be that indie person. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Who? All the top bands, whatever. Nah.
Yeah.
Go for the indie thing.
Yeah, you
I'm
like
taking in crates over here.
Yeah, you like MGMT when they were doing stuff for like 40 people. Before kids hit, you're one of those people. I understand. This 40 Acres is for you.
Side note, I literally found out about this movie this morning when I was doing prep for this.
He's not a cinema guy.
I had no
he's
idea.
watching Jurassic World.
I'm the guy watching Jurassic World, and I'm the guy at home watching The Old Guard too.
This is what I want to discuss. Charlize is back doing action movies, but from your face, and to be honest, from the trailer, I wasn't very impressed. And from your face, you may be suggesting that I should just stick with the Old Guard 1 and not watch Old Guard 2.
Don't watch Old Guard.
It felt like from the trailer it was off.
I see. The trailer was fine. It was. I watched the movie and I was disappointed.
Mhm.
I've been hyping it up because I like the first one. I think the first one's very good. It's a good action movie.
I agree.
This one does not tell a complete story. It should be the Old Guard 2 Part 1. It does not complete its story. It has it does the thing where it goes too in depth with aspects of the Immortal storyline that you probably didn't need to know about. And you remember the first one. It ends with a character coming back, Quinn.
I remember.
I mean, it's a 5-year-old movie, so that's kind of a key thing that should be a focus on in Part 2, and it is a focus kind of because they introduce Uma Thurman's character, and that takes up time, and just other aspects in the movie where it's slower than the first one. There is action and it's good, but it's not what I was looking for with the second film. I wanted you to focus on Charlize Theron's Andy, and I forget the actress's name who plays Quinn. That should have been the focus, and save Uma Thurman. If you're going to do a third one, save her
bring
for
her
the
back
next
for
one.
that. Sometimes these movies where they were relatively succinct and small in the first one, and that's what and people loved it. They always expand because, hey, let's be bigger and better, and usually it's not better.
It's not, yeah, and they don't resolve anything. Like it's just like it's a lot of setup, and it's just so frustrating that are we going to get a third one? I doubt it. So you wasted that time. You wasted all those years in between the film. Like it's just it's a disappointing thing because I wanted to like this
as much
movie.
as I like the Old Guard. It's not something where 5 years should have transpired between 1 and 2.
No, and part of it, obviously, COVID, writer strikes,
all that
schedules, and stuff like that. But still, 5 years is a long
for a
time for this movie.
Netflix only movie,
and a movie that I think was done a while ago. So why it was just sitting on the shelf, I don't know. But
I haven't even seen any promo for it. Have you seen
very, very limited?
Any junkets? Anybody rolling around
not,
talking about it?
Not really, not
Which
too much.
Probably
so
speaks to they all knew.
Yeah,
this isn't the movie to go out and stunt for.
Which sucks because like Charlize Theron, she's good.
Yeah,
Kiki Lane, she's good. Uma Thurman is Uma Thurman. Like
just the story doesn't connect.
Yeah, just story. Henry Golding's in it. I mean, it's a frustrating story because it's just there is potential there, and you see it, but it just they missed the mark with this one, and trying to extend it into this bigger like part 2, part 3 thing was not the route to go.
Got it.
Know your lane.
Got it.
Like Extraction. Extraction is action, deliver action. Extraction 2, action, deliver action. That's what you needed to do.
That's why they're getting an Extraction 3, right?
Yeah, just more action.
Yeah, just do it again.
Just do it again.
Chris Hemsworth. This is your thing.
He's like, yeah, I can point a gun at people.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Distract me from your brother being the Witcher on Netflix.
Please distract me from that.
Yeah. All right. What's next?
Heads of State. So this is the John Cena Idris Elba movie.
I remember seeing the trailer for this one.
I thought this was gonna suck.
I would assume it would be terrible.
What?
It does not suck.
Of course it doesn't.
What do you mean? Of course it doesn't.
It's Idris Elba and John Cena.
I like
as
both
the president and
Prime Minister, yeah.
respectively.
Who's the prime minister?
The
Idris Elba.
Because I wanted John Cena to speak with the British accent. I wanted him to be the prime minister, but of course we don't get that. So John Cena is the president of the United States.
Yeah, John Cena's the president. Idris Elba's the prime minister, and
Jack Quaid is in it.
Jack Quaid.
Oh, yes.
Priyanka Chopra Jonas, Stephen Root, Sharlto Copley, Patty Constantine.
Visser.
No,
That's not it.
No,
Patty Pimblett?
can't.
No,
Considine.
you are not helping.
Considine, right?
Considine, yeah.
Yeah.
From House
Oh,
of the
not
Dragon.
Constantine. Sorry.
Yeah.
I can't with you. I just can't with you.
Guy.
You are not helping. No, not helping, Sean.
This movie rocks, though.
Yeah, it does. It does. I mean, it's good. It's 70% with critics, 81% with audiences. The best part is Idris Elba and John Cena going back and forth.
Of course it is. Got
It's
two
and
Fast and Furious alums in it.
And it's from the director who did Nobody, the
Bob
Odenkirk
which
movie,
is getting a sequel.
which
as
is
well.
getting a sequel. So the action is pretty solid throughout. Jack Quaid's scene in this movie is hilarious, especially in terms of the way they do it, shooting the action of it all. Like it's funnily enough, it's a solid movie. Like it's worth the watch. I fully expected me to be recommending Old Guard 2 over Heads of State.
Same.
Wrong. It's Heads of State. If you want to just put on a fun action comedy, put that on.
Is John Cena very presidential?
Do you think you would have voted for John Cena, given his platform that they show in the movie?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I get his character and what he's trying to do and in terms of bringing people together, but like that man's just a musclehead, dumb. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
you mean his character's a musclehead, dumb.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just to be clear. 'cause
Yeah.
John Cena, the person, doesn't have to be John
the
Cena.
complex man.
Yeah. He's got layers. I'm sure he's got layers. He's like an onion. I'm sure.
Keep
But-
peeling.
Yeah, I mean, he's Dominic Toretto's brother. He can play both Dominic Toretto's brother
And the president of the
and
United
the
States.
president of the United
And
States.
Peacemaker.
Yeah, and peace. No, like I'm joking. Just John Cena's good in this. And I like the character that he plays because he is so focused on the history of his character in the movie is a movie star that becomes president. So he relates a lot of things to his movie career, which is funny. And Idris Elba is a man who was in like the military for a little bit and is been a prime minister for 6 years. And he is sick of all his stuff in terms of John Cena's character. So it's funny. It's good.
Carla
Worth the
Gugino
watch.
plays the vice president.
Yeah, that was another one. I was like, she's in this movie? Charlton Copley? He's in this movie?
A lot of people in it.
And
Yeah.
you guys thought this movie was going to stink.
I thought it was, but I was wrong.
We're wrong.
I was
Michael,
wrong.
Obviously, the music means we're
Yeah,
almost
we're
out of
done.
time. We got one more before we wrap it up. We can do quickly. A wreck or a stay away.
Sandman 2 is available.
The series.
Yeah, but I don't there's not enough reviews on it, but Ironheart finished this week, so go watch
I watched
that.
the first 3 episodes last night. I liked it.
I like it
We'll
so
see.
far.
We'll see what the back half has for me. We're done for the day and for the week because it is the holiday. The guys are out in Galveston at Landry's Seafood House.
Mhm.
You go out there and meet them, and not just that, you got the chance to get that electric bike, $4,000 worth, a pair of them actually. So you got a chance to enter to win that as part of our summer circuit. Michael, thank you for joining us. You
Thank
can find
you.
Comicast wherever you listen to podcasts, and normally find it on Wednesday nights here on ESPN 97.5. Sean, since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
Flip me over, Mike.
You had to do that
Thank you,
earlier
Sean.
today.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate you.
They're giving each other hearts and waving at each other. What a duo. We'll talk to you on Monday.
Hits the ball high in the air, deep to left center field. Shea Whitcomb for his first big league home run. There it is. 10 to 15 rows deep. Whitcomb's first in the big leagues gives the Astros a 2-0 lead.
Welcome to Shea Day.
How about that? How about that? We see our beloved Houston Astros take down the Colorado Rockies yesterday, and another man is stepping up. This time, it's a guy by the name of Shea Whitcomb who gets his first career home run. And I mean, he shaboinked that bad boy. 451 feet. Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show. It is Thursday, July 3rd, 2025. I am Paul Gallant, and this is the most interactive sports talk show in town. One, it is an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday. You can ask me any question, and I'll work it into the show. Two, it is also another day on the ESPN Houston Summer Circuit. We are at Landry's Seafood House in Galveston. You can come on out here. There's a promo table right behind us. We're hanging out right by the entrance. I'm wearing an American flag shirt. I am wearing, New England Patriots hat. It's American. It's festive, okay? And you right behind me at this table have a chance to register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bike Power On electric bicycle company. It's a $4,000 value. So lots of stuff to dive into on today's show. Damn, I look good looking at a video of myself. And sometimes you just get lost in how cool you look, you know? Paul, you're such an egomaniac. I know. Anyway, nice win for the Astros last night. And they continue to gain ground in the American League. And I'm not 100% sure how. But it's Shea Whitcomb against the absolute worst team in baseball getting a home run. Your Astros continue to build their lead, not just in the West, although they maintained it. They are still 7 games up on the Mariners, who actually did win last night. But they also now have a 4-game lead on the New York Yankees and Toronto Blue Jays, the two teams that are tied atop the American League East, because the Blue Jays beat the Yankees again last night. I mean, it's wild. Next man up. People keep on stepping up. You saw 16 hits last night as Astros slump busted the bejesus out of the Rockies. 6 players had 2 hits or more. Cam Smith had 3. He's now hitting 285, and he's probably a legitimate Rookie of the Year candidate. I don't know if he's going to be able to beat Jacob Wilson on the Athletics, the homeless Athletics, who is going to be the shortstop starter for the American League. But, I mean, he's hitting 285 right now. Jeremy Branham, I saw him last night trying to start to build the bandwagon for the Rookie of the Year campaign for Cam Smith. Isaac Paredes had 2 hits in the leadoff spot. Jose Altuve had 2 hits and passed Jeff Bagwell. He's now got the second most hits all time for the Houston Astros. Christian Walker had 2 hits. Maybe he got assisted by Jose Altuve on one of said hits. He's now hitting 23. Keeps on going up and up and up. Yainer Diaz had 2 hits. Cooper effing Hummel had 2 hits. Jake Myers and Mauricio Dubon only had 1 hit apiece, but they were doubles. They left 11 on base, and yeah, they were 5 for 9 with runners in scoring position and still only scored 5 runs. But another win, next man up. I know it's the Rockies. I know it's a bunch of bombs, but another impressive win. 8 of 9, and every series since May 22nd, the Astros have won. Really impressive. What else is going on the Astros front? Well, we also, as I said a little bit before, saw a bit of a snub. Jacob Wilson is going to start for the American League at shortstop instead of Jeremy Pena, who was already snubbed in the final vote for the Royals' Bobby Witt, who at the very least is considered one of the best players in baseball. I got to say, the homeless A's fans are kind of dorks because this is one of those things that is largely dependent on votes. And how many people knew who the hell Jacob Wilson was going into this year? So it's not like I would imagine people are voting Jacob Wilson in because they know what's going on in baseball, No, A's fans who are a bunch of hipster weirdos and they bring like, musical instruments to whatever stadium that they play at, they're the ones that are voting Jacob Wilson more than Astros fans are voting for Jeremy Pena, which perhaps is an indictment on Astros fans. But Pena has better numbers than Jacob Wilson in just about every single statistical category. He's got a 4.5 wins above replacement to Wilson's 2.1. He's got 11 home runs to Wilson's 9. Wilson does have 108 hits to Pena's 102. They're tied in RBIs at 40. Jeremy Pena has 10 more stolen bases than Jacob Wilson with 15. Maybe Wilson's winning the batting average department, 339 to Pena's 322. But Pena is beating him in slugging, 489 to 473. OPS, 867 to 853. And an OPS plus 143 to Wilson's 139. The Astros getting snubbed by some homeless athletic. Not a fan of that. Oh, but Paul, maybe this is, giving back to the homeless. You could look at it like that. Some generosity. F that. And F John Fisher and FDAs. They're a bunch of broke boys, and they're an embarrassment to baseball. They really are. They don't even know where the hell they're playing. Playing in Sacramento for now. They should honestly just settle permanently in Sacramento. That stadium in Vegas, I doubt it ever gets built. Yordan Alvarez, he's now on the 60-day injured list. It's a procedural move. Don't freak out. Procedural, everybody. Don't worry about it. Don't freak out about the Astros medical staff and training staff. Don't do that. Don't do that. Now, if you take a look at where the Astros injured list roster now is, I mean, damn, it's pretty impressive. I saw this posted on Astros Reddit, and this team doesn't have a catcher, but it's a really impressive lineup that's been put together for this Astros team. So as far as injured players go. So there you go. You want to chime in on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, or get after us the old-fashioned way. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday. Let's see what we got to lead things off. From the 832, question, Paul. Can I have your sister's phone number? Here we go. Did you do a little stalking and take a look at my sister? My sister looks like me. So, I mean, that's either good or bad on that front. She's married. But if you do need help and you're, in the greater Boston area and you want, like, the best surgeon in the country to do a little work, I don't know. Maybe I could give you a recommendation or something like that. But I knew we would start off weird. But, hey. It's the 4th of July extended weekend on an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday. We are live at Landry's in Galveston. We are hanging out on the seawall, and you've got a chance if you come on out here to hang out with us, grab a few drinks, and win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. Don't go anywhere. It's the Paul Gallant Show. We got to take a look at something that happened yesterday. We'll play some American music and answering all your questions. Stick around. ESPN 97.5, 92.5, and the brand new ESPN Houston app.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Landry's Seafood House in Galveston as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On E-Bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Big swing yesterday with the bases loaded with Victor Caratini. The Astros need another big swing right here.
There's a ball in the center field for a base hit. 2 runs are going to score. Jake Myers goes first to third. Jose Altuve gives the Astros a 4-2 lead.
That's what we like to see. Altuve coming through in the clutch.
He was already, but I think Altuve is officially the GOAT Astro a little bit more after you saw right there him getting that hit to pass Jeff Bagwell for the second most all-time by the Houston Astros. So that's neato to see as the Astros took down the Colorado Rockies yesterday 5-3. They've now got a 7-game lead in the American League West. And on top of that, they also are 4 games up on the New York Yankees and Toronto Blue Jays now for the 2 seed in the American League. Very cool to see that from Altuve. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday. And again, we are live here at Landry's in Galveston. And you want to come on out here for a chance to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. So check out Landry's Seafood House in Galveston. We are right by the entrance. You can register to win right there. Okay. So it's very cool to see Altuve get that. As I said again, he's definitely the GOAT Astro. This just further cements that. We did get an update when it comes to Yordan Alvarez, courtesy of the Astros. Just a couple of minutes ago, Chandler Rome posted this. Yordan Alvarez update. Yordan Alvarez and the Astros received some encouraging news from a hand specialist that examined Alvarez's sore right hand on Wednesday. As part of the examination, additional imaging was done on his right hand, which revealed the main cause of his current pain is due to inflammation. The specialist also indicated that at this point in the recovery process, the small fracture that had been sustained is now a non-factor in the discomfort that Alvarez is currently experiencing. Okay, pause for a moment. This is the hand specialist that I believe is not related to the Houston Astros in any way, shape, or form. This is an outside consultation. So it seems that the inflammation he's dealing with ain't great. As a result of this examination, Alvarez received 2 injections, continues the report, in his hand yesterday and will refrain from any activity involving his hand in the upcoming days. This was not the first time that Alvarez had received injections in his hand while on the injured list. Okay, well, I guess the first injection didn't really work out so well. The specialist also reviewed the multiple sets of imaging that had been done previously on Alvarez's hand and concurred with the findings of the Astros medical staff and other hand specialists. The specialist also determined that the imaging done on Wednesday revealed Alvarez's hand had made noticeable progress when compared to imaging done over the past several weeks. So this sounds like good news. Going to keep on reading it. Prior to Wednesday's MRI, the most recent imaging on Alvarez's hand had indicated that the inflammation had been reduced. Alvarez began to ramp up his baseball activity last week and was able to take batting practice on the field on Saturday with positive results. However, on Tuesday morning, Alvarez reported to the Astros medical staff that the pain in his hand had returned, which resulted in Wednesday's visit to the additional hand specialist. So he's got inflammation. Ibuprofen, Tylenol, I don't know. But this is good. This is good. This means that whatever setback it was more about pain and pain tolerance than it was about anything fracture related. So I guess now at this point, it's a matter of letting that inflammation subside. I guess the real question is, how long is it going to take I saw this brought up on YouTube courtesy of J-Dog, and I also saw this post online as well. Someone took a picture that might have been photoshopped. I honestly do not know. And this picture shows Yordan Alvarez on a plane with a cast on his right hand, seemingly giving a thumbs up to somebody. And he told this person, supposedly, and I'm skeptical about this too, because of course Yordan Alvarez always has a translator, so I don't know if this guy's speaking Spanish with Yordan, but this person suggested that there's some sort of torn ligament in 6 weeks until he can swing a bat. I'm very skeptical of that report that's out there. I'm giving it credence mainly because I've seen a lot of people talking about it online. I think this report that came from Chandler Rome is a lot more true, and it's also a lot better than that one. Because, yeah, a broken bone to a torn ligament. I mean, he'd probably be out the rest of the year. But there's been lots of speculation about what the hell Yordan Alvarez is dealing with. And, Sean, sorry to throw you on the spot here, but back at Mission Control, as we are out here at Landry's Seafood in Galveston, Landry's Seafood House, excuse me. This is Josh Reddick with Chandler Rome and Tyler Stafford on the Crush City podcast, wondering if Yordan Alvarez was dealing with the worst case kind of scenario, a hamate bone fracture, whatever that is.
Your grip strength and you're right back in there. So that's what this says to me is hamate bone. Hopefully it's not, but at this point we're talking about he's probably not getting in the batter's box again this year because of this, second setback. And if surgery is an option, he's not going to have enough time to rehab to even be back for the season anyway for something so significant. Because you got to think about when you have a rehab on something like that, you got to go from, a grip strength to a certain number. Then you start dry swinging. Then you start like with a fungo, and then you go off the tee for like 10 swings, and you got to progressively build. It's like a 2-week stretch, 2.5 week stretch of just building your hitting and your grip strength up so you don't go in there and re-rupture anything else in your hand from the surgery. So hopefully we'll find something out in 2 days. And if it is, I think we'd all want to have something, even if it's good or bad. We all just want to know, like, if it is something that needs surgery, let's just knock it out and get this behind us.
So the good news is it sounds, at least for now, like it's not bad. We'll keep you posted if there's any updates, but that is the update on Yordan Alvarez today. The setback is that Alvarez is dealing with inflammation. I see a couple of texters suggesting in more colorful language that perhaps Yordan Alvarez needs to be on Soft Boys next week. Listen, playing with hand inflammation, swinging a bat with inflammation, it's not good. Do you want Yordan Alvarez swinging while he's dealing with pain? Eventually, there will come a point where he might have to just play through it, especially once we get into the months late August and September, as they're trying to probably lock down a division and a bye in the American League playoffs. And on top of that, come playoff time, of course, you're going to need it too. But for now, it seems like things are better for Yordan. So now the hope is that whatever Jeremy Pena is dealing with from a rib injury perspective is also doing better. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch is having a difficult time loading here, but we will try to connect at some point. On an Ask on Anything Friday, you can listen on those two radio streams or on 97.9 HD or on the brand new ESPN Houston app, which is ready to go on your iPhone. And if you are on a Droid, should be good to go on the 4th of July. Happy America, right? It's the America's birth and the day that the Droid works. The app works on your Droid. So you can ask any question. I'll work it into the show. What do we have here? From the 832. And in Astros speak, that means they're going to have to amputate his hand. No, this is from a hand specialist who I do not think is related to the Astros. I'm probably going to have to text Chandler Rome to double check. Christopher Soriano asks on an Ask on Anything Friday question, how much influence and impact do you think KD will have on Jabari's offensive game? Do you think he will take him under his wing and help him develop into a better player? 100%. And I think Jabari Smith is exactly the kind of player who is going to reach out to Kevin Durant and ask him, hey, how can I be a little closer to you? He's never going to be Kevin Durant. Durant's one of the greatest players that's ever played the game, no matter how you feel about him. He is. Size like that, pretty good handle, incredible three-point shooter, very efficient as a shooter. The guy's one of the best ever. So how much can he actually teach to someone like Jabari Smith? A little. I imagine as far as his release point from a shot and shooting from the corner, as far as a catch-and-shoot kind of guy, he can help him get a little bit better on that front. I think more than anything, Jabari Smith, you want to study Kevin Durant's form and how he's become so efficient as a shooter. Because I would imagine Durant does have a little bit to teach him, given that they are similar in height and similar in build. Because Smith, while a little more muscular than Durant, is definitely lean as far as larger guys go. So you can ask any question. We got another question on an Ask Alon Anything Thursday, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Someone is asking about Cam Whitmore. Will the Cam Whitmore loss be worse than the Jalen Green loss? Here's the latest on Cam Whitmore. It sounds like Dorian Finney-Smith, the signing of him, might be part of a sign and trade where the Lakers would get Cam Whitmore. I'm not 100% sure how that would work or why the Rockets would do that unless it's a matter of shedding salary. Look, I don't think Whitmore fits here, and I think a lot of people are just going to have to stop crying about it. Yes, he's got upside, but it's not going to work out here. Because the things between him and Ime Udoka are not good, and he's going to be a bench player that's fighting for minutes. So I think you got to get over the idea of Cam Whitmore on another team. I really don't know as far as Cam Whitmore compared to Jalen Green. We've seen flashes from Cam Whitmore for sure. And if Cam Whitmore was playing in the same role that Jalen Green was playing under the Steven Silas Rockets, I'm sure that he would be putting up some similar numbers, and we'd have some thoughts about his actual upside. I think Whitmore has more dog in him than Green does, for what it's worth. I think he's more of a alpha, for lack of a better term. That's not always a good thing. It isn't. And I think his pecking order on this Rockets team, no matter how good he actually might be, he is never, I think, going to be looked at in that locker room as somebody who is towards the top of said totem pole, especially now that Kevin Durant's aboard. So sometimes, and this is advice that I'd give to a lot of people, especially young people that are working in any industry, is that sometimes your bosses will not see you the way you view yourself, and they might not understand the kind of upside that you have. They're going to see you as someone very specific, and they will never see you as anything else unless you go elsewhere and perhaps thrive there. And even if you go elsewhere and thrive there, they're still probably going to look at you the same way when you have a conversation with them again. And it's going to piss you off. It's going to piss you off. I know I've felt that before in this industry. Hell, I still feel it from time to time, talking with specific people in it. Because there's certain people you talk to, and I'm like, I passed you, big dog. But that's everyone. That's this game. That's every work. That's ego. That's who we are as humans, especially as American humans. And happy 4th of July weekend, everybody. It is the Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday. We'll be playing some American jams as the show gets along. We are hanging here at Landry's Seafood House on the water. I'm looking directly across the street at the Gulf of Mexico. I'm not going to lie, it is a very beautiful spot. The only thing that's missing is, I don't know, maybe a margarita, a beer of some sorts. I told myself that I was going to, after driving back from Galveston, I was going to go get myself a drink. But nope, I see the beach. Beach mode has been activated. So I'm just going to be a real degenerate the rest of the day. Come out and hang out with us. You got a chance to win, of course, on an Ask Alon Anything Thursday here as part of the ESPN Summer Circuit. A pair of Power On Electric Bicycle Company e-bikes, a $4,000 value. Just check out the promo table. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Ask Alon Anything Thursday. Stick around.
American, fight for the rights of every man. I am a real American, fight for what's right, fight for your life.
You're listening to The Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Landry's Seafood House in Galveston as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
If you hurt my friends, then you hurt my pride. I gotta lend a hand. It don't help to hide. I am a real American. Fight for the rights of every American. I love this song so much. The music video, the original one by Rick Derringer, R.I.P., for Hulk Hogan. It's very funny. There's like a lot of bad. It's like a really bad slideshow with some really bad CGI, but it's so awesome. I want to apologize because I have actually acknowledged that this is the new title of the Gulf of Mexico. It's the Gulf of America. Someone texted in Gulf of America, dumbass. That is true. I forgot. Truly, I've acknowledged it as the Gulf of America, but this is my first time seeing the Gulf of America since it got changed to the Gulf of America, okay? Cut me a little slack here. Not Santa posted on X. You didn't say Gulf of America. I see he's coming for you. Oh, crap. Anyway, you want to jump in on an Ask on Anything Thursday, you know how to do it. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Happy America birthday weekend. We are live here in Galveston on the Gulf of America with the beautiful view of it as part of the ESPN Houston Summer Circuit. So come on out here. You could register to win a chance to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. Just stop by the promo table when you get out here. This is a fantastic day to come on out to Landry's Seafood House. Also a really beautiful day to look at the Gulf. Woo. The big news today as far as the Astros are concerned, who just beat the Colorado Rockies for their 8th win in 9 games last night, 5-3. Yordan Alvarez, encouraging news when it comes to his hand. It's inflammation that's causing the current pain in his right hand. The small fracture is a non-factor in the discomfort. So we got 2 injections, and we'll see what his timeline for recovery is as far as the inflammation, not feeling it anymore. This might be something he eventually has to power through. Maybe he's going to have to take a couple ibuprofens every single game. I don't know. That's my hangover cure generally. So it is Thursday at 12:36. It's time for something that we like to call Tinfoil Hat Thursday. You can nominate your own tinfoil hat theory on the text line at 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch is not working here. Sorry, Twitchers. Go to YouTube. Last night, I saw this suggested by Jeremy Branham. Christian Walker, who hit a ball in between the third baseman and shortstop, hit a ball that went right off of Jose Altuve's foot. Altuve was ruled out there in that moment. Was Altuve trying to give Christian Walker a hit in that spot? To give Christian Walker another multiple hit game? It is really funny watching Altuve run the bases. He's so bad at it. He's just so bad at it. Some thought that he was stepping on the ball on purpose as that ball went through the gap. He definitely saw it. How did it hit him? Like, why didn't he jump? It's funny at this point, but it's like the red flag that you overlook in your significant other. But this one's bad. This one's a bad one. Like a really bad one. He gets picked off regularly. He used to be so good at stealing bases. Now he's just a disaster on the base paths. But if you want to spin zone it for the guy who is now the second all-time leader in hits for the Astros, past Jeff Bagwell last night, maybe he was doing it on purpose to make sure that Christian Walker had all the riz. Meanwhile, Tinfoil Hat Thursday continues. Some believe that the Houston Rockets ruined free agency and the NBA Finals by trading for Kevin Durant before Game 7. Chris Haynes talked about how NBA owners are really bummed out by what free agency has led to. There has not been a whole lot of crazy bleep happening as normally does. Here is the NBA basketball reporter on that.
I'm not going to mention the name of this individual, but this is a high-ranking NBA figure. He's been in the league for years. They said free agency is dead, and they think it's bad for the league because it's usually one of the league's biggest attractions. We have to remember that this is entertainment, and we can't take that away. How do y'all feel about that? Do you believe that premise?
Well, Chris, you realize we're doing a free agency show here. It starts in about 10 minutes, so we're trying to build excitement.
Interesting. Very interesting. Is this perhaps something that could lead to the Astros getting, I don't know, the wrong referees the rest of the year? Because they're disappointed that this has been a dud as far as free agency goes. And they're disappointed that the biggest thing that happened this offseason happened the same day as Game 7 of the NBA Finals. And I do think it stole some of the thunder away from Game 7 of the NBA Finals. I don't think there's any denying that. It 100% did that. You know? So that's certainly something that you got to wonder about. Is there going to be a little more Scott Foster? Is there going to be a little more of the usual suspects going forward? We shall see. It is the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call to text on a Tinfoil Hat Thursday, and also an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday with the 4th of July weekend coming up tomorrow. We're going to be off the air and hope that you have a very good holiday. Some comments and questions. Have anything good cooking for the 4th of July? Going to go to my best friend's pool, hang out in the backyard. I think we're getting some El Tiempo catered. I might bring some American goodies to cook along the way. But yeah, going to be fun. Hang out at the pool with the lady. Get to oogle at the lady. That's always fun. Yeah, looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. And I'm looking ahead at the Gulf of America right now, and it does make me want to just teleport into tomorrow. Another question on an Ask on Anything Thursday. Did Cal Raleigh steal your nickname from your time in Seattle? No, I don't think people in Seattle were calling me Big Dumper. I do have a donk, I'm told. I wouldn't know. But I'm told I have a donk. I'm told I have clackers. But I do not have the monstrous ass that Cal Raleigh has. I just don't. I don't. You know, I need to do a heavy, heavy bulk phase to get to that level of meat. So no. Yeah, I didn't really have a nickname up in Seattle. No one ever called me Paulie G or anything like that. Because that was for a while what I went by here. I don't mind being called Paulie G at all. I actually like that one. The one that drove me crazy, and this is what Josh Innes used to call me all the time because he thought I was an intern because I looked so young when I first started over at the Texans flagship. He called me Bootsy, which to me sounds a lot like a cat's name. Anywho, it's an Ask on Anything Thursday. We got some more fun ones to get to. We'll be playing some American jams the rest of the show. And speaking of America, how American is it that Diddy got away with most of what he allegedly did? We're talking about the Diddy trial next. Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show. We are live at Landry's Sea House, hanging out. Seafood House. Jeez, I keep on screwing up the name. Landry's Seafood House on the Gulf of America with a beautiful view as part of the ESPN Houston Summer Circuit. You can win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. Stick around. First, let me tell you, though, about my friends at Top Dog Fireworks. Tomorrow at midnight is your last chance to get all the fireworks you want at Top Dog Fireworks store locations all over the greater Houston area. To find a location, go to topdogfireworks.com. 14 Houston area locations, all sorts of buy one, get one free, all sorts of products to choose from while supplies last. So stock up now. Maybe you're not going to be blowing up a bunch of stuff on the 4th of July, but for upcoming celebrations like weddings, birthdays, parties, engagements, gender reveals, if you're one of those absolutely horrible people. No offense. You're a horrible person if you do a gender reveal party. But if you want fireworks to make yourself a cool, terrible person, you can. A great selection at great prices at topdogfireworks.com. While supplies last, you get rewards if you spend $250. And you can also register for this massive grand prize as well in store. Again, midnight. The stores are open until the 4th of July at midnight tomorrow. TopDogFireworks.com. Again, TopDogFireworks.com.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Landry's Seafood House in Galveston as part of ESPN Houston's summer circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Happy 4th of July weekend. Little Lee Greenwood to get you into the mood. USA. 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 God wills it. By the way, U.S. playing Mexico on Sunday in the Gold Cup. And I mean, they've been an absolute embarrassment for our country for a lot of the last couple of years, but maybe, just maybe, God wills it, they actually get things back on track. Astros, meanwhile, they beat the Rockies last night 5-3. They wrap up their 3-game set, looking for a sweep this afternoon at 2 o'clock. With Colton Gordon on the hill. Wait, is it Colton Gordon or is it Brandon Walter? I don't know. I confuse the two all the time. Paul, you should know this. You're a professional. Whatever. It's Brandon Walter on the hill. We'll see if Zach Short plays again, for God's sake. I didn't even know who the hell that guy was. It was this guy that's pinch hitting at the end of the game. But see if they get a sweep so they can get 9 of 10 going into their series against the LA Dodgers over the weekend. What a great way to. I mean, that's the number one event of the weekend. Astros Dodgers in sports, at least American sports, unless you're into eating Nathan's hot dog eating competition. I think it's disgusting, to be perfectly honest. Speaking of disgusting, Diddy. So Diddy, and this is the power of having money in the American legal system when being charged with criminal acts. Diddy was found guilty on 2 of the 5 charges placed against him. Sentencing for Diddy will come, I believe, in early October. He was guilty of the Mann Act of transportation of former girlfriends Cassie Ventura and Jane, in quotation marks. He was found not guilty of running a criminal enterprise, along with 2 counts of sex trafficking, also found not guilty of that. It's not a surprise that New York is possibly electing a communist mayor when you see the way that people were handling the Diddy verdict outside. A lot of these people, Knicks fans, which is to say they're a bunch of troglodytes. Yeah, that's right. I'm using big words out here. Absolute animals of human beings. They were celebrating outside the Diddy verdict. I'm just going to let CNN take it away because I thought when I saw this at first that this was perhaps an artificial intelligence post. No, it's not.
And proper and etiquette that is happening inside of a courtroom. No one said, I kid you not, people are pouring baby oil on one another outside this courthouse. Baby oil having a very big play in the freak-offs we heard about. You have people saying it's not Rico, it's Frico. You got applause coming when the mother of Sean Diddy Combs, Miss Janice, got out of the vehicle just a few moments ago, really, behind us and walked inside to elated cheers and her greeting the crowd. Every time the family, the children, the 6 adult children come in, 3 boys and 3 girls, they are met by cheers and also at times throughout the course of trial met by scathing and disrespectful comments as well, a lot of profanity. But
a baby oil fight? Like the tragic gasoline mishap from Zoolander? Orange mocha frappuccino. I guess they were just reenacting what Diddy allegedly likes the most because he had a closet full of that stuff. It is kind of funny. I mean, it's absolute animals just spraying baby oil all over each other. And I mean, like, what do you do after that's done? I mean, New York is not exactly the easiest place to get around. You're going to get on the subway all lubed up. Suppose you'd be able to fit in crowded spaces a little bit more. I was on the New York subway a couple of weeks ago. It wasn't as bad as I thought it would be, to be perfectly honest. Your boy, as I was going to my friend's house in Brooklyn before I went up to Rhode Island for that bachelor party, really enjoyed that at certain subway stations, Penn Station to be specific, there are places where you can buy beer and you could just crack it open. They gave me a brown paper bag too. They said, "Hey, do you want a brown paper bag?" I was like, "Hell yeah!" So I was drinking a beer on the subway. They don't seem to frown upon open containers. So I will give a shout out to New York City. I did look like an alcoholic drinking out of a can with a paper bag around it at 11 in the morning, but whatever. I was on vacation. F off. Had myself a good old time. It was a Thursday too. Everyone's weekend starts somewhere. So I suppose this is how you end up with, outside of the Diddy verdict, a bunch of people blasting each other with baby oil. But my favorite part is not Rico, Freako. Oh, what a chant. What a country we live in, huh? Where people are supporting this guy when the allegations are like truly heinous. And I get it. You know, the man is innocent until proven guilty. But I don't know. Some of the details were so specific about this freak. And the defense for this freak was essentially, yeah, he's a freak. Freako, not Rico. He's a freak. Just a dirty, nasty freak who's into all the perversions. Oh, all right. I mean, to each their own. The USA, right? That's what George Washington crossed the Delaware for. That's oh, Jesus. Anyway, happy 4th of July weekend, everybody. We are hanging out on the seawall in Galveston at Landry's Seafood House, having ourselves a wonderful time on an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday. Internet acting up a little bit, so not getting all of your questions as quickly as I'd like, but we do have a bunch loaded up right now. What are your top 3 American sports moments? Asks one texter. Ooh, that's a really good one. That's a really good one. This texter says Mike Piazza's home run after 9/11. Okay. I will say this was a great American sports moment and I was at this game. So the Patriots played the Jets right after 9/11. This was a game that was supposed to be a week 3 game. So it was actually cool to see Bostonians cheering the Jets as they came into the stadium. A Patriots guard by the name of Joe Andruzzi, whose brother was a firefighter in New York City, came on, and he had 2 American flags as he came out there. And that was Tom Brady's first game, for those who don't know. Like, Tom Brady, like, the world changed on September 11th, obviously, in a lot of different ways. The sports world changed, too, because that game got delayed, and who knows what happens if the Patriots don't play the Jets that week and if Drew Bledsoe doesn't get hit. I'm not making comparisons between the two as far as their impact on the world. I'm just saying, like, it was a pretty crazy week, couple of weeks. For me, it's when the Patriots won the Super Bowl at the end of that year in New Orleans. The Super Bowl logo was a giant American flag and the entire shape of the United States as an American flag. And to hear Bob Kraft, it's kind of a corny line. It's dated itself, but he gave this awesome speech when he was handed the Lombardi Trophy, and it was like, freedom and democracy are foundational parts of our incredible country. We are all patriots, and tonight the Patriots are Super Bowl champions. So I'm going to say that's moment 1, the moment 2. And then the third moment is when Rocky ended the Cold War by beating Ivan Drago. And a lot of people are going to say that's a fictional moment, but no. Basically, every single great American moment happened, guys, while the New England Patriots, who are literally named after the founding fathers of our country, every single great American moment is a New England Patriots moment. And I know a lot of you guys might be thinking that's kind of messed up. Nope, it's what it is. Just is what it is. You know, God wills it. Tom Brady, God is that's my Lord and Savior. Everybody, I'm trying not to be sacrilegious here, but like, he is the most American man that there is, and that team is as America as it gets. They're red, white, and blue. Oh, you hate the Patriots? Oh, you hate America? Love throwing that back at people. I remember when I was in Seattle, there were a bunch of people that said, like, how can you root for the Patriots? And I was like, because I'm from Boston. But they thought me rooting for the Patriots meant that I was MAGA. Because Donald Trump, the Donald Trump hat was in Tom Brady's locker or something like that. Anyway, it's an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch is having some issues right now, so if you want to jump in on the YouTube side of things, if you're one of the streamers, no video either because the internet's not doing so well, but I have the best view possible, so you should drive all the way down to Galveston and come hang out with me at Landry's Seafood House. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday. Astros took down the Rockies last night, and Jordan Alvarez, his setback is apparently due to hand inflammation, nothing more. So that's great too. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday. Happy birthday, America, on the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
Going back 2 starts plus the first 3 batters tonight. Cam puts it in play. That's going to be a base hit into right field. Jake Myers will score easily. The Astros lead 1-0. Cam with RBI number 34 on the season.
He's hitting 285. Rookie of the year, Cam Smith. He's in a back and forth with Jacob Wilson. I imagine it's not really much of a back and forth. I mean, Jacob Wilson's going to be the starter at shortstop in the American League because he got more votes than Jeremy Pena, as did Bobby Witt. But Cam Smith is making a very compelling case. He had a 3-hit performance last night. He keeps on making stuff happen out there. So shout out to Cam Smith and shout out to the Astros. They've won 8 of 9. And we actually have some good news on the Astros front, and we shared it with you in the second segment of this show. This is courtesy of the Astros. Yordan Alvarez update. Yordan Alvarez and the Astros received encouraging news from a hand specialist that examined his sore right hand Wednesday. As part of the examination, additional imaging was done on his right hand. It revealed that the main cause of his current pain is due to inflammation. The specialist also indicated at this point in his recovery process, the small fracture that had been sustained is now a non-factor in the discomfort that Alvarez is currently experiencing. He got 2 injections in his hand Wednesday. He'll refrain from any activity involving his hand in the upcoming days. Any activity. We all know what that means. No video games. This was not the first time that Alvarez had received injections in his hand while on the injured list. So, look, this is great news if it's true. And we're hearing this not from the Astros medical staff, but from a hand specialist who I believe is not part of the Astros medical staff. So this is great. Let's hear what Dana Brown had to say about it yesterday. It's time for another episode. Are you down with Dana Brown? Are you down with Dana B? Indeed, it is. So here's what Dana Brown had to say yesterday about Yordan Alvarez. Dana Brown on Yordan pre-setback. He looked good. He was hitting rockets. We were very optimistic. So much that we got him down to Florida. Tuesday morning, he felt some pain. Tough to deal with because we need him back in our lineup. This was before Alvarez saw the specialist. More from Dana on Yordan before he saw the specialist. Felt really good. He was close to 100%. These things can take time. He felt good enough to swing a bat. He felt well. Gave him some swings here in Houston. Sent him to Florida. That was the goal. I want to believe this update from the hand specialist who says it's just inflammation, and I want to believe Dana Brown's optimism. It's tough to believe it. I suppose since I'm going into the birthday into America's birthday weekend, number 249, all I can really do at this moment in time is choose to be optimistic. We'll get back to being negative on Monday. So you know what? I'm going to take Dana Brown's word for a change. Said Dana on Yordan's specialist visit, he's seen 3 specialists. He's getting the best of care. You've got to figure out what the problem is. Looking forward to see what the diagnosis is going to be. And they're saying inflammation, which means that Yordan is probably at some point this year going to have to get his pain tolerance up. Said Dana yesterday about Yordan, and this is before we heard what we heard from the hand specialist. Dana maintains it was soreness in the hand. He wants to get back, Yordan. Combination of soreness and not wanting to push him to the point of jeopardizing not having him for the season. Soreness means they're going to pull him back to ensure complete health. Dana's not concerned at all that Yordan would miss the rest of the season because how he feels, and we've seen the imaging. Sometimes the opinion of another doctor can get you over the hump. This is very different messaging from Tuesday to Wednesday. Because Tuesday we heard Dana Brown before the Astros-Rockies game talking about it, and honestly, it sounded like the end of the world. And then yesterday on the Astros flagship, he's making it sound better. Really hard to take anyone's words at face value. I want to, believe me, I really, really do. But it is good to see that he got some encouraging news on that front. So how's Jeremy Pena doing? Are you down with Dana Brown? Are you down with Dana B? Dana believes Jeremy Pena is already starting to feel better. He's with the club. He might start some baseball activities in the coming days with hitting the last step. I feel very optimistic this won't be too long. All right, man, it's a fractured rib. I do not share your optimism on that front. I'm trying to share that optimism on that front because it's America's 249th birthday, but you're making it tough. More from Dana Brown. Being on the trip, Jeremy Pena, shows the Astros' confidence in Pena not being out so long. So there you go. That is, are you down with Dana Brown? You down with Dana B? Would have been nice if they asked about Bryce Matthews, who did not get called up. Shea Whitcomb got called up instead of Bryce Matthews. And he had a home run, his first ever career home run last night against the Rockies. Maybe that's a byproduct of Coors Field and the Rockies being ass. But whatever the case, I want to see Bryce Matthews up at some point if Pena's out for a long period of time. I say that because now all of a sudden Bryce Matthews is the 98th ranked prospect among baseball's top 100. Maybe he deserves a shot. Just saying. Just saying. Man, it is beautiful looking out at the Gulf of America. This is a great view. I really could get lost here. We're hanging out at Landry's Seafood House in Galveston, right off of the seawall. It is an Ask on Anything Thursday. You can ask any question. I'll work it into the show. It's 713-780-3776. That's how you call. That's also how you text. From the 409, Paul, would you consider Team America's America song an iconic American classic? Yes. I don't even care if they're making fun of America a little bit along the way, because it doesn't sound that way unless you listen very closely to the lyrics. We actually will play a version of it. It's very funny. There's a super censored version of that song online, and we've played it before. And I'm always a little bit paranoid for Sean Mapes behind the glass back at Mission Control that maybe a cuss will slip through all the censoring that takes place. But there is actually a family-friendly version of that song online. It's just a lot of bleeps. On YouTube, Michael Carrera says, Paul, I need you to get that new 4th of July Astros on field hat with the rope on it. No, hard pass. I think a lot of baseball hats are scams. I mean, the El Tiempo hat that I bought, that was $60. I love it, but it's because I love El Tiempo so much. It doesn't really match with that many things. Like this Patriots hat I'm wearing right now, old school Patriots throwback with the Minuteman hat snapping the football. It matches my American flag Hawaiian shirt. That's the main reason I'm wearing it right now. And also, there's nothing more American than New England Patriots, who are the real America's team. Everyone says Dallas Cowboys America's team. Well, then, damn, we've been losing for 30 years. My God. We may as well have lost the Gulf War if the Cowboys are America's team. Jesus. Anyway, what else do we have here on an Ask on Anything Thursday? Someone made a great point here, and I know people are going to be purchasing fireworks, maybe at Top Dog Fireworks in their 14 area locations. Someone texted in. He read that someone doesn't know it, but they won't have all 10 fingers on Saturday. Wrong answers only. What Houston athlete is most likely to have less than 10 fingers come Saturday?
Any Houston Astro?
Any Houston Astro. That's
Name
right,
Houston
Sean.
Astro.
Any Houston Astro who's seen a hand specialist, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what the Astros medical staff is doing. Do you think that they play with fireworks while they're looking at these guys?
They'd be like, no, it'd be a funny prank if we told him to close his eyes and just hand him a lit firework. That'd be cool, right?
Just blow off his hand, give him a little G.
Sorry,
down with
Mr. Crane, I'm sorry, but
we blew up Jeremy Page's hand. We were just messing around.
It was a joke, and please don't fire me.
You down with Dana B? You down with OPP? You got no fingers like JPP? There we at. Texter texted in. I heard Jeremy Pena's rib injury is actually a back injury now. It's possibly traveled down his legs, but that could be the next diagnosis. I know. Goodness gracious. So it's an Ask on Anything Thursday. Astros have one more game against these bum-ass Colorado Rockies before they play the LA Dodgers in a Judgment Day kind of series to wrap up the first half. If you want to weigh in on that, you can. Come out and hang out with us down in Galveston. If you're coming down to Galveston for the 4th of July weekend, get here early. You get a chance to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. The registration is at the promo table to the right as you stop in here at Landry's Seafood House. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday as part of the ESPN Summer Circuit here on ESPN Houston, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, and on the brand new ESPN Houston app, which is available on iPhone, not yet available on Android, but will be tomorrow. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Landry's Seafood House in Galveston as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the Mobile Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Lit up your world like the 4th of July. Hey, Uncle Sam, put your name at the top of his list.
And the Statue of Liberty started shaking her fist, and the eagle will fly, man. It's gonna be hell when you hear Mother Freedom start ringing her bell, and it feels like the whole wide world is raining down on you. It's about bombs, guys. Brought to you courtesy of the red, white, and blue. It is an Ask on Anything Thursday. You hear the chopper noise in the background? This must be the Toby Keith music video. R.I.P. to Toby Keith. This song is such a banger. Oh, man. But if you want to jump in on an Ask on Anything Thursday, 713-780-3776 to call. That's how you text. YouTube at ESPN Houston and Twitch at ESPN 975. It seems we have some good news on the Astros front. They've won 8 of 9. 4-game separation between them and the New York Yankees. And now the Toronto Blue Jays, who have tied things up. Still a 7-game lead in the American League West. Yordan Alvarez, after seeing a hand specialist, is apparently just dealing with hand inflammation. It's not a setback as far as more of a fracture. It's not a hamate bone injury like Josh Reddick had theorized. That's at least what they're telling us. And since it is a holiday weekend, I am choosing to believe that. Do I actually believe them? Give me a little truth serum. It wouldn't actually hell. It would not take much. It would not take much to convince me that, yeah, they're lying through their teeth again. But I want to believe that. And also, Dana Brown yesterday on the Astros flagship said when it comes to Jeremy Pena that he's not that far away from baseball activities. Okay, man, he's a broken rib, but I mean, I don't really know what to say anymore. Yesterday and the day before, we talked so much about how little we trust the Astros medical staff. I still trust the Astros medical staff. Zilch. Not at all. Trying to think who I trust less than the Astros medical staff. Like, who do I trust less? Littlefinger from Game of Thrones? Darth Vader's deal with Lando Calrissian in Cloud City? I mean, pray I don't alter it further. So there you go. It's an Ask a Lot Anything Thursday. If you want to weigh in on the Astros and their medical staff, and if you actually believe this Yordan Alvarez news, have at it. On an Ask a Lot Anything Thursday, this is more of a comment, but listen, we read everything here, even if it's funny. This did make me chuckle. Paul, make sure your girlfriend shaves her balls before going to the pool tomorrow. Hey, she doesn't have clackers, okay? Come on. She's a lady. She's a lady. I know that there's a lot of things that could be considered a lady in 2025, but she is an actual lady. Can confirm, okay? Okay. What's more American, Paul? The 1911 or the AR-15? Okay, so I'm a little bit of a nerd, but from what I remember, the 1911's a Colt 45, right? And an AR-15, I don't know. I feel like an AR-15 is, we hear it all the time, but did AR-15s really get used in war in the same way as like an M16? Is an A15 and an M16? I don't even know. Truly, I don't know. So what's more American? Huh. The Colt 45 is, I think, the most American gun that there is. Not to be confused with a Magnum. Is that what a 1911 is? Again, I sound like an idiot talking about guns. I don't know that much about guns. I think my girlfriend knows more about guns than me. Significantly more. That was in her dating profile. There's a picture of her holding and possibly an AR-15. But I think truly, and this is as someone who's a nerd when it comes to history, I think that the Colt 45 is the most American gun that there's ever been. Because without the Colt 45, we would not, as Americans, have been able to settle the West. The big problem, and I read this book, it's called Empire of the Summer Moon, was that the Comanche Indians were this tribe of ruthless, unbelievably gifted horse riders who basically controlled the entirety of the Great Plains once you go west of San Antonio. Like, you couldn't go west of San Antonio because we were working with like muskets and we were working with really slow moving everything, cannons and gunfire. Like we were We were built for warfare against European countries. We were not built for warfare on the West. And once we started pushing west, I believe the Texas Rangers were the first people to start using the Colt 45, and it was a revolver, so it was easy to ride a horse with and actually fire at people. And on top of that, you could fire 6 shots. That was game over. But before that, like the Comanche Indians, you talk about like horse riding war people. I mean, on par with the Huns of the late Roman Empire and on par with the Mongols and the Turk. Is it the Turks? Not the Ottoman Turks. It's like the Turkmenistan or something like that. Sorry, I'm all over the place, but there's your history lesson for the day, everybody. The 1911s do look sweet, which is that a Desert Eagle? That's what I confused. The Colt 45 with the Desert Eagle. I don't know. Someone let me know. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Koogblay says bazooka. Bazookas were pretty cool. Taking out Panzer tanks and stuff. From the 281, the Colt 911 was considered the name the Peacemaker. And the M16 has AR-15 stamped on it, says another texter. All right, learning new things every single day. Appreciate you guys for helping me out here. I do 100% know that I am limited in my knowledge when it comes to that stuff. 1911 has a clip, Paul. The Colt 45 is a revolver. Thank you. Thank you very much. From the 409, a texter says on an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday, this is a comment. I would let Michael Jackson babysit my kids before using the Astros medical staff. Well, you wouldn't want to do that because Michael Jackson's dead. Also, there's the stories. So I get it. From the 832, a texter asks, are you going to the USA versus Mexico Gold Cup final? It was today that I found out that game was at NRG Stadium. I found that out as I was getting ready for the show because we do our weekend homework every Friday, generally at 2:15. So we'll be doing it Thursday at 2:15. So today, in about an hour or so. No, I will not be going. Honestly, anyone going, be careful for a lot of different reasons. Be careful. I feel like these USA versus Mexico games lend themselves to fights. So just be careful out there, all right? Be careful. Check your 6. Watch your back. Few drinks. National pride on the line. The current state of our country and some heightened tensions between certain communities. Watch your 6. This is not the kind of game I would bring my family to. I'll just say that. That's serious advice. No sarcasm there. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday. Astros have won 8 of 9. Yordan Alvarez seems to be okay, at least per the Astros hand specialist, non-Astros hand specialist who checked him out. On an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday, a question. This is sports related. Can the Astros please not make a trade this year and keep the farm intact? I am with you here. I think as guys get healthy, I think they have to be looking at trading some of the excess parts. Because, I mean, think about everyone who's banged up right now, just from a pitching perspective. Christian Javier, who I will not get rid of. I think Javier's stuff is electric when he's healthy. Luis Garcia has pretty good stuff. I think Luis Garcia would be an interesting trade candidate. Obviously, you have some questions about, well, what do you do when Framber Valdez walks? Fair point. Because he will be gone after this offseason. You want to have somebody to step in. But he is definitely, I think, Luis Garcia is someone intriguing to think of. So I think, like, of all the guys that you have right now, he might get you the most haul. And, coming off of a Tommy John surgery that had a little bit of a setback, how do you feel about that long term? Chas McCormick, when everyone gets healthy, I think is also somebody that you'll see traded. I don't think you're going to get that much for him. But I do think that if you're Dana Brown, yes, you are looking to improve your team by playoff time, but I also think you're looking to restock a little bit. And with the way that the Astros have overachieved this season, you actually might be able to do that. But a lot of guys have to come back from injury. I'd like to keep Jacob Melton around. Some of the other younger players. Like I like Zach DeZenzo a lot. Obviously, he's dealing with an injury too. There's just so many banged up players at this moment in time. So I am with this texter. I would like the Astros to not make a trade as far as getting rid of some prospects. 713-780-3776 to call to text on an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday. Ooh, someone texted this in because I said top American sports moments, and I was like, every single Patriots victory. This texter says, Jesse James caught the ball, Paul. You know it. I know it. Go Steelers. So this Steelers fan is remembering a regular season game that the Patriots won. It was a wild ending where Jesse James, yes, tight end for the Steelers, did catch a touchdown pass that probably would have given the Steelers a win. I think the next play that Roethlisberger threw a Malcolm Butler-esque interception, I honestly forget off the top of my head because there's so many Patriots victories over the Steelers that they kind of all blend together. And sorry to be an a-hole about this. If you want to feel a little bit better as a Steelers fan, the Steelers are the first team that ever made me cry. This was a December game in 1997. Patriots were winning by 7 with about, let's say 2 minutes to go. And Drew Bledsoe threw an interception to a defensive lineman who almost returned it for a touchdown. Steelers would end up scoring a touchdown. They sent it to overtime and they won. It was the first game I went to that the Patriots lost that I saw in person. And then the Patriots lost to the Steelers 7-6 in the divisional round of the playoffs at Three Rivers Stadium earlier that year. The Steelers would lose to the Broncos in the AFC Championship game before, Super Bowl 32, which was that awesome game where Elway did the helicopter for the touchdown or the first down against the Packers. So you have that at least, but outside of that, like the Patriots own that ass. Like the Steelers are the Patriots bitch. They always have been. Always will be. Think about all those times that the Steelers lost big spots to the Patriots. Like outside of Halloween in 2004, where, by the way, I also cried. That was a little bit late in the game to be crying. I was a sophomore in high school. I didn't care. I was such a psycho about the Patriots. It's kind of, I needed help. Probably for the best that left Massachusetts. I might still be crying about the Patriots losing games. Yeah. So ask a lot of anything Thursday, though. There you go, that Steelers fan. I hope that you enjoyed that call back down memory lane. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. All right. Up next, we are 63 days away from the kickoff of the NFL season between the Eagles and AJ's Cowboys. We continue that countdown. Who's the best number 63 in NFL history, in Texans history? And I'm going to give you a bunch of fluff. Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show. 10-minute drill, 63 days away from the start of the NFL season. Best 63 in NFL history. Some would say Gene Upshaw. There's some iconic photos of that guy playing for the Raiders back in the day. He's got the cowboy collar. He's got the helmet with the nose guard as well. He's from Robstown, Texas. That's where he was born at the very least. It's a Corpus Christi suburb. He went to Texas A&M Kingsville. At the time, it was called Texas A&I. He played for the Raiders from 1967 through 1981. Two-time Super Bowl champion, three-time first-team All-Pro, five-time second-team All-Pro. He also was one of the first key members of the NFL Players Association in the late 70s and the early 80s. He's a very important player as far as NFL history goes and as far as what he did afterwards. Mike Munchak as well. You might remember Mike Munchak from his time as head coach of the Tennessee Titans. Mike Munchak is a Hall of Famer, which is kind of surprising, right? But he played for the Oilers his whole career, 1982 to 1983, a four-time first-team All-Pro, five-time second-team All-Pro, nine-time Pro Bowler. I mean, hell of a career. He was elected into the Hall of Fame in 2001. And also, and this is my favorite, and I'm partial to this because of my time living in Tampa Bay, Florida, but there's this great place called Leroy Selman's. It's a steakhouse. Leroy Selman. He played for the Bucks when the Bucks were pits. From 76 to 84, hell of a player. He passed away when he was just 56 years old, which is really sad. He had 78 and a half sacks over the course of his career, known as the Gentle Giant, as nicknames go. Played at Tennessee. Wait, check that. Is that Tennessee or Texas? Did he play at Texas? It says Oklahoma. Okay, I don't know why. For whatever reason, it's saying he played at UT. No, went to Oklahoma. That's what I thought. But Leroy Selmans, for those who don't know, if you've never been to the Tampa Bay area, which I went to high school in, it's a local sports bar chain. Okay, it's not a steak place. I went to it once. I was a child. It was a good spot. So there you go. Best Texans number 63, Kendall Lamb, who you might have seen recently in the news getting a quote falsely attributed to him and then trying to do damage control as that went. That sucks for him. Also, Drew Hodgson. I bring up Drew Hodgson, who was a Texans offensive lineman, because one time I was at the LA Fitness Signature in Greenway Plaza, and I was playing a pickup basketball game. And there was this guy, and he was stocky. Didn't look like he had played in the offensive line because he's not the tallest guy, but he's definitely built. And it seemed like, okay, after the fact, I was like, okay, well, he's shed a lot of weight and turned that all into like lean muscle mass afterwards. But we're playing basketball, and I kept on boxing this guy out. And eventually, I think he was getting annoyed with me, so he like grabbed the back. He was like holding the back of my neck, and he was pushing me forward. And eventually, I got pissed off, and I got in his face. If I had known he was an NFL player, I definitely wouldn't have. But I got in his face, and I said, "Don't touch me there, bro. That's my livelihood," which is definitely the gayest thing I've ever said in my life. And it was so lame. And he laughed, and he smirked, and he kept on doing it. And then after the game, we talked it out. It was okay. And then I found out, like, a couple of months later, like, he was buddies with Seth Payne, and I had no idea that was him. And I guess Drew and Seth had that story. Drew, wherever you are, cheers, bro. Hope you're doing well. That's a very amusing moment for me. Glad you didn't kick my ass. What do we got going on? All right, it's the 10-minute drill. Someone texted in, "Get a job in Boston. We don't care about masshole sports, bro." Talking about the Pats. Listen, since I know the Patriots, it is me who can help guide the Houston Texans to a Super Bowl more than anyone in this city, including people who played the game. I've seen what it takes to win 6 Super Bowls, to make it to 9. I understand what it takes. Do you? So be thankful that a masshole has come and graced you with his presence to tell you about football. A masshole telling a Texan about football, like as it should be. I'm kidding. We got some fluff. DeAndre Hopkins thinks that he is the piece that's been missing for the Baltimore Ravens. And guess what? Now he's on the Ravens. And you know what? Marlon Humphrey, He thinks DeAndre Hopkins fits the Ravens mold. And you know what else? Rashad Bateman says that the receivers room is benefiting from the presence of DeAndre Hopkins. There's a lot of DeAndre Hopkins hype. A lot of DeAndre Hopkins hype as we get closer and closer to the start of the season for the Ravens. I know people don't want me to go masshole, but there's a lot of Patriots hype too. NFL MVP Josh Allen, he said that Patriots quarterback Drake May, quote, exemplifies football. Hell yeah. I think Drake is super talented. He's one of my favorite quarterbacks in the league. Robert Kraft promised this year will be fun. Again, this is fluff. Sure, man. The Patriots are going to have a violent defense. And third-round rookie pick Kyle Williams says he views all catchable passes like a bag of money. All right, dude, cool. Speaking of violence, George Kittle of the San Francisco 49ers said that Robert Saleh, who's back, he's their defensive coordinator again, that his return means violence is coming. Hell yeah. Dolphins tackle Teron Armstead. He thinks that Tua and Drew Brees share elite traits. Wow. Cardinals tight end Trey McBride. He thinks that he and Kyler Murray could have the same kind of connection as Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. Wow. Titans wide receiver Treylon Burks, a bust, says he feels amazing in his ACL recovery. Russell Wilson, Giants quarterback, he says this offseason has been a joy. Jackson Dart, Giants first-round rookie, he said he's made tremendous strides this offseason. Marcus Mariota, Commanders' backup quarterback, hear this, see this? He said it's hard to pass up rejoining a team that you're wanted because he's been on like 5 teams in 5 years. Maybe it's 4-4. So there you go. That's Fluff Watch. Meanwhile, I forgot how annoying Sauce Gardner is. You know, we talk about how annoying Aaron Rodgers is, and he is. I find Aaron Rodgers annoying. It has nothing to do with his politics. It's just like, ooh, I don't want any attention. And then you're constantly going on like the Pat McAfee show and Joe Rogan. Okay, man, like pick a lane, okay? Like, I agree with some of the things that he says. It still like comes off as a douche generally 80% of the time that he speaks. But I think Sauce Gardner is just as obnoxious. Jets cornerback, who we were all told is better than Derek Stingley, like immediately. And now it turns out everyone seems to think that Derek Stingley is better than Sauce Gardner, that Stingley's been healthy for a while. So Sauce Gardner, one, he's looking forward to the challenge of Aaron Rodgers in week 1. And he's thinking like, yeah, Aaron Rodgers might know my tendencies, but guess what? I know his. Oh, my God. Also, he was asked if he saw Derek Stingley's contract. He said, I'm aware. I'm making a motion that's lewd. Also, said Sauce Gardner, I put on some weight and I put on some muscle and I feel more explosive than ever. All right, cool. Meanwhile, Aaron Rodgers is working out with his wide receivers in Malibu. So they actually did join him in Malibu, even though DeMaurice Smith has wrote a book, former NFL player association. Was he the head? I forget the official title. And he said that Aaron Rodgers was isolated and dismissive. That's not a shocker. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call and text in on an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday from the 832. Love y'all show. Have a happy and safe 4th of July. Same to everybody. Be smart driving. There will be more cops on the road. Take an Uber when you can. Be careful with the fireworks. Don't wake up on Saturday with 9 fingers or wake up in a hospital. But we're going to be here all afternoon. Killer Bees after me. As part of the ESPN Houston Summer Circuit. We're at Landry's Seafood House in Galveston. We have a beautiful view of the Gulf of America as we get ready to celebrate America's 249th birthday. Doesn't it feel like it would be older than that? But we're only 249 years old, you know? Still got a ways to go to get as old as Rome got. When Rome really hit the fan. You can ask any question at 713-780-3776. We'll be continuing to play America songs. Jordan seems to be setback free relatively. The setback that he had, you'll hear the latest on that. It's actually not as bad as it originally sounded when we reported that. And on top of that, we're going to workshop some new Houston Rockets segments. It is the Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Landry's Seafood House in Galveston as part of ESPN Houston's summer circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
It's the dream that we all share. It's the hope for tomorrow. McDonald's, Walmart, The Gap, baseball, NFL, rock and roll, the internet. Not saying that. Bleep, yeah. Oh, what a great movie this was. Happy America birthday, everybody. It is the 3rd of July. We are hanging out at Landry's Seafood House right on the Gulf of America. That's right. So you want to come out, hang out with us, you can. Killer Bees are going to be up next, and you also have a chance, if you're down in the Galveston area, to register for a chance to win you don't have a chance to register. You can register for a chance to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. It's an Ask Alone Anything Thursday. We'll get back to some of your questions in just a moment. An update on Yordan Alvarez. It's fantastic, if you are to believe the Astros when they give you an injury update. Do you do that? I will leave that up to you. Yordan Alvarez and the Astros received some encouraging news from a hand specialist that examined Alvarez's sore right hand on Wednesday. As part of the examination, additional imaging was done on his right hand, which revealed that the main cause of his current pain is due to inflammation. The specialist also indicated that at this point in the recovery process, the small fracture that had been sustained is now a non-factor in the discomfort that Alvarez is currently experiencing. As a result of the examination, Alvarez received 2 injections in his hand Wednesday. He's gotten injections before, by the way. I think Dana Brown said on Wednesday that this has happened 3 times or so. He will refrain from any activity involving his hand in the upcoming days. This was not the first time that Alvarez had received injections in his hand while on the injured list. The specialist reviewed the multiple sets of imaging that had been done previously on Alvarez's hands, concurred the findings of the Astros medical staff and other hand specialists. They determined the imaging done on Wednesday revealed his hand had made noticeable progress when compared to imaging done over the past several weeks. So the big tricky thing here is, and it's why we reacted as strongly as we did on Tuesday and Wednesday when we got the updates on Yordan Alvarez, is that from Tuesday, we went from hearing, yeah, there's a setback, and then just thinking about all the past Astros setbacks of the last couple of years, to Wednesday, Dana Brown being more optimistic, to this, which is very optimistic. And we're always so all over the place. It's just hard to trust the Astros when they give us good news, even though you'll want to trust them when they give good news. So there's even a chance here that because of the miscommunication between Dana Brown and the medical staff, that the medical staff actually might have done their good job here, which is crazy to think of. But we just cannot actually conceive that as a possibility, you know? So that's where we're at when it comes to Yordan. Also, as far as Jeremy Pena is concerned, Dana Brown seemed rather optimistic about that when asked about Pena yesterday. Man, the Gulf of Mexico is awesome. / Gulf of America. I just keep on like daydreaming, and I'm like, Paul, you're doing a radio show. You haven't even had anything to drink yet, but this is getting me drunk. This view. Big beach guy. Paul, you're so pasty. Yeah, I know. SPF 100. That's what it's for. That's what it's for. From the 281. Paul, what does the water look like? Well, from here, it doesn't look that brown. No, I mean, I am across the street, and I don't know if the area that's directly in front that seems to have been roped off is for riptides or for poop water. But it does seem like there are people in the water to the right and to the left of this area that's cut off. So I'm guessing that's some sort of riptide or something like that. Anyway, now you know. I think it's time for us to workshop some new Houston Rockets segments, because I think over the next couple of months before the Rockets tip things back off for the 2025-2026 campaign, that we're going to get a lot of people that are putting the Rockets on a pedestal. And you know what? Deservedly so, with the moves that they've made this offseason. I think they're built for the long haul. On top of that, they got a guy in Kevin Durant, who we know is such a great shooter, creator. So what kind of titles do you think that we do? Here's a quick update before we get into a couple of cool things Rockets related. The Durant trade is apparently about to turn into the biggest trade of all time. Nothing's changing for the Rockets, but it's going to turn into some sort of a 7-team trade as opposed to just a trade between the Suns and the Rockets. I'm assuming that this is going to clear up some cap things for all teams involved. Some other teams probably saw an opportunity to like dump some money, and other teams probably saw, hey, we can add some money. Maybe we make a trade or we can match money here. And Cam Whitmore might be a part of a sign-and trade for Dorian Finney-Smith, which I know is pissing off a lot of hipster Rockets fans. Look, there's no denying that Cam Whitmore has talent. I just don't think it's going to happen here, and I've accepted that. There's too many players ahead of him on the Rockets roster, and he just doesn't seem to get along with Ime Udoka. You know, like there's a stubbornness between the two. And I think I saw Sarge post this earlier where he was saying like, hey, like Udoka likes that Whitmore has that stubbornness and wants him to keep it because Udoka had it when he was a player. Okay, fine. But there's a certain point where I think it's detrimental to the entirety of the team. And this is a team game. I know we don't really look at it that much, but that's what I like about this Rockets team, that it's a team. Adding Durant does not disrupt that team dynamic, you know? I really don't think it does. But anyway, I think we're going to do a recurring segment where we play audio of people glazing the Houston Rockets. I know we have a bunch saved up. What should we call it? 713-780-3776 to call the text. Sean Mapes is back in Bishop Control. If you've got any thoughts, Sean, in a moment, please let us know. But in the meantime, Kevin Durant was on a podcast with LeBron James and Steve Nash. I actually listened to the entirety of it. And while LeBron can sometimes get a tad annoying when he's talking about things off the court or when he's talking about himself, I do think the guy knows ball. And I really loved hearing him say this about Kevin Durant.
I don't want to speak like you're not here, but that's so great. I like to do it sometimes.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
He hasn't shot under 50% since like 2012. And in a league that doesn't talk about efficiency enough, because I'm one of those efficiency guys. Like I hate going out there just chucking up shots or, looking at the box score and I was maybe 8 for 23 or 9 for 25 or 6 for 18. Like, you're going to have those nights for sure.
Yeah.
But for the majority of the season, like being efficient, is something I've always prided myself on. And this guy is, when it comes to 3-level score, 3-pointers, mid-range, below the Gary Payton area, below the Malone area, and finishing. It's we haven't had a scorer as equipped as KD in our league.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that.
Ever.
LeBron's right. I am with him. There's never been a scorer like this. And I loved hearing what LeBron said in the middle of that. This is one of the reasons I didn't like James Harden. And there's a lot of players that are like James Harden that are volume scorers. And Harden would certainly have his nights from time to time where he was actually pretty efficient. But he also had some nights where he was like 1-18, and you're like, ew. Hey, listen, I mean, for all my faults with Harden, like I didn't like the flopping, I didn't like the lack of defense. I will give the guy credit for always, with the Rockets at least, playing through an 82-game season where he was clearly partying a lot. That ain't easy. Even if you're not playing every single night, that ain't easy. But I hated how inefficient he was at times. Durant's efficient. LeBron's pretty efficient too. I am with those two guys. Like the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, his Game 7 performance, like, ew. Look at the stat line. Like the assists were nice. Ew. I hate that. Durant's not that. He's never been that. Like, he's still a top-of-the-line player. It's bizarre to me that there is any pushback to the Rockets bringing him in. It really makes sense. They didn't give up much to do it, other than Jalen Green, who, by the way, is one of those inefficient players, at least at this moment in time. But some nights he's great. I think that's why he'll be a great sixth man somewhere, someday. But I liked hearing LeBron say that about Kevin Durant. Anyway, some questions here on an Ask on Anything Thursday. I did ask for you. What segments should we do as far as the Rockets? Like, what should we call a glazing the Rockets segment? And also, what should we call a segment where we look at Kevin Durant going up against internet trolls because there was somebody who he went back and forth with on the internet who was like, yeah, your mom's probably sad that you're like not married and that you don't have kids. Which, okay, maybe, but like that's not a priority for everybody that's our age these days. I'm on the fence about having kids. I would love to have kids someday, but it's a lot of money, and I don't know that I would be able to afford the same kind of life for my kids that my parents afforded for me. I was privileged growing up. So someone was dissing Durant on that front, and then this person on Rockets Twitter like stood up like the white knight for Kevin Durant, and Durant like dumped on him. He was like, you don't need to stand up for me, dork. I'm gonna troll till I die on the internet. And I was like, hell yeah. So we might have to have a segment where we talk about Durant going up against the mean internet streets as well. Working titles for both that and Rockets Glazage. David Dubel commented on YouTube, you should do a segment where you have to guess if a given social media account is a Kevin Durant burner or not. Listen, man, he doesn't do the burners anymore. He's out in the open. He's not behind the scenes. Kevin Durant is out in the open. It's no longer hidden. So I don't know if we can do that, but I definitely want to do something where we take a look at what Durant's saying to just online a-holes, Sean.
Who's paying the troll toll with Kevin Durant?
Ooh, that's great. The troll toll. The troll toll. That is fantastic, Sean. Golf claps.
Thank you.
Golf
Thank
claps. Happy weekend.
All right. You know what? I'm just gonna leave now.
Take the rest of the show
hour.
off. All right, I'm writing that down. Kevin Durant's troll toll. I like that.
Got to pay the troll toll.
Got to pay the troll toll. All right. Well, it's an Ask on Anything Thursday. We are live at Landry's Seafood House on the seawall here in Galveston. Getting a little cloudier on the Gulf of America, but it's a beautiful day. Come out, hang out with us. I'm going to crack something open in just a second. But if you want to ask a question before we get out of here, you can. Things just keep getting worse for the Astros' enemies. You'll find that out on the other side. It is the Paul Gallant Show, live from Landry's Seafood House in Galveston as part of the ESPN Houston Summer Circuit. Come out, register for a chance to win a pair of brand new e-bikes. A pair. It's a $4,000 value from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. Come out, hang out with us. Stick around.
Hits the ball high in the air, deep to left center field. Shea Whitcomb for his first big league home run. There it is. 10 to 15 rows deep. Whitcomb's first in the big leagues gives the Astros a 2-0 lead.
Welcome to Shea Day.
That's right. Shea Whitcomb with his first career home run, helping your Houston Astros. Our Houston Astros get their 8th win in 9 games. They held on to their 7-game lead atop the American League West. And even better than that, they are now 4 games up in the Greater American League standings over both the New York Yankees and now, get this, the Toronto Blue Jays. Next man up, the story of the 2025 Houston Astros. God wills it! Indeed he does. So, clearly the Astros are doing pretty well, all things considered. You know, they're dealing with a lot of injuries. The most recent update for Yordan Alvarez, a promising one. Apparently he's just dealing with inflammation. It has nothing to do with the fracture that he has in his hand. And they also are saying Jeremy Pena might actually be relatively close to coming back to baseball activities, which is wild, and almost unbelievable. So instead, let's take a look at the believable. Isn't it fun to see the enemies of the Astros continue to struggle? So first off, the Yankees are falling apart. And this is quite amusing for me. Will they fall apart? Will they be done at the end of the year? I don't know. But the Yankees are 4-6 in their last 10, and the Blue Jays, who have won 4 in a row, including now 3 in a row over the Yankees, they're tied atop the American League East with them. That 4-game series between the Blue Jays and Yankees in Toronto wraps up tonight at 6:07. The Yankees are looking to avoid a sweep. Last night, New York lost 11-9. So that's why they are 4 games back of the Astros for the 2 seed in the American League. Also of note, goodness gracious, the Texas Rangers have been a tire fire this year. And unlike the Netflix TV show Tires, starring Shane Gillis, they are 9.5 games out in the American League West and below 500 at 43-44. They did win 2 in a row for what it's worth. And it's interesting seeing some of the commentary that is coming out of Rangers camp. Specifically, these comments that came from a newcomer to the Texas Rangers just a moment ago. Kevin Pillar, I don't care. He's not a real person because he's not an Astro. But he had this to say after leaving the Atlanta Braves for the Texas Rangers. Quote, I thought they would be a little bit tighter as a group. I thought it'd be like my experience in Atlanta. Everyone wanted to pull on the same rope. What does that mean? You could turn that sexual if you wanted. Everyone wanted to hang out and do everything together. Winning was the most important thing every day, but it sounds like they had a little something called family based off of that observation. Dom Toretto would be proud. Family. What I got in the clubhouse in Texas, there's a lot of talent in there. There's a lot of individual stuff going on. Ooh, individual stuff. That was meant to be a shot. A lot of guys are doing their own thing. You might not see people until the game. Guys are kind of just doing their own thing. Not a lot of batting practice, not a lot of stretching together. Maybe for me, just being the outcast is a lot of the same guys that won the World Series. So maybe I was kind of on the outside. I was looking for more of a way to get in that inner circle, and that comes through stretching and batting practice, where you talk about things that aren't baseball and get to know guys. It comes through stretching. Well, we know the stories about the Texas Rangers minor league system. So Pillar's now with the Blue Jays. Wait, where the hell is he now? He's been in like a million teams. He is with he's still with the Rangers. Interesting. So he's saying this. I, for some reason, thought the way he's talking about it, it's like he's not on the Rangers anymore. So he's saying this. Meanwhile, you got Josh Young, who just got sent down to the minors. And isn't it crazy that the Rangers season has gotten to this point from where Jock Peterson, who they signed this offseason, was saying this crap?
played the Astros a couple times in the World Series, and they put together a nice little run, and it's coming to an end, and it's time for us to take over the West. And
Ooh, not so fast, my friends. That you're behind the Mariners, for God's sake. 2.5 games back of the Mariners, for what it's worth. So it's an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday. Goodness gracious, Rangers. Losers. Goodness gracious, Yankees. Losers. And we'll see what the Astros do against the Dodgers this week, and I'm very excited for it. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday. What do we got? David Dubel asks, Paul, do you think you could hit a homer at Coors? Here's my big problem, because I'm definitely strong enough to swing a bat around and actually make contact with a bat for the first time in my life. But the big problem for me is after 2 swings, my shoulder messes up. Like something happens where I feel intense pain when I swing a baseball bat. I do not have this problem with golf clubs, but it's somewhere in my back left delt. Whenever I swing a bat, like I experience intense pain. So I can't swing for the fences. I doubt I would be able to hit a home run. I think I could get it deep in the left center gap. I've honestly never hit an altitude, so I truly couldn't tell you. Hugh Data Team says Paulie can't hit off a team. I hit off a tee. No, I'm pretty damn athletic. I can do just about everything sports wise and look competent. Can I do it well? That's another question. We really depend on what kind of pitching am I facing. Am I facing a batting practice, and do I get one swing? Do I get one swing at it before my shoulder F's up? Because usually it's the second swing that I make where the shoulder kind of, or whatever the hell's going on there, messes up. But it's long answer short, probably not. Probably not. I'm like 10% certain on my best day that I would get to the warning track once if I were thrown 10 pitches, so out of the park, not my game. If I had continued playing baseball, which I quit, Paul, stop talking about your high school playing days. What was a sport you actually sucked at? Fine, I'll stop talking about it. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday, 713-780-3776 to call it the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Some people are saying I should get it fixed. No, it's an unnatural motion. I don't play baseball. The only sport I play from time to time is flag football, which 36 still pretty damn good. What do we got here on an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday? Someone asks if I'm a Love Island guy. You feel like a Love Island guy. Well, just call me gay. Just call me gay if you're gonna say you look like a Love Island guy. For what it's worth, I used to watch The Bachelor with a girl that I was dating a couple of years ago. She was awesome. I got in trouble because her parents were listening once in the morning, and I made some comments that suggested that we had been engaging in activities, and her parents were rather religious. But we actually used to watch The Bachelor. I got really into it. I was surprised by how into it I got into it. The problem was the show started airing twice a week, and I was like, this is 2 hours twice a week. Get lost. That's too much. With the commercial breaks too. But I really got into it, and I went to a party the first time I ever watched an episode. I think it was like towards the end of the season with Becca. So this is like 2018 or something like that. She was just like brunette, strong, powerful, independent woman. And I remember I was watching it with like a bunch of girls, and I was making commentary, and they thought it was funny, and they thought that I was like a poor man's version of Jared Freed, who is this hilarious comedian that will like watch along with The Bachelor and make fun of The Bachelor as he watches it. And he puts it on his Instagram story. It's really funny. And they thought I sounded like a poor man's version of him, both in terms of voice tone and hater quality. So there you go. What else do we have on an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday? Ask Paul, if you could be traded for another host on 97.5, who would you want to be traded for? Well, if I'm making the same amount of salary, I would love to switch back with Dell and do the 2-hour solo show. But I mean, I've always wanted to do afternoons, but I would do it with anybody. Okay. I do it by myself. I guess the money is generally in mornings. So I think Lance and I have too much ADD for that show to work. I think that John and I could work because we're both different. And I think I would annoy John. And I think John would be good at pressing my buttons. So maybe with Lance.
But I don't know if Lance would want to do a show for 3 hours by himself. The ADD would be rampant on that one. Like Lance and I, we're pretty bad as far as getting pulled off the main topic, you know. Speaking of Lance, a text. Have you ever smoked brisket? If so, do you think it would taste better than Lance's brisket? I know Lance always posts pictures, and it's like he's rage baiting. He posts pictures of brisket that looks dried out. I'm a pretty good cook. I do think the first couple of times doing a brisket, I probably would not get it ideally where I want to get to it. But thanks to the power of inheriting my dad's obsessive compulsive disorder, I do think that I would learn the process pretty well. Like, I'm a decent cook. Every now and then I post on my Instagram story. You might have seen Sunday night the perfectly cooked steak that I ate. But I don't think I would do very well at first. I think it would take me some time. But I do think that anyone is capable of cooking. It is really a matter of like actually just following instructions and maybe taking certain liberties with yourself. Undercooked is best with meat if you're not talking about chicken. Like I did a prime rib a couple of times for Christmas. And I just ate it on my own, like an absolute barbarian. It was like 1 week of just like all steak. Probably gave myself a little bit of like, cholesterol down the road, but hell to the yeah, everybody. So there you go. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call and to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Johnny Wishbone asks this question. Who would you least like to do a show with on 97.5? Everyone. I like it by myself. Nothing against Joe. I had fun doing the show with Joe, but I'm at my best when I'm by myself, at least in my opinions. Many people disagree. Paul, you have too much ADD. You love this stream of consciousness, and you know it. You know it. And Johnny, I do not have a comorbidity. Like I have the best cholesterol in the game, and I have the lowest heart rate in the game. Sometimes I stand up and I get faint. So there you go, everybody. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday live at Landry's Seafood House. Up next, your weekend homework. I'm going to pop into this Paloma. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, my man at the bar is really good. Shout out to him. So it's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Come out and hang out with us. And make sure if you're stopping by Landry's Seafood House that you register to win a pair of tickets. Check that pair of tickets. What am I talking about? Paul, I thought you were good on the radio on your own. No, not in this moment right here. But you could potentially win a pair of e-bikes from our friends at Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Landry Seafood House in Galveston as part of ESPN Houston's summer circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
What a song. I think we started playing this before World War I to get people going. But, I mean, it's pretty awesome. I'm going to read the lyrics. Over there. Send the word over there. The Yanks are coming. I hate that we're the Yanks, don't you? Like, we have to be associated with the New York Yankees, loser franchise by association. The drums, rum-tumming everywhere. So prepare. Say a prayer. Send the word to beware. We'll be over, we're coming over, and we won't come back till it's over there. Hell yeah. USA! Happy America. Happy birthday, America. The United States of America, 1776, July 4th. That's right. That's when it all went down. I don't know why I'm adding this accent in. Perhaps it's Paloma that I'm now nursing. Speaking of the United States of America, that's a country. Australia, another country, and pour out your Fosters because the Rockets have waived Jock Landale, the legend. I'm bummed out about that. I like Jock Landale, but I get it. I mean, they upgraded at center. They have 3 really good centers now between Alperen Şengün and Steven Adams and now Clint Capella aboard. So you should be able to go the full distance. You can play the 2 big lineup that will frustrate a lot of teams because it's like a zag in the direction away from space-oriented basketball. And the Rockets just have so much size. So there will be injuries over the course of this year. You get why they move on from Jock Landale. I do feel for him like he gets to experience 1 year of the Rockets getting good. Hopefully he finds himself a good place. He seemed like a good dude. Paul, he's still alive. What are you talking about like he's dead? Fine. I get it. All right. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday. The Astros, meanwhile, they've won 8 of 9. They try to sweep the Colorado Rockies. I believe their game against the Rockies is going to get underway any moment now, if it hasn't already. I think the first pitch was supposed to be at 2:10, but looking at my scoreboard right now, it is not updated. They have a 4-game lead in the American League for the 2 seed over the New York Yankees and Toronto Blue Jays. And on top of that, a 7-game lead in the AL West over the Seattle Mariners this weekend. Big-time series. It's time for your weekend homework on an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday. This is an awesome baseball weekend. Astros-Dodgers 2017 World Series rematch. Still bad blood between the fan bases. Maybe not so much between the 2 teams anymore. Friday night, it's Lance McCullers. Uh-oh. That's all I got to say about that. Uh-oh. It's not the National League Central, so at the very least, there's that going on for Lance. Saturday, 6:15 on Fox. It's Astros-Dodgers again. It's Framber Valdez against Shohei Ohtani. Yes, he's starting again. Now, to this point this year, Ohtani hasn't thrown more than 2 innings in a game yet. This will be his 4th start since his return to the mound after having elbow surgery. We will see how that goes for Ohtani, if he'll actually get 3-4 innings or so. Look, the Dodgers are the best team in the National League, and on paper, best team in baseball. Max Muncy suffered a pretty graphic injury last night. Clayton Kershaw still pitching for the Dodgers, got a record strikeout, but that Max Muncy injury was rough. And it was a tough moment for the Dodgers broadcast and Dodger Joe Davis. A tip of the hat to them for being professional. because the Max Muncy injury was really bad. I watched the replay. They were like, we made the decision. We're not going to show the replay. And then Clayton Kershaw, they got a record for strikeouts. And they're like, Clayton Kershaw, record for strikeouts. It was pretty funny. Go check it out for yourself online. So that's a Saturday night, 6:15, Fromberg and Shohei. And then on Sunday, it's Colton Gordon versus who knows. So the Dodgers, oh, wow, looks like they're pretty scared of the Astros. They're not even announcing who they're starting and pitching on Friday and on Sunday. Bunch of cowards. Sunday, USA, Mexico. It's the Gold Cup final. And it's here at NRG Stadium. If you're going, I'm just going to tell you this. Keep your head on a swivel, especially if you're sitting high up. This is especially with heightened tensions between Americans, Mexicans, and perhaps Mexican Americans and American whatever the hells, We're all mutts, I think, in this country. We are all Americans. I hate that we divide ourselves, but you know what? I think a lot of people have a lot of pride in their nationality. I know I have a lot of pride in being an Irish American and a French Canadian American and all that crap. But like, I'm a mutt. A lot of people in this country are mutts. Oh, that sounds like a slur. What? We call dogs that. I didn't say mudblood. I didn't go Harry Potter or anything like that. But I'm just telling you, if you're going to this game, be careful. I think people tend to be at their worst when it comes to soccer games between these two countries. And I mean, not to paint with a broad brush, but I do think that the worst of Mexico's soccer fans are some of the worst in sports fans anywhere. I don't care about the slur thing. I do care about throwing bottles and cans on the pitch, which they do all the effing time. So be careful if you're going. The U.S. on a bit of a hot streak against the Gold Cup. They beat Costa Rica in a game where they were losing. They missed a penalty kick. And after missing the penalty kick, they got in a fight. Like, there's a bit of a brawl. Like, one of the Costa Rican players went up to the American player after he missed the penalty kick, got in his face, and then there was a kerfuffle, if you will. And then they beat Guatemala earlier this week thanks to Diego Luna, who won, and he was like bleeding. So, some signs of toughness from the American team, from the U.S. men's national team. We shall see. But there you go, Gold Cup final on Sunday. And as far as movies are concerned, it is a Thursday. Saturday, I'm going to do my first double feature in years. I'm not doing a sneak. I paid full price. But the lady and I, along with my buddy Brad and his wife, we're going to do a double feature. So we're seeing Jurassic World. Got to say about Jurassic World, I'm not expecting much. I enjoyed the first of the Chris Pratt movies. The second one sucked. But Scarlett Johansson's in this, so I like strong, powerful, independent women. Paul, are you going to be there with your girlfriend? I am. She can appreciate a good-looking gal, too. By the way, Scarlett Johansson is in the news again. She's married to Colin Jost. She said that as a young actress, she was offered a lot of roles because of desirability in the male gaze. A lot of the roles, they didn't have a lot of ambition or character arcs, and she was just kind of mad about that. Okay. Well, I'm watching your blockbuster movie because you're in it. So, I mean, you can be bad about it, but, like, I don't know. Accept your strengths, right? I get it. Like, being objectified probably would suck. It would be nice to be objectified. We all get objectified a little bit. I get objectified by generally gay men, which I have no problem with. It's complimentary. Just don't touch me. Don't touch me. That's where we draw the line. But we all want to be objectified a little bit. I suppose if you're like an A-list actor, maybe not so much. But Scarlett, that's why people are going to go watch the movie. So I'm watching that first, and then I'm watching F1. My seats are very close, and I'm a little concerned about that because everyone's going to see it. It blew up at the at the box office week 1. So I've heard it's awesome. I like Brad Pitt. I feel like I could get into racing if I watch this. We'll see how it goes, but I have not seen a double feature in a while. So that's your weekend homework. I will be talking probably about both of these movies on Monday. It is an Ask Gallant Anything 30. Thursday. Jesus Christ, Paul. You've had one Paloma, not even one, like half a Paloma. An Ask Gallant Anything 30? What is that? It's an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday on the Paul Gallant Show here at Landry's Seafood House on the wall in Galveston. Beautiful view of the Gulf of America. Come on out here to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Landry's Seafood House in Galveston as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
I feel compelled to salute the Battle Hymn of the Republic. Let's effing go. Happy birthday, America. Number 249. Hopefully it will be our best year yet. Very cool that we're still kind of young as a country, you know? We're sort of in like middle age range, right where Paul Gallant is, no? 36. Is 249 in country years the 36 in human years? A great question. I will leave that up to you. Anyway, on an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday, you can ask any question. I'll work it into the show at 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Someone texted in Gulf of Mexico. No, this weekend it's the Gulf of America. Sorry. I think it's hilarious to call it the Gulf of America. It's a Gulf. Like, it doesn't matter what we name it at all. It pisses off Mexico. And by the way, rivalry weekend. We're playing them in soccer this weekend. So I'm cool with it being the Gulf of America this week. Can we get it for 3 days, 4 days? Rent it without paying for it? Because, I mean, technically, it's North America, the continent that it's on. Wouldn't it make sense to call it the Gulf of America? Because if it's in North America and it's touching the two of the three biggest North American countries by landmass, shouldn't it be the Gulf of America? I'm just asking the question. Astros took down the Rockies yesterday. The Astros-Rockies game is underway. The internet here is basically like 10 minutes on delay. So some of your texts I'm getting about 10 to 15 minutes after you're sending them. Our Twitch is not working today. At least as far as what I see on my phone right now, it is 2-2 Astros in the top of the second inning. 2 runs from the Astros in the top of the first. Cam Smith, once again, a 2-run double. A double. And then Christian Walker got a sacrifice ground out. we'll call it that. And Brandon Walter gave up a home run, a 2-run homer in the first inning. So we'll see how long he lasts. The lineup today for the Astros: Paredes leading off, Jake Myers second, Altuve third, Cam Smith cleanup, Christian Walker's batting fifth. I mean, that's kind of where you're at right now. Victor Caratini. In the bottom of the order is Cooper Hummel, Shea Whitcomb, and Mauricio Dubon. So there you go. We'll see how the Astros do. Would be nice to get a sweep going into their season series, their only season series against the LA Dodgers. This time in Chavez Ravine against at Dodger Stadium, which is a fun ballpark to go to. If you're going to the game this weekend, much like I would advise you going to USA-Mexico game, head on a swivel. Be careful, especially if you're with family, especially if you're with kids. Just constant vigilance. I mean, you don't want to have happen to you what happened to that poor mother with an Indiana Pacers fan leaving Game 7 of the finals and getting accosted by Oklahoma City hooligans. You know, this lady was with a kid. What a bunch of rat bastards. They don't deserve that team. Should be back in Seattle. Anyway, Yordan Alvarez. It's inflammation. The setback was just inflammation. That's what the Astros are saying. That's what they're saying. I'm not saying it. I'm not a doctor. My sister's a doctor. I feel like I am as capable of speaking on injuries as the Astros medical staff these days, but perhaps because of the messaging that was given out by Dana Brown and the Astros on Tuesday, perhaps this is actually a situation where the medical staff isn't as bad as it was made out to be in those moments, because they made it seem like the setback was more of a fracture. As far as Jeremy Pena is concerned, seems like he is relatively close to returning to baseball activities, which is rather surprising. He broke a rib. Every Thursday at 2:30, we do a segment called How Far is Too Far? Hit it. How far is too far? Calling the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. The text line is getting very pissy about this. One texter called me Trump Jr. Another texter, I think this is a great suggestion from the 936. The winner of USA Mexico in the Gold Cup on Sunday should have golf rights. I agree. Screw it. Put a little something on the line. Why not? Now, maybe Mexico doesn't want to give that up. Like they have that. It's always been there. It's like, what do they have to gain? Is there a lake? That could be the exchange. One of the Great Lakes would be Lake Mexico until the next Gold Cup game between the U.S. and Mexico. How about that? Like the biggest Great Lake and the most American-sounding Great Lake. What are the Great Lakes? There's Huron. There's Superior. There's Michigan. I don't know. Someone help me out with that. I forgot the other two names. All right. It is an Ask Alone Anything Thursday. How far is too far? If you got any questions, hit it. Sean Mapes and I might be about to be embracing debate. Paul Feinbaum says that Arch Manning, who has played all of not that many snaps, perhaps very few snaps outside of the red zone, under center for Texas, per Paul Feinbaum of the ESPN family, Arch Manning is the best college quarterback, could be the best college quarterback since Tim Tebow. I do not like anyone putting my college Lord and Savior, Tim Tebow, in the same conversation as anyone, because he is the greatest college football quarterback of my lifetime. No debate on that. Bring up a name. Bring up a name. Did he
Arch
win a
Manning.
national title?
There you go.
There he is. There's Mr. UT. Sean Mapes back in mission control. All right, so Sean, if we're being real here,
Oh, okay.
I mean,
okay.
Paul Feinbaum's being Paul Feinbaum.
Yes.
Do you like
I think
how true do you think this is? Do you think this is actually going to be the case?
No.
I mean, he was fun in spots this past season for sure. I liked him honestly more than Quinn Ewers at times last year.
Yeah, I think that he's definitely like more physically gifted than Quinn Ewers.
Oh, then not Tim Tebow.
No, I mean, time will tell. I mean, he can throw the ball better. I can tell you that right
No,
now.
anyone can. Anyone can do that. That's fair.
Mike Allstott, though,
Can I
playing quarterback.
Hey, don't go that far. I love Mike Allstott, but there you
I
go.
know. Yeah, I mean, I think he has a ways to go before he catches up, with Joe Burrow at LSU, Cam Newton. Like it's a tall mountain to climb before you get to Tim Tebow levels. People would argue that those guys might be better than Tim Tebow. That people might argue that. Not this show, not Paul.
Not me, at least.
So yeah, I think this is Paul Feinbaum. I think this is the kickoff to college football discussion for this season, like preview discussion. I think Paul Feinbaum came in and just like dropped a nuke on us, just to like, how about this?
Good.
How about this?
Good.
How about this take right before 4th of July? We'll come back for the holiday, and then we'll all be arguing about college football for until January for the rest of the year.
Good on Paul Feinbaum for
Yeah,
doing
I
this,
respect
because
it.
honestly, there's a part of me that has let college football fall through the cracks. I am very excited to see what Arch Manning and Texas do this year. I think the Aggies should be better. Am I crazy thinking that? I don't know. I feel like there's been a lot of underachieving the last few years. We will see what happens on that front. But this is the actual quote from Paul Feinbaum when asked about what his expectations are for Arch. The absolute roof. I think there's a reasonably good chance Arch Manning will be sitting on the front row in New York at the Heisman ceremony. That's assuming his team does what it's supposed to do and compete not only for the SEC, but for the national title. I believe they will. I think Steve Sarkisian, who is one of the most amazing play callers I've ever seen, made a critical mistake late in the year. He was too loyal to Quinn Ewers, who was banged up and really ineffective. Had Arch Manning been instituted in the second half of that playoff game, like Nick Saban did a couple of years ago with Tua, I think there's a reasonably good chance that Texas would have beaten Ohio State and won the national championship. They're very capable of doing it again this year. I believe also that Arch Manning is the best college football quarterback we have seen since Tim Tebow entered the scene in 2006. So we talked about the second half of that. Do you think that they would have won, Sean, if they put in Arch Manning? I know we had this conversation, and I kind of got that sense watching the national championship as well. And, I mean, look, the pick six made the final score significantly different than the actual reality of what that game was, which was like a defensive battle until that happened. But I did love watching Arch Manning in the red zone, and maybe that would have been better in the red zone than Quinn Ewers, who obviously screwed up.
Yeah. I think that the I guess right second guessing or backseat driving that you can do isn't like should Quinn Ewers have been benched at halftime of that game. It's just like before, like earlier in that season, whenever you want to like pinpoint the spot where you're like, this is where the benching should have happened. Just because throwing Arch Manning in against Georgia when they're already down, I think they're down like 18 at that point, and just hit. Oh, by the way, the offensive line still can't block Georgia. Doesn't matter who's back there.
Yeah,
and then doing that again in the Ohio State game would have been a bad way to go about it. But if you could have found like a soft spot in the schedule to get his feet wet, and then ride out the season from there. But I think just throwing him in like Tua in the national championship game, I don't know if that would have actually changed much of anything.
Okay. I'm always going to wonder about it. That one play, I mean, it really changed that entire game so much.
And the play right before halftime where they Travion Henderson takes the screen pass to touchdown.
I mean, they had it.
It really
it's
was
a screen
two plays.
pass.
Yeah.
It was just, and that was like a screw it.
Yeah. Just like,
Let's
hey,
see what happens.
They'll be guarding the Hail Mary. Maybe we just get a little bit closer with the screen pass. Oh,
Right.
touchdown.
Touchdown. Jeez. We'll see what Texas does this season. A couple of Texans are like, no way, Sark will underachieve. Blah, 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 blah. Someone also texts in Vince Young as athletic, if not more athletic than Tim Tebow. And another person texted in, yes, Arch is more athletic than Tebow. 6'4", 225 range, 22 miles per hour.
I mean,
there's
that's
no denying Arch was good in spots and was very athletic in spots, and they used his athleticism more than they used his arms. So.
It's just like, what do you define as athletic? And I wasn't thinking about Vince Young because he said since Tim Tebow, and Vince Young was before Tebow. So I was thinking of more recent guys. It depends on what you define athleticism as. Like, Arch Manning's probably faster than Tebow was in his day.
Probably.
Tim Tebow was also a battering ram that would run over dudes, run over linemen. Like, how do you? He did that in the NFL. Like, how do you measure that?
Oklahoma drill against each other? Is that how we settle this? We have to get a time machine.
I was gonna say Tim Tebow's like 30 now. No, probably like 35 now. So
he's about my age. Yeah.
He's still in shape. Let's do it.
It would be cool. I mean, like, because now Tim Tebow's like saving the children across the world because he's a great person. I'd love to see this. I am biased for Tim Tebow. For those who don't know, I like the Gators, but also like I was playing high school football in Florida at the same time Tim Tebow was, and I like to think, even though I was at the absolute bottom rung of the sport and Tim was at the top, I like to think that we're brothers.
Yeah, you're connected.
That's why we were brothers. It is an Ask a Lot Anything Thursday, and yes, the Paloma has hit, as you could tell from that moment right there. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Thursday on the Paul Gallant Show, live at Landry's Seafood House on the Galveston Seawall. Let me tell you about my friends at Green Street. It's street and it's green. I'm kidding. It's not. It's not actually a green street. But the Saturday after this one, July 12th, from 2 to 6, right before the Silver Boot Series between Houston and Texas. Houston against everybody. Am I right? Bleep, y'all. You want to get rowdy before the rivalry. We're going to be having a party in downtown Houston with a game day block party. There's going to be a live DJ, a kick-ass band, a mechanical bull, a bedazzler station. Ooh, should I get bedazzled? Should I get my Astros jersey bedazzled? Oh, my goodness. And more special surprises, food, drinks, and good trouble. What about the bad trouble? Just kidding. Good trouble. Free parking and a free shuttle to the game. All you got to do is RSVP ahead of time so they know you're coming and you can get on the shuttle. The game day block party is presented by Green Street, Tom's Watch Bar, and House of Blues. The event's free. Just RSVP so we know you're coming and you can get on that shuttle with a free parking too. It's the game day block party for the Silver Boot Series next Saturday, not this Saturday, before the Silver Boot Series. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Game day block party. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Landry's Seafood House in Galveston as part of ESPN Houston's summer circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
The last chance to dance on the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, in Texas, in the United States of America. Happy birthday, America. The world. I feel safe saying the world because I don't think other countries do sports talk radio. They should, but they don't. Anyway, guys, Astros are taking on the Colorado Rockies, looking for a sweep. They lead 3-2. I believe the game is in the third inning right now. It's on the TVs here at Landry's Seafood House. Beautiful view of the Gulf of America. Listen, man, it ain't political this weekend. It's just about being proud of our country. Sure, we have our faults. Sure, we have our differences. But we're all Americans. And tonight, the New England Patriots are still God's team and America's team, but that's neither here nor there. Time for a little garbage time. Oh, no. Bad day for the boxing community. You thought that sport was already on the ropes? Well, get this. Russian boxer Anastasia Luchkina let an endangered orangutan take a hit from her vape pen. The humanity! The orangutan displayed disturbing behavior after consuming the nicotine, losing her appetite, and not interacting with others. Now, apparently, the orangutan lies motionless throughout the day. Veterinarians fear that the orangutan may have swallowed the whole e-cigarette cartridge. Listen, my dog is stuck in an effing cage. Let her live. Let Dana live. Okay? Let her rip a dart or two. Like, your life sucks. You're in captivity. Oh, I can't blow off a little steam, a little nicotine, you know? Ripping a drag from a cigarette looking like Ben Affleck on the corner. Come on. Let Dana live. And Anastasia Luchkina, strong, powerful, independent woman that you are, I'm letting you off the hook. Lots of controversy. Gen Z, 38% of Gen Z would like a safe space in the office for hookups. And this is the weirder part. Solo play. Solo play? You animals. You absolute animals. I suppose now you're going to ask for like a good Wi-Fi connection so that you can access the best goodies to get yourself to where you want to go. Goodness gracious. It would be cool to have a safe space in the office for hookups. However, not at our establishment because we're professional. We're a very professional operation. In fact, we're the most professional operation. Unlike this New York City Fire Department, a New York City firefighter was suspended for giving strong, powerful, independent women a ride in his fire truck. The FDNY has disciplined a lieutenant on ladder 18, which gave, quote, some hot girls, end quote, I call them strong, powerful, independent women, a ride on the rig. Oh. Breaking rules and risking public safety. Classic the New York Post. The unidentified lieutenant responsible for everything that happens on a fire truck was suspended without pay for 5 days and transferred. That's it? You should do it again. Video captured two women laughing and waving to onlookers and snapping selfies while hanging out of the truck's cab window. No other firefighters on the truck were disciplined. Must be nice to be one of the other firefighters on the truck. It's a good old time. I thought this was America. It is 4th of July weekend after all. Red Panda, our American, honorary American, is okay after falling during the WNBA Commissioner's Cup. She fell off her unicycle. Her left wrist severely fractured at the same spot for the second time. Ow. Usually the calcification is supposed to, I'm a doctor, the calcification is supposed to make it unlikely that that happens again. So she had surgery, and now the recovery begins. Prayers for Red Panda, but first prayers for Yordan Alvarez and or Jeremy Pena. Alvarez is dealing with inflammation. Pena is dealing with a rib fracture. It's so small, so small. And on that note, you know it's not small. The love in my heart for you and the United States of America. Da-na-na, da-na-na. I'm not going to sing Proud to be an American by Lee Greenwood, but I want you to have that in your hearts for the rest of this weekend. Don't blow your hands off with fireworks and behave at the Gold Cup final between the U.S. and Mexico. I love you. Killer Beans are up next. Big thanks to AJ out here at Landry's Seafood House in Galveston. Big thanks to Sean Mapes back at Mission Control. Big thanks to our YouTubers, our Twitters. I'm sorry we couldn't connect to you today. Our callers and texters. I am merely Paul Gallant, the proudest of all Americans. Killer Beans are next. So long. Farewell. USA, USA, USA. Toodaloo.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
That was a little high pitch today.
Yeah, a little
Did
bit.
you feel it?
Yeah,
Did you
felt
mean,
it go up a little bit? Yeah.
Did you mean to do that or okay?
It's a little energetic. I'm looking at the ocean, or as Paul called it, the Gulf of America.
Depends on who you ask.
Yeah,
it does. It does depend on who you ask.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, I was making. Yeah, I like the little high pitch, little, showing the vocal range,
A little excitement in it. Yeah.
the vocal range. We are at Landry Seafood Company here in there on the strip, right here on the strip. Like you mentioned, you can see the Gulf here. Brian thinks that's a lake. Brian thinks that there's lakes that are bigger than that. But no, a good time. Come on out if you're in the area. We'd love to see you. We're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to have a good time. We're going to talk about hand injuries, I'm sure. We'll talk about the Astros who, I guess we'll let you know, they're currently playing. We'll have thoughts about the Astros Game 3 whenever that concludes. Lots to get to when it comes to that front. We'll get to some football stuff as well. Bad Take Boulevard, it is a Thursday, but it's a July 3rd. It's a what does Granado call these? He calls these holiday shows or whatever. Vacation shows. This is a vacation show.
This is like for once we can just take something from Paul Gallant's repertoire and just say this is just an Ask Us Anything Thursday leading into a holiday.
Yeah, we'll do whatever you want. We don't. It's a Thursday. It's a 3-day weekend. Whenever we get off work, we're coasting. We're melting it in.
Give you a weather report as we see the front come in over the water. What you guys might be expecting weather-wise for your fireworks this weekend.
I did drive through some rain on the way here.
Too.
Did you?
Yeah,
it's pretty good. Some pretty good rain. I don't know which way it was going, and I'm not a weatherman. We're not on Twitch today either because once we go to nice establishments like the Landry Seafood House, usually they have a firewall up that you can't be on Twitch because they know what a toxic place that is. So we can't get on Twitch today. We're blocked from that. So just on YouTube. Of course, you can always reach us 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line, call, text, whatever you got to do. Let's start. We'll get into the Jordan news in a minute.
Okay.
Now, there is Jordan news. We'll get into that in a minute. Inflammation, I guess it's good. We'll discuss in a little while. Let's start with the second game of the series yesterday, though. The Astros in the Rockies, in Coors. We always start with the starter, Hunter Brown. Another solid start when you look at the line score. Was named today, in fact, the AL Pitcher of the Month. What'd you see from the old Diesel last night?
I mean, it's kind of what we talked about before the game even started, that he probably, and most pitchers have to, I think almost all pitchers have to deal with the fact that your repertoire is limited and you have to make adjustments because of the fact that you're just not going to get the same kind of spin and bite on your breaking pitches. What do you call that? The
Magnus effect.
The Magnus effect.
Yeah, Hunter Brown was talking about the Magnus effect last night after the game, in fact. Like, he didn't mention the Magnus effect, but he was talking about the definition of the Magnus effect.
And you could tell because I think that, he was really relying on the Diesel, the fastball, a lot more. Moniak caught one and was able to do what I was a little bit frightful of for his ERA's sake for pitching in that park with the Magnus effect and the altitude. But overall, I mean, look, another good performance. A lot of pitches thrown. Give him credit for coming out in the sixth. I wasn't sure he was going to. I think probably they had win on their mind, too, and the fact that I know he wanted to get the win, but they got the lead for him. But overall, aside from a lot of pitches thrown and having to adjust, I thought he was just, Hunter Brown.
And it's kind of the thing that we talked about last time whenever they got an extra inning for Hunter Brown. Like, we found out that Abreu and Hader were not available. So I wonder if that played a factor into him getting that extra inning as well. I imagine it did.
I think it did.
I was surprised for him to come out in the sixth inning, too, because he kind of labored through that fifth. He had a runner at third, less than 2 outs. Yes, he was able to get out of it. But it's like, okay, this seems like a natural spot to take him out. There was a long half inning when you scored the runs because there was a pitcher's change there. I was surprised to see Hunter Brown pitch the sixth inning.
He's, when he ends up getting through the fifth and he's already over 90 pitches, you're like, well, he's either going to have one heck of an efficient inning, or you better have someone up and ready to go because, he ends up throwing more pitches than he's thrown all year by the time the inning is over. And he did get a couple of breaks by, 1 or 2 pitch at bat to where that kind of helped him. But yeah, I definitely was thinking that there was a less than 50% chance he was going back out there.
Yeah, he looked better in the sixth inning than the fifth inning. It was kind of odd. I looked at all the which pitches he threw because we talked about the breaking stuff yesterday. The Magnus effect in Coors, altitude, it diminishes the spin on your breaking stuff. Well, on all your pitches, but most significant on your breaking stuff. He threw 59, 72 fastballs yesterday, 43 four-seamers, 16 sinker ballers, and 13 cuts. So he lived on his fast.
Yeah.
He only threw 13 curveballs.
even the strikeout that you're talking about with one out and a runner on third, it was just challenge ball. Just, I'm going to throw gas at the top of the zone and just hit it if you can. And he got out. There was a huge strikeout to allow him to set the table to get out of the inning. But, yeah, he was riding on the fastball all game.
Yeah, I was wondering what the approach was going to look like. And he just, here's my fastball. I dare you to hit it. And aside from Mickey Moniak, they did not hit it. It was kind of weird that Moniak homer. I noticed that it was a 94-mile-per-hour fastball. Like they said four-seamer too. Like I wonder if that was
that had to be a mystery,
mistake,
right? Yeah,
because he doesn't throw his fastball 94. That had to have been a mistake.
I mean, like you heard Blummer talking about the fact he gets ticked off because their radar says 100, and then he'll go, "No, I haven't gotten there yet. It was 99 point."
Mm-hmm.
But he was 99 plus on several pitches last night.
Yeah, that was that had to have been a mistake because after he did that, I was like, I'm going to watch this, and he was right back up there to 98. He did throw one yesterday, the hardest he's ever thrown one in his life, 99.8. So he still hasn't gotten there. He may never.
I don't know that I need him to because that scared me that he's going to continue to rear back more and more until he can hurt himself trying to get just for that very reason. But you know what? He did what he had to do, and the fastball is what it is. It's one of the best fastballs in baseball when you talk about Skeens and Skubal and some of the guys that we have talked about when mentioning him in that elite circle of pitchers. And his fastball is his calling card, and boy, did it deliver last night.
Bullpen was fine. You ran into a little bit of bad luck there in the ninth inning. Souza gave up a bunch of bloop hits. That was kind of weird. But hey, you preserved a safe situation without your two leverage guys, which was highly encouraging. But you know what it also tells me? Don't use Hader and Abreu in 4-run games. Like if these guys, and I know it's the Rockies and they stink, but if you can trust these guys in 2-run games, or 3-run games, you can trust them in 4-run games.
Yeah, and I think that's the key. It's one thing to say, look, the philosophy in that ballpark has to be that your comfort zone is you're going into that last inning or two with a 2-run lead instead of you're trying to protect a 1-run lead in any other park, basically, aside for the two minor league parks in Major League Baseball, and you feel pretty good about Abreu and Hader. But in that ballpark where anything can happen and any contact can turn into extra bases or a home run, 2 runs plus is what you would really like to have, and they had that in the first two games. And it provided necessary because Hader gave up one the night before. Souza gave up, as you said, the one last night, but they still had enough to kind of coast. I mean, not coast, but get to the finish line.
Hunter Brown owes Jose Altuve a steak dinner for coming through in the clutch. Because whenever Hunter Brown, look, we thought he was leaving the game in the fifth. But even if he doesn't leave the game in the fifth, he leaves the game in the sixth.
Yep.
It was 2-2. Jose Altuve up, 2 outs, hits a 2 RBI single up the middle, gives Hunter Brown a win, which Hunter Brown hasn't had a decision prior to last night in his previous 4 starts. He had no decisions in 4 straight. So Hunter Brown owes Jose Altuve a little bit of a steak dinner. And it was on the night that Jose Altuve breaks Jeff Bagwell's record, second most hits in Astro history. So 2 steak dinners coming up for Jose Altuve.
Yeah, and then we can talk about where Jose might owe someone else a steak dinner. But when you look at what happened, the last 2 starts in particular come to mind where Hunter Brown definitely deserved to get a W and pitched well enough to win and got no decisions. So the fact that, it kind of evens itself out a little bit last night and he ends up finding a run or 2 when he needed it after kind of getting through the 5 innings in Colorado was kind of like a little bit of a payback for a guy that has been a horse for you all season long.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line 713-780-3776. Mentioned Brown, Hader honored AL pitcher reliever of the month. Shea Whitcomb. How about Shea Whitcomb in a little elevation, hitting a 450-foot bomb? That was cool.
I didn't realize that was his first home run as an Astro because they had a couple of baseballs they had to track down last night, and I'm not sure if there's a story or anybody found out if they got either one of them because I know that they were trying to go get the ball that Whitcomb hit, and then Altuve's record breaker that you mentioned that they were talking about the fact that you could see the whole dugout trying to get it. And the security guy basically blew him off and threw it to a fan.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that they had to send someone up in the stands to try and get – and you know what? Altuve has always said he's not that kind of guy, those kind of things. But, I mean, that has to mean something. Inevitably he's going to chase Biggio for the most hits in franchise history. But to move to number 2 is pretty special.
No, he was – yeah, I think he knows that too. He said after the game that Bagwell texted him and, he thanked him for all the support, which is good to treat the general manager that way. You have to treat general manager Jeff Bagwell with respect. I bet you they got that ball. The Shea Whitcomb one would have been hard because it was a home run.
But
I'm sure they still could have. But this one, at least you have eyes on it,
Yeah, but they send team security in the stadium. We've seen it on ESPN games on Sunday Night Baseball where team personnel. Even what was the one There was one where the kid caught it at when it was Minute Maid. He caught it, and he wanted a Verlander signed jersey. So they had to go get Verlander to sign a jersey so that they could get the baseball for whoever it was. But, yeah, definitely a couple of nice moments for the Astros on top of getting the win last night.
Well, Israel's already texting in. Killer Cam, 3 hits, 2 RBIs yesterday. He's on fire. Killer Cam's on fire. 3 for 5, 2 ribbies. AL Rookie of the Year. Let's start saying it. Let's start talking it into existence because the Houston Astros could really use the draft pick if Cam Smith is the Rookie of the Year. But no, he's on fire right now. It's really good to see where the kid is at because he's being called upon right now too. You don't have Yordan. Christian Walker hasn't been who we thought Christian Walker was going to be. Yainer Diaz swings at everything that a pitcher offers to him. He has evolved and has developed into one of the Astros' best hitters on July 3rd of his rookie year, and that's really not up for debate.
No, it's not. And when you look at it, from the standpoint of Israel was wrong on the NBA Finals prediction, there's a lot that Israel could be wrong on. So I'm totally fine with Israel being the one that started this whole thing, a month ago, that Cam was going to be the AL Rookie of the Year because you want to see the kid succeed. And you didn't know when it was going to actually click. The light would go on. He'd feel comfortable. He started getting going. He got off to a slow start. But my goodness, in the last month or so, he has been on a heater. He continues to push up that average, the OPS. And like you said, I mean, at a time when this lineup needs a consistent bat that's capable of doing some things, he's been doing some things.
Can I give you a nuanced take on the whole PPI thing? The the prospect promotion incentive program.
Okay.
Where we know that if you're in that list of players that are in the PPI, that if they win Rookie of the Year, they give your team a draft pick. The player can only help the team one time though. So let's say Cam Smith wins Rookie of the Year. He can't finish top 3 in MVP voting and give you a second pick. So you can only get one pick attached to the player. Like Hunter Brown's the other way. Hunter Brown was not the Rookie of the Year, but if he finishes top 3 in Cy Young, he can still give you a draft pick because he was one of those players and he hasn't garnered you a draft pick yet.
Gotcha.
The problem that I have with the PPI is that it's human bias that's in play here on 2 fronts. One, to be a member of the PPI, you have to be on 2 of the 3 top 100 prospect lists. And I think it's MLB, Baseball America, and ESPN. I might be confusing that a little bit, but you get the gist here.
Yep.
I don't know the publications. I think I'm right there, but I might be wrong. So you have to be on 2 of those 3. Okay, that's the first parameter for you to be in that pool of PPI players that can give your team a draft pick. The other bias here is who votes on the Rookie of the Year? Who votes on Cy Young and MVP?
Media?
Yeah, baseball writers.
Yeah.
So, and what do we know about baseball writers? That they look, I hate to be the paranoid guy, here's another theory, the tinfoil cap, all of this, but Astro players don't get voted. Like, they don't. Like, look at the All-Star game. The Astros have the second best record in the American League, and they have 0 All-Star game starters. And they have guys that are deserving. And I know that's the fans and not the writers. But baseball writers also hold an agenda and have an axe to grind with the Astros. We also know about the East Coast bias. So I don't love the fact that the baseball writers are the ones who control the prospect promotion incentive program. I think it's a great idea in theory. I don't like the human element of it.
I'm with you 100% because you know me, I'm always the criteria guy. And part of the criteria guy is the politics that goes with who say so matters. And you're talking about, you went exactly where I was going to go. When you look at the All-Star team and say, well, the best record in the American League by 2 games is the Tigers. They have 3 guys. You look at the Yankees, they've got starters. You look at the Astros and you go, none, not one. I don't understand it. And as much as you might like Wilson and you like the fact that he's doing it at Oakland, Jeremy Pena, until he got hurt, was unbelievable and was completely deserving of being the starting shortstop. But record matters. And we always go back because that's kind of the caveat in the back of the criteria list is what have you done to help your team? Because if you're a last place team, but you're a first place vote getter kind of guy in balloting for anything, that if you want to talk about it and it's close, look at what your team is doing. And Oakland is doing nothing in the case of Jeremy Pena. The Astros are killing it, and they lead the league with guys on the injured list. They have more guys on the injured list than any team in baseball, and yet they have the second best record in the American League, and you're not going to credit any of their players?
Yeah, I'm with you. And look, I don't even care about the All-Star game. Like, whatever, that doesn't do anything for me. I don't care if an Astro starting in the All-Star game. Like, I really don't. But I want the picks. And I don't want those sleazeball baseball writers that buried the Astros without doing any real undercover work on anybody else to be voting on this stuff. I think it's a joke that those guys are. And I hadn't thought about it prior to like today, because today's like when I really started thinking, oh, this is how this is going to be rewarded. And I don't love that. And look, Hunter Brown's probably going to finish top 3 in American League Cy Young. If I had to bet money right now, Jacob Wilson probably wins the American League Rookie of the Year. I think Cam Smith's catching up quick. I think there's a case to be made for Cam Smith, and I'm pushing the narrative for Cam Smith to be the Rookie of the Year. I'm going to hold those writers. I'm going to hold their feet to the fire.
But here's the thing, Jeremy. It's a precursor to tell Astros fans, buckle up, because this is what you're going to deal with for the next couple of decades. And I mean that because in a couple of decades, when you start seeing Astros guys' names on ballots for the Hall of Fame, you ain't getting in the first ballot. Even if you're Jose Altuve, it's going to be close. He might. But other than that, these writers, don't forget, these writers don't like what happened, and these writers are going to use their clout whenever they can.
Yeah, and it's ridiculous that they're the ones that are voting on the prospect promotion incentive program. Nuanced take, I know it, but I had to get that off my chest. 713-780-ESPN. We're in the broadcasting live from Landry Seafood Company, the Seawall in Galveston, right on the Strip. Right on the Strip. Come on by, say hello to us, have some delicious seafood. Love seafood. Seafood is the very, very best. We'll get into a lot of stuff today. Bad Take Boulevard. We'll let you take us wherever you want to take us. I was wondering this too. I saw your tweet yesterday. Altuve and base running go together like blank and blank. We'll discuss that a little bit later. Also, like what all-time greats in sports history have had an Achilles heel like Jose Altuve does with base running? Like what is out there that exists there as well? 713-780-3776. No Twitch today for us. All of you folks are going to run that bad boy wild. No Twitch for us. It's behind a firewall here. We can't get into it. We're on YouTube though at ESPN Houston. You can listen live on Twitter at ESPN 975, TikTok too at ESPN 975. You can find me there, Jeremy J. Branham. Blankers and Pac-Man Joel on Twitter. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Coming up next, the Astros got good news. Question mark on Yordan Alvarez's hand today. We'll discuss Killer Bees live from Landry Seafood Company in Galveston on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from Landry's Seafood House in Galveston as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, 713-780-3776, live from Landry's Seafood House in Galveston. Israel bragging about killing Cam. No, that's fine. It's cool. We're with you on that. He also throws some shade towards you. Indiana's best player got hurt. Cheese emoji, head, grimace emoji.
Wrong emoji, you emoji, Chicago guy emoji.
What emojis are those?
Don't know, but he can figure it out when he has his spare time.
I would like to see what a Chicago emoji looks like. What would you put for Chicago emoji?
A big pile of you know what, and some wind.
It'd be the poop emoji?
Yeah, some wind and a poop emoji.
Is there a wind? There's a wind emoji, right?
Yeah,
it's kind of like the little dust thing. You could do a pizza.
You could do wind, like a skyscraper, and then just a poop emoji.
The problem, okay.
That'd be fine.
The problem with the pizza emoji, though, is it looks like it's like standard. You know, it's not a deep dish.
Yeah.
So it'd be hard to really be symbolic with Chicago. Rackham Pete, what reply did Altuve send to Bagwell when Bagwell said congratulations? Did he say thanks for Jose Abreu, or how's Dr. Brown's ex-wife doing? Well, why we got to drag Dr. Brown, who's no longer with us? Why do we got to do that? He's no longer with us, Dr. Brown.
Who got because besides him sending the text to Altuve, they said that someone got a hold of him while he was watching. Now, if it was Blummer or if somebody else, and he said he was watching during the game and then wanted to make sure that he, sent out his well wishes and how Altuve has been one of the best players in franchise history, and he knows he's chasing 3,000.
Israel says that's corny, cheesehead.
It's okay. Well,
in regards to no Astros on the All-Star team and the wise words of Hank Conger, Bad Wardum, the Astros are going to have players on the All-Star team. They're just not going to have starters on the All-Star team.
Right.
They're probably going to be well represented. Now, do they go? Probably not. I mean, Jose Altuve is not having an All-Star year, but do the other guys go? Like Hunter Brown's going to be an All-Star. I think Fromber will be an All-Star. Hayter will be an All-Star. I think Brian Abreu has a decent chance to be an All-Star.
Yep.
So those are four pitchers potentially. And then offensively, Pena will be named. Won't go. I hope not.
Paredes might.
He's probably on the bubble. Like, he's probably 50-50. Myers, no. Cam, no. Now, I do think that they're in the conversation. Like, if you have a lot of reserves, stuff like that, probably not. But I think if they were All-Stars, they would be worthy All-Stars, Myers and even Cam.
It was interesting. I was catching up on, they did an interview yesterday with Cam, and he's notated some of that stuff because he's like, I know the futures game. And I know that, you want to get to the futures game because it's during All-Star weekend. And he called out Bryce Matthews, and he was like, I think it's great for Bryce Matthews. And he was like almost saying it would be great to be there. It would have been cool. But he goes, hey, you know what? I got my calling, and I'm here, and I'm loving it. But, yeah, he talked about the fact that he was well aware of the futures game and everything that was going on, like it means something to him.
So here's the report that the Astros sent out today about Yordan Alvarez. There was a lot going on the internet earlier today, too. There was some dude that sent out a picture of his dad. I don't know. I DM'd him, though, asking him, like, what cities this were. Because I actually got information yesterday on where Yordan Alvarez's specialist was. Okay. I'm not sure I'm supposed to say, so I'm not going to say. But I had information on where Yordan Alvarez's specialist was. I was also told that he was wearing a soft cast on his right hand yesterday. So when I saw the picture, I'm like, okay, this could be valid. So I asked the guy, both in DM and then like in his replies, I asked him what city is the flight. Like, what city is he taking off from? What city is he landing? Okay. Because I knew, but he never told me the city. So whenever he didn't tell me the city, I was like, okay, that's a red flag. And in fact, he said he thought it was Fort Lauderdale, and I know for a fact it was not Fort Lauderdale. Okay. So that made me start to question the validity of that tweet. So I wasn't believing the tweet. But anyways, the Astros sent out a release today. Yordan and the Astros received some encouraging news. I don't love that. I don't love that right out of the gate. Because whenever you're sitting there like sending out that message with your opinion, it feels like you're trying to get everybody to believe your opinion. Like, just give me the black and white of the situation. Tell me like what you want to, like what news you want to release. Don't lead me into encouraging news, because now I feel like you're kind of trying to gaslight me. Like, I feel like you're trying to control the message. Like, it's like I didn't like that part of it right away, where it's like, we received encouraging news. No, you shouldn't have an opinion. Just present the news, let everybody react the way that they want to react. Regardless, Jordan and the Astros received encouraging news from a hand specialist that examined Alvarez's sore right hand on Wednesday. As part of the examination, additional imaging was done on his hand, which revealed that the main cause of his current pain is due to inflammation. The specialist also indicated that at this point in the recovery process, the small fracture that had been sustained is now a non-factor in the discomfort that Alvarez is currently experiencing. As a result of the examination, Jordan received 2 injections in his hand on Wednesday and will refrain from any activity involving his hand in the coming days. This was not the first time that Alvarez had received injections in his hand while on the injured list. The specialist also reviewed the multiple sets of imaging that had been done previously on Alvarez's hand and concurred with the findings of the Astros medical staff and other hand specialists. The specialist also determined that the imaging done on Wednesday revealed that Alvarez's hand had made noticeable progress when compared to imaging done over the past several weeks. Prior to Wednesday's MRI, the most recent imaging on Alvarez's hand had indicated that the inflammation has been reduced. Alvarez began to ramp up his baseball activity last week and was able to take batting practice on the field Saturday with positive results. However, Tuesday morning, Jordan reported to the Astros medical staff that the pain in his hand had returned, which resulted in Wednesday's visit to the hand specialist. So is this good news? How do we peel back the layers to this? 713-780-3776. We'll discuss next. Killer Bees from Landry Seafood House in Galveston on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Landry's Seafood House in Galveston as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, so we read the release to the Astros, Jordan Alvarez, Killer Bees, Landry Seafood House in Galveston. Reading this, hearing this, the Astros want you to believe it's encouraging news. They tell you that in the first sentence, which kind of weird to me. But regardless, putting that aside, do you think this is encouraging news?
Yeah, I do for the rest of the season. I think that the bigger picture is going to be how do you solve it long term. I think the fact that if there's a break and or every time that he tried live batting practice that it might have been a setback, that at least in this case, it hasn't re-altered the healing of the bone. So therefore, I would say that's encouraging. I know that given shots, a lot of times you can alleviate the pain and that he could finish the season at a certain point. But I think it has to be rectified at the end of the year, and or these specialists have to figure out what's causing this and what are the solutions to this. And I also think the Astros covered their ass by saying the fact that the specialist yesterday concluded with everything of their others because they listen.
There's a lot of framing going on here.
Yes.
Like there's a lot of framing in this press release. They hit you right in the face with the Astros received encouraging news. They punctuated at the end how this backs up what the Astros medical staff had to say about it. So there's some framing going on here.
No
and
doubt.
I like to think that I can read through some BS at times. Like if you're going to present the facts, leave it about the facts. Don't opine. Don't throw in your
It's
opinion.
a press
on it.
release, not a tweet,
Yeah.
right? You can't lead the witnesses, or in this case, the audience, to say it's positive because we said so.
It'd be like if they tweeted out Hunter Brown's line score and be like, "Look at this dominant effort." Okay, so are you giving me a fact? Are you giving me news, or are you giving me your commentary? Like, in a weird way, it's become what like mainstream media has become, where like they no longer just present the facts. It's always like from some angle,
Right.
and they do it from both sides of the aisle. I'm not picking on one side of the aisle or the other. Both sides of the aisle give you this mainstream media, present the news how they want it to be perceived. That's kind of how I read this press release. They've received some encouraging news, and the Astros medical staff has never done no wrong. Okay. Come on now. And I'm with you on your take of it too. Like, for as far as 2025 is concerned, I do think that it is positive news because I read this and I maybe I shouldn't fool myself again. But when I read this, I'm like, okay, we're going to see him again in 2025. Like I think we see him again in 2025 based on this release. Maybe that's foolish of me though. Maybe that's me being naive. But I do believe that. Now, whenever I really like put on the journalist hat, because we know I'm a huge journalist all the time. Why is he getting so many injections? Like, I know you said it's to reduce the inflammation, but how is his inflammation so bad that he has to get so many injections? And how is the inflammation flaring up without a root cause? Like, I don't know what the root cause is here. I don't know what the prognosis is here. Why is he getting inflamed hands so often and so badly that he has had to receive at least a few injections since the moment he's been on the injured list on May? Like, this is 2 months.
Well, and
multiple injections in 2 months.
The question on the injections is it for pain relief, anti-swelling, both? Like, what are the injections consisting of? Because of the fact that you can pretty clearly identify when the swelling and the pain came back, and that is when he was facing live pitching and he was taking that reverb and everything that comes with gripping a baseball bat and hitting a 90-plus mile-an-hour pitch. And I think that with that in mind, you do have to ask yourself the question, like, if it isn't a broken bone, because at least when the imaging is right and how many images they do and when it's able to be seen, if it's a broken bone, it's a broken bone. So it's going to heal. You know what it is. You know how it's going to, what the process entails, and you're good. When you start dealing with muscles and tendons and continued soreness, that's where the mystery comes in even more, when you don't need any more from the Astros medical team, because you don't know what causes it. And even worse, you don't know what cures it.
That's the thing, is like, I want to, and look, this is long-term, like you said, like, I want to know what is causing this. And this isn't only 2025. Like, we have to stop allowing ourselves to believe that this is a 2-month issue. This isn't a 2-month issue. It's a 3-year issue. He missed weeks a few years ago with a hand injury. Dusty thought it was 2. Jordan said it was 1. That forced him to miss several weeks, and then he came back and was really, really good. So this seems chronic at this point. And like, we hear of ejections in sports really on 2 different fronts. One is like, let's juice them up that way they can play today, right? That's I don't what's the medical term that they use, the shot that they give you. They use it a lot in football, where they give you the shot that way you don't feel the pain, that way you can go out and play, which has a lot of like negative effects long term.
Talking about the actual like
I forget
what
forget what it's called.
Was it Toradol or
Toradol? Yeah, that's it. So like those that's the one shot you think of. Toradol, okay, we're gonna shoot you up, numb whatever you're feeling, and you can go play. That's obviously not here. Like they're not Toradol. The other injections you hear about are like steroid injections to reduce the inflammation, and we do hear about those a lot. And like whenever I start to wonder like when do we see steroid injections? Usually it is to reduce the inflammation, but there's always a root cause for the inflammation. We don't have that answer right now. That's what's so mysterious about me. That's why Jordan is an enigma.
Well, the other thing that's curious to me, Jeremy, with the steroid now, is that not against the
I think like variants.
Is there a way where you can dictate what kind of steroid it was and directly correlate it with that's the exact steroid they gave him for whatever the injury is?
I would assume so.
I think you have to, right? Because the steroid does seem to cure a lot of what ails a lot of players in a lot of sports. But we do know with the banned substances list that steroids are clearly on it. So it would behoove you to at least ask the question of how do you decipher. But yeah, I mean, overall, when you look at it and you start thinking about the fact that it is a big picture concern, and it goes back to me to even a guy like Tari Eason or how many athletes we've seen where you have a mysterious injury. No one can really identify the root cause. No one really knows exactly what it is, or they're not telling you. And then they go through a season and you say, okay, they're doing something medically to take care of it. But then the following season, he's not playing back-to-backs. He misses, 8 to 10 games to days at a time. And then suddenly he's back and you're like, is this going to be a thing for the rest of his career? Because that's where I'm going. Like, it's one thing to say, okay, this is just a really tough break for one season. But as you said, there's a history before. There's this going for the rest of this season at least. What's to prevent it from happening from the end of this season through the end of his career? That's the $1 million question and more.
Yeah, that's where my concern's at. Like short term, okay, I think he might be able to suck it up, Buttercup, and go out and give you some at bats late in the year. My bigger concern is this has been a chronic thing, and we still don't have any answers. Like, it's still as murky as ever. Yep. It's still as murky as it was yesterday. Do I feel a little bit better and have like a higher degree of confidence that Jordan Alvarez plays baseball this year? Yesterday, I think he was going to play baseball again this year. So yes, I have a higher degree of confidence today than 24 hours ago that Jordan Alvarez steps into the batter's box at the Dike and tries to help the Astros from an offensive point of view. Long term, do I feel any better about Jordan's hands? I think I feel worse.
Yeah, until I have an explanation, until I have whatever expert medical personnel that you're relying on to give us information and like cut and dried answers, and that information involves a solution to the problem, I don't feel any better. Like you said, I feel better that he is going to contribute to this baseball team at some point between now and the end of the playoffs. Other than that, there's nothing that has been said to me or in a release or otherwise that we've heard that tells me I should feel encouraged that this is behind us once the season's over.
Like, I almost wish it was the handmaid.
Yeah, because you said you could just remove it.
Now you have a resolution. Is he out longer than this current situation? Maybe a few weeks, but he's still back at this point of the season. But there's a resolution. It eliminates, hopefully, the murkiness. This did nothing to eliminate any murkiness of the situation.
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Look, maybe he comes back and he does really well and he helps the Astros win a World Series. And as soon as the parade is over, I still have a mystery on the ailments of Jordan Alvarez's hands. Like, this isn't going away, and it's problematic. 713-780-3776. Was this good news? Astros told you in the very first sentence how great of news this was. Houston Astros again. Jordan and the Astros received some encouraging news from a hand specialist on Wednesday. Is this encouraging news? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees at Landry Seafood House in Galveston on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Landry Seafood House in Galveston as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Power On e-bikes, $4,000 value, pair of brand new e-bikes. All you have to do is register to win right over there. Register to win. Your pair of e-bikes can be yours. I just realized that everybody I'm talking to right now can't see where I just pointed. But the promo table, when we're out and about, you can sign up and register to win our grand prize of the summer. Pair of new e-bikes from Power On electric bicycle, $4,000 value. Have anybody ever told you that? We're out here at Landry Seafood House in Galveston having a good time. It's not hot because the clouds are protecting us a little bit, but we're inside. No, we're not griping. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Israel says, yes, sir. Good news on Alvarez. Clap emoji, clap emoji, clap emoji. Texture, do not trust any Astro injury reports until you see the player in question on the field playing. Yeah, I think that's fair.
I mean, look, Jeremy Pena is the latest where no matter what Dana Brown tells me, I'm not buying into it. You're selling something that I am definitely not buying because of everything that I have buyer's remorse on from what you've told me in the past. Great, he's traveling. Great, you think by this weekend in LA he might return to some kind of baseball activity. But one, don't push it because you're really close to the All-Star break right now where you can get some extra rest. And two, I think you're fully you-know-what, so therefore you shouldn't even tell me anything.
Yeah, 713-780-ESPN. He's still out for the year. Don't take the bait, Bees. Okay. I mean, I guess we'll see. We'll see. The way you read that Yordan press release, I have to ask, is Yordan Alvarez soft?
That's your favorite, one of your favorites.
I mean, the broken bone throws things into, like, perspective here. Like, he had a legitimate broken bone. Like, I can't call a guy soft who has a broken bone. Like, do I think there were things in the past where Yordan had some soft tendencies? Yes.
Yeah.
Do I think that this hand issue and having the broken bone is soft? No, I can't say that this case it is.
I think for me, it comes down to your definition of soft if it involves just the makeup of your anatomy not being able to withstand the grind of a professional sport. I think that it's one thing to say, hey, because of fireworks smoke, I was overcome with sick illness and I had to sit out. I mean, that's soft. But if you tell me that your body, they used to say Lamar Lathan all the time with the Oilers. He was just so physically strong and had developed so much muscle that his skeleton wasn't equipped to handle how much muscle and everything he had, and therefore his body would break down. I don't think that's soft. I think there's a difference. I think if it proves that Yordan's body can't handle the punishment of Major League Baseball, it's hard for me to call that part of it soft.
Yeah, when I think soft, I think, oh, you got like a little bruise and you're not playing through it.
Right.
Like he had a broken bone in his hand, and he tried to play through it. You know what I mean? Like this instance of Yordan, I cannot say is soft. Like he had a broken bone in his hand that he was trying to play through. And maybe if it wasn't broken at that time, he had something going on in his hand that eventually led to a stress reaction that broke his fourth metacrapple. So like I think it's fair at times to call players soft whenever they're showing soft tendencies. Yep. And has Yordan at times shown soft tendencies? I think it'd be fair to say that. I can't say any of this saga in 2025 is that.
Exactly. Bad. I think when you look at some of the history of the word discomfort and what has led to it from Astros perspective, if you slept on a bad pillow and you can't play baseball, to me that's soft. If you inhaled fireworks smoke in the middle of in the ballpark and now suddenly you can't play baseball, to me that's soft. Pepto-Bismol can handle your upset stomach and you can still get out there and swing a baseball bat and chase a fly ball every now and then if you're in the field. I just think that there is a pretty clear line in most cases to differentiate between soft and if your body just breaks. It breaks down.
And sadly, it seems like it's that.
It does. I mean, that's the biggest concern for me is, look, as much as this is bothersome to so many people because of how long it's taken and because he's one of your best players on any roster any year he's on the team so far, the bottom line is they've done all that they've done this year to build this 7-game lead in the division without him. Because before he got hurt, he wasn't good. He's been out ever since. And whatever lineup they throw out there is effective, and they're winning, and they've got a lead, and they're in first place. So if you tell me that this is going to affect the next several weeks, okay, so be it. Yeah. But you need this guy at this contract for as long as he's under contract with this team for the foreseeable future. I need it rectified between now and the start of next season.
If there's a date that you like needed them back, and like I know you can't do this, it's a hypothetical. Like we can't be like, okay, Jordan, you're going to be back on this date. In fact, I think that's counterproductive to do that. But as we're talking as outsiders, like this is a date that you really would like to see Jordan Alvarez back by. What is that for you?
I would prefer it to be around like September 15th.
Okay.
Just September 15th, because you get a little regular season, end of the season, AB's in. You kind of get back into the swing of things, so to speak, and then you're ready for the playoffs. Because I think that other than that, they have the rest of the team has picked you up to this point to where I have expectations. They're going to continue to do this at least to the point of being in first place. So September 15th is fine for me if I know when he comes back, he's going to be good to go for the rest of the run this season.
Yeah, I was going to say early September, so we're like in the same 2-week window there. Josh from Seabrook, kind of your point. I don't think Jordan is soft, but I think he's brittle. Okay, because there is a difference. There is a difference between those two. I will definitely agree to that.
You know, but it goes back to when you and I were talking about McCullers. It's one thing to say, look, his body breaks down and he's put a lot of torque on his pitching arm. But at the same time, the misdiagnosis and the decisions, whether it's, oh, I can't rehab the way I want to because we're in the middle of a lockout, or, oh, I don't think I need surgery yet, and suddenly you add on an extra 6 months of trying to tinker with other things before eventually down the road even further you need surgery. Those things to me are where I question your toughness.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. This is a new low that the Astros to pump up their medical staff. 99% chance this is BS too. I don't believe a word of it. Look, they haven't earned your belief. Like that's a fair take. Yep. This is a bad sign because injections are generally given to chronic injuries. Pain. That's my thing. Yeah. Like you're given multiple shots over a 2-month span. We don't know if it happened prior to that either. Then like, what's the issue? Again, I need to know the prognosis. We don't know the prognosis. It's as murky. And look, I get that I'm not privy to that information, and that's fine. But I'm saying, like, even if I'm Dana Brown, I'm in the organization, like, it would be helpful if you knew the prognosis of the injury and the injections and all the inflammation.
I think the other thing that you have to take into consideration, too, is the fact that at a certain point, your body starts to adjust and get used to the injections, and then it doesn't work as good. And then you have to find that. And again, it comes down to you have to find the end game solution, not just the temporary fix, because at a certain point, your body starts getting immune to the injections. And then what do you do?
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Jordan is soft, says a texter. I think all of this sounds fishy. Why should we believe there was actually a bone break, or is there more behind the scenes? I mean, there's no way of knowing that. I mean, I would like to believe if they say that there's a broken bone, that there's a broken bone. And I think there'd be in a lot of trouble in terms of the CBA and the MLB Players Association. If they said a player had a broken bone and they didn't have a broken bone, like that would get them in serious trouble with the league.
Yeah, and you know what, Jeremy? I was thinking about this yesterday when we were having our conversation about all of this and as it relates to the medical staff of the Astros. At a certain point, why hasn't the Players Association already gotten involved? And isn't there enough now meat on the bone to where if they haven't before, this last one is the one where no matter how they try and CYA it now, the fact is if I'm the Players Association, I think it's a legitimate concern that I brought up yesterday. I think players now that are hurt are going to look side-eyed at whatever kind of diagnosis they get and whatever kind of recovery window they're given and whatever kind of rehab program they're on, because they are right to feel that way. If you look at the track record of the last 3 to 4 years of this team and you aren't a little bit suspicious of the fishiness of how everything's happened, the fact that all the recovery dates have not, for the most part, been met, the fact that in a lot of cases, surgery and other surgeries and follow-up surgeries and things are all needed, the Players Association should put their foot down at a certain point and go, enough's enough, guys. I'm getting involved now. We're getting involved now because we got players that don't trust and don't want your medical personnel dealing with their injuries.
713-780-ESPN. Key from LA. Blankers, are you saying he's going to get addicted to pain pills? No, he's just saying he's become numb to the injections. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Rackham Pete in the Hive of the Bees. What's up, Rackham Pete?
How's it going, guys?
Good.
This Jordan thing's just getting out of control. I mean, it's gotten to a point where these guys just need to quit issuing press releases. Just focus on who you have in-house, who's playing right now, and they're wildly exceeding a lot of fans' expectations. Just go with a mindset that, look, guy may not come back. We're going to play with a hand that's dealt. Let's focus on the next 3 months, and let's get to October and get into some meaningful games. This thing is just reading like a soap opera. I mean, if you want to call it that, this is like, will his hand heal? Has a fracture healed up? Will the inflammation go down? Will Luke and Laura reconcile? Tune in to General Hospital. It's just getting out.
Will disturb the characters.
Is that Days of Our Lives, Pete?
Appreciate it, Rackham. Appreciate it. No, I mean, I think he describes it perfectly. I have no pushback. I think he said it masterfully.
The bowling
Rackham
brace
Pete.
is back, at least. We've seen
We-
the bowling brace.
we
haven't
think.
seen-
I mean,
well,
there's
if that-
people.
yeah.
There's a school of thought that could be shopped.
The only thing that I would say is, based on our previous conversations leading up to that picture, that's the brace that I saw when he was in the dugout.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it, but it could have been a photoshopped image.
Yep,
it could have been. That dude told me the wrong city,
Yeah. Although, and then in his bio,
and he deleted that
it
post.
says he's a pilot. Like,
And
are
like
you
a-
flying Crane's plane or?
Well, I mean, okay. Like,
Yeah, I just.
mean, it
but
could mean
then he's
anything.
then he's saying his dad is. He told his dad.
His dad was the one that was next to Jordan.
Yeah, and it looked like a private plane to me.
No, that looked like a commercial plane to me.
Really, I thought it was. It looked like a PJ
Huh.
to me.
Okay, I look commercial to me, but I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. I have no clue.
Was it commercial or was it private?
Yeah,
Look at
like,
the
I
picture
didn't
and let
even-
us know.
I didn't even think that, but
I
it
think
did look
was-
commercial. To
It
me.
looked private.
But again, it could have been photoshopped. Like, we have no idea.
Right,
And like, it is now deleted. It is now a deleted post. Texter, any hope for Chaz to come back and hit 250, 240, or is that ship sailed? Like, that's probably the silver lining today, is that Brian McTaggart, the Astros, said that Chaz McCormick is going to be, I think he's going to be in the Sugar Land lineup tonight.
Yep, tonight.
So, like, that's good news. Like, Chaz McCormick could be your left fielder whenever you come back home. And, like, the Astros could use Chaz McCormick right now. You're running Cooper Hummel out there in left field every day. Chaz McCormick,
Trammell.
McCormick helps this team right now. And it also helps Chaz McCormick to prove his worth. Like, this is a perfect opportunity for Chaz McCormick to seize to, like, prove his worth not only to the Astros, but the rest of baseball. And, like, what does Chaz look like when he comes back? Chaz was not having a bad year whenever he got hurt.
He just
Like,
didn't have opportunities.
yeah, no opportunities. The power wasn't there. Like, he hadn't homered this year, but he was getting on base at a 347 clip. Like, 347 plays. If he comes back and is producing at a 347 on base clip, okay, that is helpful to where the Astros currently are with all of these injuries.
Well, and you look at it, we didn't know which Chaz was going to show up at the start of the year. And then he just quite frankly couldn't crack the lineup because everybody else that they were putting out there on a nightly basis, and a lot of guys were starting to perform. Now you say you're just waiting for your opportunity. Well, here it is. And the door is wide open. And if you come back and perform at all, you are going to have a spot on this team and probably a pretty integral role for the next couple of weeks, because all you've got to do is be better than Trammell and Cooper Hummel and some of these guys that we look at the roster going, why are they here in the first place? Well, because there was no other options. If Chaz is an option and he's a viable one, he will play and he will get to prove himself.
Yeah, it'd be nice for him to prove that he is a viable option. So Jose Altuve had a running gaffe yesterday. Some school of thought that he might have done it on purpose. I don't believe that he ran to it on purpose. People are trying to frame me saying that I believe that he ran into the ball on purpose. No, I didn't. Just wondering. There was some chitter chat on the internet that some people thought he did run into it on purpose. And there have been times in the past where maybe he did. But we know that Altuve is not a good base runner. There's a guy on the internet arguing me right now that Jose Altuve is a good base runner.
Oh, stop.
Yeah, I'm dead serious. As I'm having this conversation, there is a guy by the name of Jason that is arguing me on Twitter saying that Jose Altuve is a good base runner. I'll read you that conversation. But also when we come back, Altuve and base running go together like blank and blank. What goes together like Altuve and base running? Also, what all-time greats have had an Achilles heel like Jose Altuve does with base running? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from Landry's Seafood House in Galveston as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Alex asking, is BMAC MIA? Yeah, I know BMAC today. He said something I didn't like, and I told him to go home for the rest of the week. Ryan's filling in for Brian.
That's the clout you pull. That's the pull you got.
AJ's out here with us. Our guy Rick's out here with us, too.
Appreciate Rick.
Keeping
Rick's
us
been
straight.
a long-time listener. He's got the old school ESPN shirt on.
Keeping us straight, keeping us in line out at Landry's Seafood House in Galveston. Right on the seawall. Watching the Gulf. Watching the waves crash into the shore. 713-780-ESPN. Jose Altuve and base running go together like blank and blank. What all-time greats have had an Achilles heel like Altuve does with base running? We'll talk about that in 2 minutes. But let's go out to the HRP listener line. Todd, you're in the Hive. What's up, Todd?
Hey, what's up, guys? Quick question. I was just curious, and maybe y'all could pull back the curtain a little bit. How much does the training staff play into all the injuries that are going on? It seems like the Astros have had a lot. I mean, especially this year, but the last few years. As far as coaching upgrades and stuff in the off season, how much does the training staff play into that? Thanks, guys.
Appreciate the call, Todd. Look, we've been conversing about this for the last 2 days, and quite frankly, a lot longer than this. When every time another one of these situations pops up, but I don't think the training staff plays as big a role, except for like the day-to-day kind of regiment that guys go through, and each guy is very particular in what they do and don't do. Now, as it relates to once they are injured, they play an integral role in their recovery, the solutions, both short and long term that we've talked about. And I think this is where, and I was talking to some of my friends that work with professional
Flex.
teams. No, well, I mean,
You have friends? I have none.
Yeah, I have friends. And, all of the friends that I was talking to that work for professional teams, I said, am I wrong? And yesterday when I said Les Alexander, unequivocally, every single one of them went, if I'm the owner of a team, and it's specifically because of Les and those of us that have worked for Les, the first time you're probably losing your job, but if not, after the second one, there's no way, whether he liked you as a person or not, there's no way you're keeping your job. And that's how owners deal with it. The best owners that don't deal with stuff day to day, they're probably savvy businessmen. And the one thing they want to do is get return on their investment. And the one way they don't get return on their investment is they give big money or contracts worth millions of dollars to players who aren't playing. And that is where the frustration would set in and some reactions would take place. It is amazing with how many in a short period of time the Astros have had that nothing has changed.
What's the saying? Once is a coincidence, twice is a pattern.
Yeah. And then after that, third time is a crime, and then it's like a major crime.
So
it's ridiculous.
I can give you one every now and then. Like
Sure.
it's going to happen in sports. Like there's going to I'm not going to drop a name, but I've called a name that I've questioned his rehab procedures. Like there's going to be times when it's the player's fault. Like the player doesn't take rehab seriously. They're not doing therapy. Like they're lazy. They're not really trying to work hard to get back, which thus leads to them not getting back. Like that's going to happen from time to time. Now, if you start doing this over and over again, how could you not blame the training staff?
Yeah.
You have to.
Look, and it's the same thing. Take it a step further than what you just said. We just got done talking about it. Sometimes your body, everybody's individual body's different. Sometimes your body just doesn't take to the rehab that's been going on, or you have chronic, bad ankles or whatever, bad knees. That's a different story.
Uh-huh.
But when you could just stack and rack between 8 to 10 to 11 pitchers, and how many between Tucker and the Jordan hands and everything that we've had to deal with, and we've seen them deal with, the laundry list is far too long for these people to just get off scot-free.
Yeah.
It's just not acceptable. It's not acceptable if this was you trying to get your own personal health back up to speed, and you'd be frustrated. But if you own a team or you're a fan of a team and you see how many things have been mishandled, fix it.
Yeah, it's rough. All right, Jose Altuve. Oh, my goodness. Killer Cam is on a heater. 713-780-ESPN. Jose Altuve and running go together like blank and blank. What all-time greats have had an Achilles heel like Altuve does with base running? So can we all agree that Jose Altuve is a bad base runner?
Everybody except for whoever you're fighting with.
Okay. all, for the most part, come to an agreement. Is that a word? An agreement.
Agreement.
That Jose Altuve is a bad base runner. This Jason feller on Twitter. No, he's not. He's aggressive and goes for it a lot and pushes the envelope. Gets us a lot of runs over the years. I said agree to disagree. Metrics back it up. Bad take. Just saying. I get it. You liked Maldonado going station to station. Yeah, great. When have I ever said that? When have I ever said I like Martin Maldonado's base running? It's terrible whenever people start putting words in people's mouths. So the Jason thinks that Altuve is a good base runner. Probably too big of a homer and can't see it. But I started to wonder, what are some of the other all-time greats in whatever sport that are really, really good, but just have like this really weird weakness? The one that jumped out to me was Shaq with free throws.
Yeah.
Like Shaq was atrocious at shooting free throws. And a lot of big men that are Hall of Famers are atrocious at shooting free throws. Johnny Wishbone on YouTube said Walter Payton at footballs. That was a little ahead of my time, Johnny Wishbone, you old man. But I guess, you looked it up and you said he was, top 10 all time in fumbles?
Top 3 all time. But also, again, when we start looking at how do you make the matrix work for your argument, the numbers state that because he had – almost one of the top 3 most carries in the history of the game. And the top 3 guys with the fumbles, the 2 guys that had more are named Franco Harris and
really?
And I want to say it's either Emmitt Smith or Tony Dorsett. If you're looking at
volume
guys like that, it's bound to happen. And he had 86 fumbles in a career that was more than a decade of taking punishment and running guys over. He was one of the toughest running backs in all of football.
Yeah. So what are the all-time greats have had like these massive weaknesses to you?
Now,
Greg Maddux in velocity.
Over the course of his
second
career,
half of his career.
Second half. See, the one that came to my mind initially, an all-time great is where it gets a little fuzzy. But seriously, in terms of his career, Manny Ramirez and just fielding, like in left field. Manny Ramirez was an accident waiting to happen in the outfield, but you're going to put him in the middle of your lineup every stinking time, and you're going to reap the benefits.
Yeah, that's a good call. Derek Jeter in defense for sure, too.
Yep.
Big Poppy in defense. Texture says James Harden in defense.
True.
It's another good call.
James Harden
in
playoffs.
And your Shaq call is right, too.
James Harden in the playoffs. Okay, that's kind of a reach a little bit because, we're talking about, Achilles' weakness of his skill set. Not melting in moments, but yeah, that's passable.
See,
I'll give that a pass.
Like Steve Sachs and Chuck Knobloch. I don't think they're all-time greats, but Steve Sachs and Chuck Knobloch can throw a ball to first base.
Knobloch got into the yips. He could early just they got the yips and it was toast.
Steve Sachs, all-star second baseman. Steve Sachs had the exact same thing.
Did they move him to the outfield like they did with Knobloch?
No, they just couldn't move him. They didn't know what to do with him because they couldn't put him out there because he was a liability. He'd throw it. I think Keith Olbermann one time highlighted the fact that he had his mom at a game. They were behind the dugout. And I think Steve Sachs drilled her, either Sachs or Knobloch. It went over the dugout, and that's when they realized this is a major problem.
That's rough, man. Texas says Bagwell throwing a baseball, which once he had the shoulder issue, that definitely came into play. Biggio and the outside slider, not bad. Biggio would chase the slider away all the time.
Remember Rick Ankiel when he came up was a really
not a great though.
I was going to say that's first preface I was going to make was he's not an all-time great, but he was an up-and-coming live-armed pitcher, and then suddenly could not only find the strike zone, he was living the nuclear loosh, hitting the mascots.
No, he was he was a hot prospect.
He was an Astros outfielder after a time. Yeah,
those bad days of Astros baseball. No, he came in back as an outfielder, which actually shows his talent and his athleticism that he could make it as a big league pitcher, and then have the yips, and then repurpose himself and become a big league hitter. That's pretty impressive. Now, I hate that he got the yips and all of that. 713-780-ESPN. So what all-time greats have had an Achilles heel like Altuve does with base running, and then Altuve and base running go together like blank and blank? What was the one you landed on this?
For me, it's just oil and water. It's just absolutely that bad. They don't go together at all. So, like Steph Stradley said, poop in a toilet. No, that goes together too well. That's
a good point. It does.
It's too good. It's the polar opposites of why you say Altuve and base running. It's a disaster.
It'd be like poop in a paper bag in the Texas summer.
Yes, or poop in your shoe.
That's bad.
Yeah, because you hate stepping in it.
That's also bad. All right, 713-780-3776. Killer Bees live from Landry's Seafood House in Galveston on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN at 92.5.
Broadcasting live from Landry's Seafood House in Galveston as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780 ESPN. So this, we'll get into this in a little bit, but this Kevin Durant trade is a 17 trade now.
It's the biggest trade in NBA history.
The details of the first ever 7-team trade via Jake Fisher and the Stein line. It's not official yet, is it?
No.
This can't be into the
not.
moratorium or whatever.
That's why they've been able to reopen it and add teams to it, because teams made moves, but they hadn't finalized them.
I don't see Cam Whitmore in
I
here.
was just going to ask you, if you saw details, that's the one name that has not been mentioned yet. They cut Jock Landale today, so that's one of the two guys I said would be eliminated. I'm just curious.
I'll just say it. We'll get back to the Altuve thing in 2 minutes.
Okay.
So this from Fisher and the Stein line. Hawks receive a 31 second-round pick swap from Houston, cash considerations from Houston, and a trade exception for Capella. Nets receive a 26-second from Houston, a 30-second from Houston. This is what they gave up for Durant.
Yep.
Warriors receive the rights to Alex Tui, the rights to Jamal Mashak. Rockets receive Durant. Rockets receive Capella. Lakers receive the rights to Adu Thiero. I don't know how to say the name. Wolves receive the rights for Rocco Zazarski, a 26-second from Phoenix, a 32-second from Phoenix, cash considerations from L.A., a trade exception from Nolans. Suns receive Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, rights to Cameron, or the model watch from Duke, rights to Rasheer Fleming, who they traded up into the second round, rights to Kobe Bria, best shooter in the draft, but can't do anything else. Second-round pick from the Rockets at 26, second-round pick from the Rockets in 32. So there's your trade. So no Cam Whitmore.
Yeah, I think it's a separate deal. I think that they feel like he's not a throw-in. He's got value enough now with multiple teams. I've heard Denver. I've heard Chicago. I've heard the Lakers recently trying to get into it, to where it might warrant a higher pick and or a little bit more capital coming back in a separate deal instead of just throwing him into that deal for the sake of making the financial move.
Yeah, I mean, for all of you Cam Whitmore truthers, this is another day where he survives.
Look, I'll reiterate again, I believe in his basketball ability. I'm frustrated beyond belief with his frustration with understanding what it takes to be an NBA player, but I am concerned that he's going to go somewhere else and he's going to figure it out mentally and he's going to flourish.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet on Cam. We disagree there, but I also wouldn't trade him for second-round picks. So, we agree there while disagreeing on, Cam's stature. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What all-time greats have had Achilles heels like Jose Altuve does with base running? Base running and Jose Altuve go together he misplayed that.
Kind of did.
He misplayed that ball.
Get it in quickly, Cam. We got a guy that could score.
So you said oil and water. Favre and Manning his rookie year. I don't know really what that means. Were they both bad their rookie year?
Favre didn't play his rookie year. He sat the bench in Atlanta under Glanville, and then the Packers made the trade, and then he went nuts.
Altuve and base running go together like lamb and tuna fish. I can't say I've ever tried.
I don't think I ever would. That
I guess it
like
wouldn't be good.
Mix.
Altuve and base running, pineapple and pizza.
I don't like it, but people do. So
Branham kid likes pineapple on his pizza.
Is that right?
I don't like warm fruit. That's my hang up.
I agree with that.
Unless it's in a cobbler and a pie, I don't like warm fruit.
Yeah, hot apple pie is great, but
he's safe.
He said he missed the play. Oh,
was Biggio a bad base runner? Him getting thrown out on hit 3,000 makes me cringe every time. No, Biggio was never considered a bad base runner. That was a bad moment.
Exactly.
But not
There's
a
a
bad
difference
runner.
between one play doesn't make a career.
Like Jalen Green and chemistry or consistency. My bad. Like Jalen Green and consistency.
That's fair.
Altuve and base running. Altuve and base running go together like sugar in a gas tank.
Yeah, that's not good.
Hurts a gas tank.
It
Like
does.
Russell Westbrook and self-awareness. That's fair.
Is that what about Big Ben Wallace and a jump shot?
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
Or offense, because he's a Hall of Famer simply because he played great defense.
You think he should be a Hall of Famer?
I don't.
Yeah, basketball Hall of Fame is notoriously easy to get into.
Yeah, I just think he's one of those guys. Rodman, to me, is on the bubble because of the fact that he wasn't great offensively, but he won a lot of championships and he did a lot of things. I just think that Ben Wallace is a guy to me that was a specialist. He's not.
I think he might be out.
He's not a specialist. I mean, he's a specialist, so I don't know if he's a Hall of Famer. It's like the people that want Robert Horry in the Hall of Fame. unless you tell me clearly that winning championships is a criteria, a guy that averages less than 10 points a game is not a guy that I think his career should be in the Hall of Fame.
Like, you do need a combination of both. Like, it's awesome that he had big moments, but you need both, really. Altuve and base running go together like Blank and Branham. Hey, we have great chemistry. We finish each other's sentences. Oh, okay.
Hello.
You sounded like the Oakland A's play-by-play lady.
What's her name?
Hello.
I don't think I was that high, but she does do that, yes.
You sounded just like her.
Yeah.
No, Blankers and I finish each other's sentences. We're, two peas in a pod. You want to chime in here? You want to talk about how much we like each other?
I'm good.
Jordan and 3-pointers, says somebody. Yeah, Jordan didn't take a lot of
Not a
threes.
lot, but you can't argue with the results when he needed a big shot, including the 3-pointer against Utah.
It just wasn't the era, really. Like, you didn't have to have it. If he had to have it, he would have developed it.
Dwayne Wade's not a great 3-point shooter.
No.
Jimmy Butler's not a great 3-point shooter.
No. Tom Brady and the Giants front four. That makes me think of Juan Pierre-Paul and fireworks.
Jason Pierre-Paul.
Yeah, same difference.
They might be related. Juan and
the
him might be
joke
big
stands.
cousins. Yeah, and you don't get that thumb back.
No.
Or whatever it was, thumb or fan. I think it was a thumb, wasn't it?
I think it was like his fingers.
It blew off at least
like a
one
finger
digit.
and a half, like
It
a
blew
unit
out
and a half.
at least a digit. Yeah.
He can do the go Cougs now just naturally. Peyton Manning and running, says
Like
Joseph
Gerald
G.
Green?
What's wrong with him?
You've never seen Gerald Green on a studio show when he does
crooked?
No, he was dunking on a rim with a metal net, and his finger got caught, and it got ripped off at the knuckle.
How long ago?
Oh, this was like before. I think it was high school before he came out to college.
So is it his right or his left hand?
That I'd have to go back to the tape to review. But I know that when he came into the NBA, a buddy of mine was one of their assistant coaches and said, we wanted to work with him on ball handling. And because of the missing quarter digit, ball handling was challenging.
I imagine it's his left hand then, because if he had a missing quarter digit on a shooting hand, that would be problematic.
Yeah.
Is it a shooting hand? Oh, it's his shooting hand?
And he's right-handed. Yeah, if he's right-handed. If he's right-hand dominant, then that would be a problem.
Like, how impressive is that he was a fairly good shooter for missing a digit? Like, he wasn't Curry, but he was a solid shooter.
Yeah, he was an unbelievable high flyer, and then
What does he shoot?
He could score a little bit.
Like, no one can hear you, AJ. It was a valiant effort.
And since you have a microphone on, you could just put your mic on.
AJ thought he was talking to us, and like we literally cannot hear a word that you're saying. I think Gerald Green was like a solid three. Yeah, he was 36%.
Oh, that's good from three.
Yeah,
that's not bad at all.
With a missing digit.
That's impressive.
Tim Tebow in throwing the football, fair point.
Yep.
Michael Beasley in passing. Manning in his rookie year INTs. Altuve and base running go together like Forrest Gump. Not reading the rest of that. Randy Johnson and birds. That's a good call. He ruined a bird. Poop in a urinal. Ugh. Laramie Tunsil and false starts. Like fish out of water for Altuve. And offense for Ben Simmons. That's a good call. John Lester couldn't throw to first in a ground ball or pickoff.
See, the Ben Simmons thing to me is the first part of it. If you're like, what, what'd you say? How'd you classify it as a Hall of Fame or what kind of career?
Just a great player, all-time great.
If you were an all-time great, you ain't Ben Simmons. Ben
No.
Simmons is so frustrating to watch. That guy's inability to even want to shoot the basketball is cringeworthy. Yeah, that's annoying.
This guy said peanut butter and trout. That sounds awful. Ugh.
Oh, man.
Nuke Lelouch, the strike zone. Yeah, that's a good call on that. Favre in interception. Draymond Green in control of his limbs. Kevin Pillar in the Rangers.
Oh, Jameis Winston
Come
in
on.
interceptions.
Yeah, that's a good call. Carl Lewis in national anthems. Come on. We're not going to hate on Cougars. Not going to hate on Carl Lewis singing the national anthem. Yankees and the Astros in the playoffs. John Moran and guns. Yao Ming and durability from injuries.
He's in town.
I saw that.
He may be just a heads up if you're in this fine city over the course of today in Galveston, he may be somewhere in the city limits.
In Galveston? I saw him eating some barbecue.
At I think it was Good Company.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Royce White and airplanes. That's a good call.
For sure.
He couldn't do that. Tua sliding. That's another good one. Tua doesn't like to slide.
Yeah.
Not reading that one. 7710. Nice try, but it's not happening. It has to do with Nick Cannon, though. Altuve and base running go
I
together
know some
like
other
Nick
names
Cannon.
that are normally thrown into that conversation. Sean Kemp being one of them.
Key from LA says the Astros and trash cans. LA was cheating too, Key. They had different ways. They had different means. Eric Kratz from Milwaukee said the Dodgers were cheating. Actually, I don't think he said the Dodgers.
They used a
He said our
Theragun
team.
and bleachers, Key. A Theragun and bleachers.
Reddick has alluded to the Dodgers cheating. The Dodgers were cheating. Like, the Dodgers are absolutely cheating, too. Lots of teams in baseball are cheating. And you know what else the Dodgers do? They employ Mookie Betts, who flat out went on national television and said that we have a scheme. They also employed J.T. Watkins, who was the the video guy that was suspended a year, Keith from LA.
That's where I was
So
going.
get off your high horse. Just because you reside in the city of angels doesn't mean that you're living in a glass house, or however that saying goes. You get what I'm saying.
Yep.
Yeah, they go together like whiskey and car keys. All right, Keith from LA, you're banned. You're banned the rest of the show, Keith from LA. He's getting fired up because the Astros are coming into town. What happened to your third baseman there, Keith from LA?
Ooh.
What happened to Max Muncy, huh? He's a little scared of the Astros.
What happened to your TV crew having the cojones to say, we'll show the replay? We ain't scared, instead of saying, it looked a little too bad, we're not going to show it. It wasn't Joe Theismann. The leg moved a little bit sideways. Tough it out. Show the replay.
Jose Canseco and using his head, says Trey. That was a funny play.
Pretty good one.
That was one of the all-time best plays in history. All right, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive. What's up, Keith?
Here we go. I got one for you. Altuve and base running go together like Leonardo DiCaprio and dating a lady 26 and up.
That's pretty good.
Pretty good. Yeah.
Thank you, Keith.
Yep.
Isn't he dating like the oldest girl he's ever dated, and she's like 24?
I don't know, but that probably sounds about accurate because he does have a type.
It's really creepy.
They're supermodels or both supermodels and below the age of 25.
How old do you think Leonardo DiCaprio is?
Ooh, 42.
Okay, so his new girlfriend is 27.
Ooh, she
That's
went over the Mendoza line.
That's not the worst. Like
How old is he?
Leonardo DiCaprio is 50.
Wow. That's really?
He's 50.
I thought he was 40 in his early 40s.
He used to be.
Yeah, I guess so. Did you see Charlize Theron just decided to air it out? Oh, my goodness.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, and she's 49, and she had a whole lot to say about someone 26.
So if you're 50 years old, what's the youngest you should date?
35.
Okay. I think that's valid. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Bad Take Boulevard. What are the worst takes of the week? What belongs here this week? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees live at Landry's Seafood House in Galveston on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Killer Bees live, Landry Seafood House in Galveston. Great being out here. Bad Take Boulevard, real quick. Texture said goes together like Bobby Slowick in touchdowns. That's pretty good. Pretty
It
good.
is good.
Especially last year. They didn't go together very good last year.
Or second half adjustments.
Yeah, he struggled mightily there. New ESPN Houston app is live. Download the new version. New app allows you to sign up and enter to win our giveaway. Hit the go button, and you'll see the new features that will include immediate access to the text and call line, all of our social media platforms, and our YouTube channel. There's also a chat feature in the app that allows listeners to interact with us and all of the shows. So Bad Take Boulevard, first one. Astros have one of the best teams in baseball, and they do not have a single starter in the All-Star game. This is why first graders don't pick their teachers, because they don't know what's in the best interest. They don't know what's in their own best interest. It's a popularity contest. All-Star game starters do not matter. Really, All-Star game appearances do not matter ever since Manfred did the little thing with Pujols and Cabrera, the legendary All-Stars.
Or the fact that every team has to have an all-star. And if you suck, if you're the White Sox or the Rockies and you have to have someone represent you, that's pretty weak.
It takes away from like the real All-Stars. So no one should use All-Star game representatives as merits and resume builders. But it's just a bad take by all of you voters out there. All of you voters who voted on the All-Star game, you didn't vote a single Astro, one of the best teams in baseball, to the All-Star game.
Haters gonna hate.
It's a bad take. The other day we were talking about the all Golden Era team in Houston Astro history, which we believe starts in 2015. Todd Callis thinks it happened in 17 because Callis came in 17. I think his first year was 17.
But I think he validated that if you want to start it in 15.
He kind of soft stanced it, but he said 17. He said 17.
Well, I think he said that's when he first said. No,
he said he first said it in 22.
Oh, okay,
and then I was like, Todd, we're not asking when you said it.
guy.
When do you think it started?
Right.
And he went with 17. But no, I think it's a fair debate. But anyways, so we were having the argument the other day, and Dante on Twitter. I like Dante on Twitter. But everybody can get it on Bad Take Boulevard. He said, I wouldn't say no argument about Ryan Presley being the best reliever in the Golden Era. I think you can make the case for Ken Giles over Ryan Presley. Recency bias favors Presley.
0 F's given, right? Come on.
How could you put Giles over Presley?
It's ridiculous. It's not even a conversation or let alone a debate.
Ken Giles punched his face. He walked into the dugout.
He cussed out his manager for being taken out for being terrible.
So I pulled the numbers on this.
Okay.
Presley, 2.81 ERA, 111 saves, 14 more saves in the playoffs, at a 6.4 WAR in 7 seasons. Giles, 3.57 ERA, 61 saves, 2 more in the playoffs, 1.6 WAR, and 1 punch to his own face in 3 seasons. Yeah. So Presley had almost 5 more WAR. He had 50 more saves. He had 12 more saves in the playoffs. And he had about a 3/4 better ERA.
And who's your guy that said that?
Dante's.
Dante, you should get a tank top that says 0 F's given, because that's where you're at with your argument. You have no chance.
Do you know who Dante is?
No.
Because it's funny because his Twitter picture, he's wearing a tank top.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, look. He's wearing a tank top.
And it's almost like the one that Giles wore in the locker room celebration when they got him a ring, even though he sucked and he had 0 F's given.
Maybe Dante's Ken Giles' brother.
There you
That's
go.
funny. He's literally wearing a tank top. Joel Sherman a month ago on MLB TV said that the Astros could be sellers at the deadline.
Yeah, oops. How's that working out for you, Joel?
Do we think?
Great name, though.
Joel's don't know ball. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that. Oh, I had one of those on Twitter.
What happened?
So when I was talking about the Rockets we're going to do and not do, and I said, look for the Rockets to move Cam Whitmore, Jock Londale, and possibly one other. And I didn't specify that it was going to be the one other was going to be Tari Eason, but I said in parentheses, Tari ? Like it could be. And this dude called me a casual clown that didn't know the game. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds pretty right.
Did you respond?
I did.
What'd you say?
I said, yeah, you're right. I haven't been in the NBA for decades. I had no experience. You're probably, and by the way, you found my tweet in order to respond to it, and that's the response you gave me. Cool.
You said that last part?
Oh, yeah.
I wish you would go after everybody on Twitter. Will you do that for us?
No, because
for the show?
It's like what Max Homa said. at a certain point, I realized that Twitter is not in my best interest because I would fight
I
him.
disagree. I think it is in our best interest.
You do it.
R. No, I said R, not mine.
Yeah, but you do it well. I at a certain point, I get pretty ticked off about.
No, but I think that's what makes it good. I think that's what makes it entertaining. Like you could just fire off to all your haters, and then we'll have like a hater reaction on a Thursday or
Like
something.
me and Kevin Durant. Who did it better?
Kevin Durant's going to bury some people in Houston.
He's also he's going to bury some people in Houston, and I'm just worried at a certain point he's going to get buried.
I think I've made it my mission to never mention him on Twitter. I don't want to be buried by Kevin Durant. And I feel like I am prone to that sort of thing. So, like, I feel like I'm going to never mention his name.
I also give him credit for at least burying the burner and just taking it, right? just taking it head on, grab the bull by the horns, go at the people, own it. At this point in your career, it doesn't matter anymore. It's obvious you don't care about your reputation, so just go get them.
He went after one today or yesterday or whatever. It was like, I'm going to troll till the day I die. I was like, Kevin Durant and I are so alike. We're so similar.
I saw that.
I love this guy.
And he called him a name, I think, too.
Yeah, I don't do the name calling.
Chandler Rome does.
Yeah, he does. Texans Chronicle posted this fake trade rumor. Because you know how TJ Watt's been like in negotiations, and he's like, oh, we should get TJ Watt because, he's JJ Watt's brother. So he put together this Texans Chronicle, put together this fake Texans trade proposal in which the Texans acquire TJ Watt. And in order to receive TJ Watt, they give up Danielle Hunter, a 26th first-round pick, and a 26th second-round pick for TJ Watt, for Tej.
Yeah, it's not happening.
It's a bad take. I feel like you didn't react appropriately enough for that one.
Well, I'm trying to analyze.
Get mad and say you're stupid.
Well, but I mean, first of all, Danielle Hunter's not going anywhere, and he has a no trade, I believe, as part of his deal.
I don't know if he does.
I thought as part of his deal,
really,
either the extension or the original deal, I thought there was a no trade involved. But like,
I don't know.
First and foremost, the Steelers have made it very, very clear he ain't going anywhere. And the biggest problem is not the money. They've agreed that they're going to make him the highest paid defensive player in football. It's just the guarantees for how many years and what the guarantees are. Other than that, it's going to get done.
Like, I would do Danielle Hunter for TJ Watt straight up because Watt's younger and he'll be around longer and all that. Although it does put you like in really difficult spot financially with all these players you have to play. But I'm not going to also include a first and second round pick.
No,
like that's ludicrous. Texans
and someone
Chronicle
else,
on
right?
Twitter.
Did you say
no? Hunter first and a second.
Oh, I thought there was another player involved.
No, but that's still bad. So you made the list,
like
Texans Chronicle guy.
It also, when you're saying that,
you just made the list.
Who's the worst of the third brother syndrome? Cooper Manning or Derek Watt?
Well, Cooper Manning has a legitimate excuse.
Yeah, he had a medical.
So I would go Derek Watt.
Yeah, Derek Watt.
Although he did play in the NFL
for years.
Yeah, so like you do like give him credit for that.
But it just sucks that you look up at the end of the day and go, my two brothers are two of the greatest defensive players of their era, and I was a fullback. Maybe you made the wrong position choice.
Or you could be like Shiloh Sanders, and like your dad's like the greatest corner in history, and like Shedeur like at least was a really good college quarterback and slipped because whatever. Or you could be him. Like you know, that's pretty rough too. I always hated whenever JJ Watt, they're like, oh, he's such an underdog. He went from like Central Michigan and delivering pizzas to like playing in the NFL. Bro, he and his two brothers are in the NFL. Like he is not an underdog. The Watts have amazing genes. I'm not going to listen to the JJ Watt underdog
Division
story.
I football.
Yeah, like you know what that tells me? It doesn't tell me that JJ Watt was an underdog. It tells me that JJ Watt for half of his collegiate career was a disappointment and a failure. Like you can't have three brothers in the NFL and be like, oh yeah, what an underdog story. Can't believe he made it to the league. No. If you have two brothers in the NFL, you should be in the league. You hit the genetic jackpot. NBA on IG, basketball news, man, I don't know. But when the Rockets signed Clint Capella, they put out the Rockets starting five. The Rockets starting five, Fred VanVleet, okay, that's fine.
Yep.
Amin Thompson, cool. Sure. Kevin Durant at the 3. All right. Alpi Şengün at the 4. Okay, maybe. Like maybe, but maybe not, but maybe. The 5 was Clint Capella.
Nope.
Like that's the miss here. Like obviously Alpi's going to be your starting center, but the big miss here is Clint Capella as the starting 5. You made the list, NBA IG. That's a bad one there. That's a bad.
Yeah, Jabari Smith is going to.
You just made the list.
And even if he wasn't, and Alpi was your 4, who would be the starting 5? Be Adams.
Oh yeah, Steven Adams.
Be Steven Adams.
Not every night because he'd be sitting some out, but yeah.
So so whatever Instagram that was makes the list. And then John Hollinger. Is it Hollinger or Hollinger?
Hollinger, you got it
Hollinger.
Right.
John Hollinger. Don't know ball. He was criticizing the new Rockets roster.
I think it's been really good. I do wonder how this is actually going to play out on the court. I mean, there are no real wings on this team, and there is one point guard that they trust.
Well, what is Eason? What is Finney Smith? And what is Amen Thompson? Are they not wings? Are they just everythings?
If you were building a team from scratch, you would have all of them at the 4.
All of them where?
At the 4.
Oh, would you shut your mouth?
I know Durant plays the 4. I don't think it's his best position. I think his best position is the 3. And Tari Eason can play the 3 and the 4. I'll agree to that. He's a 3 in my mind. Can play both, but I think he's more of a 3.
Yeah, there's so much wrong with that, but the fact is that all of those guys are wings. All 3 of those guys are wings. Amen Thompson is a definite wing. Now, defensively, is he good enough to guard some 4s? Yes. But Amen Thompson is a 3, ideally. You're going to play him at the 2 because you're just trying to get your best players out there. But there's no doubt that Dorian Finney-Smith is a 3 and is a wing. And I think Tari Eason is too.
Yeah. I mean, if you were telling me, like, just give me their priority position, because they can play multiple positions. Yes, they can all play the 4, but they're not primarily a 4. And, like, you don't need to be a guard to be a wing, in my opinion. I think the wing is kind of, like, whatever. I think it's the same thing. If you ask, like, what is Amen Thompson's starting position? I would say small forward. I would say the 3. Yep. Kevin Durant, I would argue small forward. He's a 3. Yep. Tari Eason, I would argue he's a small forward. He's a 3. Now, they can all play the 4. Men can play 1 through 4. Dorian Finney-Smith can play the 4. I would argue he's a 3.
Let me tell you where he could have fixed all of this. He just could have said shooting guard instead of a wing. Because if you want to argue that the Rockets don't have a true shooting guard, I think you're right. If you want to tell me that there's not a wing on this roster, I think you're an idiot.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 would have been the way to go. I would agree with you on that. Definitely the 2 thing. But, it was an interesting take.
And this is a guy that was an analytical nerd that was so followed, and an ESPN employee so followed about his NBA deep dives. The Memphis Grizzlies hired him to be like their general manager and analytical guy. And then he looked like he aged 150 years, and now he doesn't know ball.
That's what happens whenever you're employed by them.
I guess.
If the Packers called you up right now and offered you a front office job, would you take it?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, going back home and living in winter in Wisconsin.
How would the
tough.
girls like that?
They'd like it the first time that the soft white snow came trickling down from the skies, and they'd hate it when they realize it's going to last for like months and months and months, and it's going to drop down below 0.
Would Lisa be okay living in Green Bay, Wisconsin?
Depends on my salary. If she didn't have to work, yeah.
That's a good answer.
Yep.
It's a really good answer. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Texture. Nobody mentioned Shepard. He's not the backup point guard. Holiday is.
Is that Israel?
I get confused. I think so. Like Israel, and there's another texture that kind of texts similar to Israel.
Same area code, right?
Yeah. So sometimes I get confused. I have to see the other number to separate the 2 of them. Heather says, have you noticed that the Major League Baseball morning lineup email has been trying to delete the Astros from the league this year in addition to the All-Star snubs?
They've been doing
the Astros are happening again. I want some context to that, Heather.
Yeah.
I don't get that email. Actually, you know what? I think I do, but I don't read it. I don't really clean out my inbox. I clean out my inbox like once a quarter. I got 7,400 emails right now.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And then I'm like, I should clean it out. I'm like, I don't want to sit here and clean out 7,400 emails.
No, I don't blame you.
So I don't know exactly what they're doing, Heather. So if you could provide some context, I'd appreciate it. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Houston Texans swarm. I think the Texans are going to surpass expectation in this area. I'll tell you what area I'm discussing next. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I really don't like it when people tell me what to do, but sometimes you just have to suck it up, kind of like getting 5 injections in an inflamed hand. Sometimes you got to do what the bosses tell you to do. That wedge salad looks fantastic. Look at that wedge salad at the bar. That looks fantastic.
Man, just walking through the
Landry
restaurant,
Seafood House.
all the food smells so good here.
You know what I really like? Seafood. I don't know if this is underrated or
Cod.
not. No, I don't really like cod.
Oh, I do.
Cod's fine. I think there's better fish.
Okay.
I really like a good scallop.
Oh, I was just going to say the same thing.
You were?
Yeah. I was thinking from our conversation yesterday, I didn't realize how you would categorize it because people
Definitely
go to
not fish.
but I was going to say, but from a standpoint of seafood, the underrated seafood to me, aside from shrimp, lobster, and crab, man, scallops are awesome.
Yeah, I did watch the scallop episode of Bear last night, so maybe that's why it's on my mind. But we are at a seafood restaurant.
Yep.
So there is that. Shout out to Joe, who just took a picture with us. He's having a drink at the bar.
Not Joe George, but Joe at the bar, who said he listens to us with his son.
Thanks for coming out, Joe.
With us. We appreciate you, Joe, and your fine guest.
I hope it's that. I hope you didn't out him.
No, I did. He said, what was her name?
Joe.
Abby. Gabby.
Are you allowed to be having a drink at the bar with Gabby? Is that okay?
Is it
It's on the
allowed
up and up?
for you guys to be associating in public?
We don't want to out you, Joe.
We just want to make sure.
We don't want to out. Okay,
Not
good.
that we didn't just do that, but we appreciate you.
Yeah. I mean, you might have accidentally did it, but you're in the clear.
No, I
We're
made
good.
sure.
Well, you made sure after the fact.
I said, and your guest, it could have been his son. I didn't identify
but what if Joe told Mrs. Joe he was coming up here by himself, and then all of a sudden you're like, hey, Joe's got a guest.
And all Joe would have had to say is, I got to the bar. I ended up meeting a guy that's been here before. We had a good conversation. How about the water? Great Galveston.
That's a lot of conversation that Joe didn't have to have.
But in order to cover his rear end, he could have it.
Also, shout out to Rick, who was up. We made Rick our third co-host. He just didn't talk.
Right.
He was right up here, right up to the table. He couldn't hear very well from far away, so like, come on up here, Rick. Come join the Killer Bees. Be an honorary bee.
He had a
for
heck
the
of a
day.
good time.
He did. 713-780-ESPN. This is an area. This texter says that he has 10,000 emails. I got over 300, but only because I deleted 10,000. I just don't like wasting time on deleting emails.
You don't. It's the same thing with your text messages, which we again.
No, I look at my text messages.
No, but you don't delete them.
No, I don't delete them.
Yeah, see, I delete them. I don't like too many text messages. So if they're going to text me, they can text me again. I've got them saved in my contacts. I don't need to keep the running dialogue with a lot of people. And same with emails, I understand it. There's so many sometimes that I just don't take the time
it's
to
overwhelming.
delete them. Yeah, I just move on from them.
To be fair, the Major League Baseball finally started talking Astros once again on the morning lineup email. So I guess they were like not mentioning them in stories and stuff.
That's why I said Astros fans need to just buckle up and understand it ain't going away just because all the players that were
that guy gets
in 17.
See, I kind of like it though. Like I don't mind that. Like I like being the team that everybody hates.
It's
I
like the
really
Raiders,
do.
Right? It's like the Raiders in football where you just get to a point where you just accept the hate.
Like I embrace it. Like everybody's so mad. Like it's okay. Like it's gonna be all right. Like I like making people sad, I guess. Texter Honey Glazed Branham says Altuve and base running go together like Michael Connor and Josh Beard. Come on. We're not gonna take shots at people who are no longer with us. Honey Glazed Branham. That ain't cool. 713-780-3776. All right, mandatory Texans, Jay. I think the Texans are going to surpass expectation in this area. Pro Football Focus rated their top receiver rankings or whatever, top receiver rooms in the NFL. They have the Houston Texans at number 10. I think that the Houston Texans are going to have a better wide receiver room than 10th in the NFL. I think the combination of Nico Collins, the Iowa State kids, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Knoll, and Christian Kirk, I think, is an underrated guy too. Plus, you have guys 5, 6, 7, 8 who are actually decent depth guys. Like Mechie, has he underachieved as a second rounder? Sure, but he's still a second rounder who has shown some glimpses. Who's your 5th, 6th, 7th receiver? Xavier Hutchinson has shown glimpses. If you want to go to the veteran route, you have Watson. Braxton Berrios, more of a specialist and a returner than a receiver, but is in that receiver room as well. If the Houston Texans are 10th in the NFL at the end of the year in wide receiver production, I will consider it a failure. I believe they're easily going to be top 7 at minimum.
No, look, I think as you have the parameters of the room, the entire room, I think they're loaded. I think that if you heard it or saw it, but Deshaun Jackson was on one of the podcasts in the last couple of days, and they said, who's a guy that goes under the radar that you really respect and love his total abilities that might be setting for a breakout season? He said Christian Kirk. He's like in the slot with his speed. He doesn't get enough attention for the fact that he's still fast. He can run routes. He can catch the ball consistently in traffic. He can go deep for you when you need to. And he was singing his praises. And if he comes up to be anything close to that, added to Nico, like you said, added to the kids from Iowa State, regardless of what you get from the rest of the room, that has to compete, because we've done this before where, yeah, you can put the top two receivers out there with certain teams like Cincinnati, like Miami, like Philadelphia, teams like that, Minnesota. But overall, when you look at it, it's the whole entirety of the room. I think they're as deep as they've been in maybe quite some time, if not ever, in terms of this wide receiver room.
Yeah, and maybe it's because I think that the Texans offense in general is going to spike too. Like, I don't think they're going to be as incompetent. I think we might, at the end of this season, be looking back at the end of 2024 or the 2024 Texans offense and be like, wow, that was incredibly incompetent. Like I don't think that Bobby Slowick was even a bottom 5 offensive coordinator in the NFL. Whatever Cole Strausser was doing, or Charles Strausser was doing as the offensive line coach, I think we're going to look back at the 24 offense and be like, man, those guys were way in over their head.
It's amazing that Slowick was able to do what he did in year one, and how much of that was really CJ. When you think about how the mighty have fallen off to where he was a hot name that everybody was supposed to be wanting to interview for head coaching jobs after year one. And now the more you hear of, the more the players that are feeling a little bit more comfortable, at least to try to be a little bit more honest, it sounded like he was completely over his head.
Yep. All right, 713-780 ESPN Killer Bees broadcasting live from Landry's Seafood House in Galveston. Here's another thing on the Texans, though. I do think that they have the best young foundation in the AFC. Who else can be in that conversation? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Landry's Seafood House in Galveston as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
An Astros rally falls short in the ninth as the Astros drop the series finale in Coors against the Rockies 7-6. Take the series. Still haven't lost a series in a long time. Now we'll head to L.A. Get set for the Dodgers.
12, I think.
12 straight
12
series?
straight series without a loss, either 2 ties and 10 outright victories.
I saw that the Astros listed their pitching probables and listed it to be announced on Sunday.
Yeah.
Who was that? Who would be scheduled there? Would it have been? I'll have to go look.
So Lance and Gusto was the piggyback on Lance, and you got Fromber.
Yeah, Lance was listed as the Friday starter, and Fromber was listed as the Saturday starter.
So would it be Gordon? He was the first, so he could be in this trip and still pitch.
So McCullers pitched on the 28th against the Cubs. Fromber pitched on the 29th against the Cubs. And then who started game one against Colorado?
Gordon.
And Gordon. So Gordon pitched on Tuesday. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It'd be normal rest. So I don't know why they didn't announce a starter.
I don't know, because who else would be the alternative? I mean, you're not going to go to the Sugarland.
So you wouldn't do Hunter Brown because they're Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It'd be 3 days rest. No way they do Hunter Brown.
Nope. And especially since he threw the most pitches he's thrown all year.
Unless they're trying to space it out a little bit. Maybe they go like Gordon, or I'm sorry, maybe they go Gusto and then try to get Hunter Brown on a very specific day. That way he can pitch coming out of the All-Star break, something like that. I don't know. I was confused that they didn't announce a starter on Sunday.
Yeah, I saw that when they put it out there, and I'm like, I wasn't quite sure which way they were going with it. To me, it just seemed like it was going to be Gordon.
Yeah, I thought I would have figured. I mean, look, maybe he still is Gordon, but they're waiting to dot some I's, cross some T's. I don't know. It's kind of weird. But we'll talk about the Astros dropping that series finale here in about 15 minutes. 713-780-ESPN Killer Bees live, Landry Seafood House in Galveston, all part of our summer circuit. You come out, stop by the promo table. You can sign up to win some e-bikes, Power On e-bikes, a $4,000 value. So I was thinking about this the other day. I think the Texans have the best young foundation in the AFC. And the only reason I say AFC is because I think you can look at the Lions young foundation and maybe lean Lions. But I don't think there's another team in the AFC that has the young core that the Houston Texans do. And when you start looking at all the players the Houston Texans are counting on 2025 going forward, I mean, obviously it starts at the quarterback position. You have a quarterback on a rookie contract, not for that much longer, but a quarterback on a rookie contract that starts that young foundation. Because I really think that you have to have the quarterback to have the best young foundation. You can have a great foundation, not have a quarterback, and be like, yeah, but I don't really trust the young foundation because you don't have the QB. So it starts there with C.J. Stroud. But then you start looking at some of the other players around the offense too. Like Nico Collins is still fairly young and is going to be counted on for a while. You look at, we just talked about the receivers. Like you drafted Higgins in the second, you drafted Noel in the fourth. Okay, young receivers that you're probably going to count on. Tank Dell, I'm not sure who he's going to play next year, and then he's going to be in the final year of his contract. I don't know how much longer Tank Dell will be a Houston Texan. Time will tell on that. Offensive linemen, there's no one that I would throw into the mix there as great foundational pieces. You hope that Blake Fisher turns into it, but I'm not ready to proclaim that. You hope that Ariante Ursary turns into that, but I'm not ready to proclaim that, although both of those guys were second rounders. But then you look at the defense. You got Will Anderson on the defensive side. You look at who you have in the secondary. Derek Stingley, one of the best corners in the game. Kamari Lassiter's really good, had a really good rookie year. That might be the best duo in the league. I liked what I saw from Kalen Bullock last year. I think that the Houston Texans have the best young foundation in the AFC.
No, look, it's definitely worth talking about because when you look at the rest of the AFC, if you're going to start with quarterback, Herbert's still young enough to where he would be in the conversation. I don't know if you feel like Burrow is still young enough to be in the conversation.
Yeah, borderline.
Yeah, but I think that when you look at it, other than that, it's hard to say that because, Jaden Daniels is in the NFC too, where you put some weapons around him and you start looking at from quarterbacks just alone. We talked about quarterbacks the other day, but just the full roster, it's more loaded up on the defense than the offense. But if you take the 2 Iowa State receivers and you start factoring in them as well as all these guys on defense, you're foundationally set, not just with the guys that are going to make the most money, But depending on if you can get the salaries done to keep them long term, you got a hell of a lot of talent on your defense, and you've got C.J. Stroud and 2 young receivers that look like they could be stalwarts of this team.
Texans with Pro Football Focus did a top 25 or under, and the Texans are the only AFC team that has 3 or more. And the Texans have 3, and 25 or under, so it's kind of specific. But Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud and Derek Stingley. So like, that's before you even throw in Lassiter in the mix. Bullock into the mix as well. Like Petrie's a little bit older than 25, so he's graduated that conversation. Nico a little older than 25, graduated that conversation. It's hard to put rookies in here because you don't know what they are yet.
Right.
But no, I like where the Texans are foundationally going forward.
There's a chance that some of the other draft picks from this season are going to be guys that in a year's time we're talking about them kind of strengthening that foundation to say this team is deep and loaded for the long haul right now.
I think if you went entire NFL, I would put the Lions number 1. And that's why I classified it AFC as opposed to NFL. Because Penei Sewell is still under 25, Brian Branch, Jahmyr Gibbs, Sam Laporta, Kirby Joseph. Like Detroit's probably the best foundation.
Aiden Hutchinson.
I think he's a little older than 25. But whatever, like who cares? Like why are we being restricted by age? You know, like he's in that mix there.
Yeah.
So like he's a young player that's going to be there for a long time going forward.
I
wonder if he got docked because of the injury.
Maybe.
Oh, he's 24.
Yeah. I'll say this: as much as I have bias against them because of their quarterback, Green Bay is one of the deepest young teams in the league too. Green Bay's got not just the receiver room; they've spent all their top draft picks for years and years and years on defense, but they've got a ton of wide receiver talent. They've got young offensive line that they continue to draft. I believe last year they were the youngest team in the NFL.
So Pro Football Focus doesn't have a single Packer in their top 25, under 25.
That's the problem. The problem is you've got a ton of talent combined
Haven't really matured
as a unit. But, yeah, you don't have – because from the receiver room, you don't have a wide receiver 1 in that entire room, no matter where you drafted him. So you're hoping that Golden becomes that guy. But I don't even know that he's going to be that guy. But you look at it, you say, look, from the secondary to the linebackers to the D-line that they've drafted, some of those guys are really – now Lucas Van Ness, but the rest of the roster is very, very young and very talented, but no one has really stepped up and said, I'm dominant.
Most of these 25 players are in the NFC. Like it goes Penei Sewell, number 1. It has Puka 2, Kyle Hamilton 3, AFC with the Ravens. Jaden Daniels, Trent McDuffie with the Chiefs. So there's your second AFC guy. Verse with the Rams, Will Anderson, Brian Branch, Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs, Drake London, Stroud, another AFC guy, but it's
Will
a
Anderson
Texan.
Too, right?
Well, I skipped over Will Anderson. He was at 7. Derek Stingley, another Texan. Brock Bowers, so your third AFC guy, not a Texan with the Raiders, but they have like nobody else. Malik Neighbors, NFC. Witherspoon with Seattle, the corner, NFC. Jalen Carter, Philly. Christian Benford from Buffalo, corner. So there's your fourth AFC guy, not a Texan.
Fifth, because you said McDuffie, the 2 Texans.
Well, one count of the Texans.
Bowers. Oh, gotcha.
So like an AFC team that's non-Texan. So you have Kyle Hamilton, Trent McDuffie,
Bowers.
Brock Bowers is 14. Then you have Benford at 18 with the Bills. Ladd McConkey, Chargers. I do like Ladd McConkey's game.
Good.
Now, would I have Ladd McConkey under before Brian Thomas Jr.? Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
Nope.
Brian Thomas Jr. was next. Like I would have Brian Thomas Jr. ahead of
Ocho
Ladd
would be
McConkey.
calling for days.
Did you say Kyle Hamilton?
Brian Thomas is a stud, man.
He's really good.
Brian Thomas is a very good football player. Devon Achane from Miami. So you're starting to see some AFC guys towards the bottom. And that's it. That's the final AFC guys. So you have 7 AFC guys in the top 25 that aren't Texans. And like, were any of those repeat teams?
No, I don't believe so.
Like you had 7 different teams.
Yeah.
No one in the AFC had multiple guys other than the Texans who had 3.
It's pretty good.
And then again, you have guys that are either like close to being on this list, like Kamari Lassiter, or you have guys who just graduated from being 25 that would be on this list if they were a year or 2 younger.
And you got your draft picks, like I said, that you've got to factor in if they become players at all. Bullock's on that list. Ball Hawk last year, only going to get better in my mind. So, yeah, in a year's time, that number may go up by a couple.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's going to be good young players around the league too, but
now the challenge is going to be when CJ's contract comes up too.
That's going to be the challenge.
Yeah, how are you going to sign all these guys?
Who do you pay? Who do you keep? It's kind of why I was surprised they paid Jalen Petrie.
Yeah, and at least they didn't make him the top paid. Never mind. For a day, anyway.
I need to look up that contract because maybe they can get like a lot of that Petrie money's up front.
Front loaded, yeah.
Because, I mean, it's $39 for 3. I'm looking up guarantee. Okay. Petrie only has guaranteed salary the first 2 years.
Oh.
So like that kind of opens up
That's
right
big.
around the time that you're about to pay the
Yep.
other guys. So like Jalen Petrie might be
And then you kind of
done with the Texans after 26.
This is the celebratory kumbaya contract, and then you have the tough conversation of, we really like you, we really want you to stay, but if you want to keep the team together, you got to help us out here, do a solid.
I mean, he's going to be 27 in 2026 too. Like that's a lot of time that you're not really like bringing players back.
No, I think
because you're going to have to make hard decisions.
Right.
You can't pay everybody.
And as long as it's structured like that, I think it at least gives you the opportunity to be, what's the word, creative, to be creative and say, hey, we've got the opportunity. Otherwise, it's a conversation that you don't want to have about you might have to let him go.
Yeah.
But if it's just renegotiate and he likes it here, he's from here, he's a local kid, he loves D'Amico and what they're doing, maybe he does you a solid and you give him an extra year.
Yeah, because you do see that in the NFL. You see a lot of restructure in the NFL. Because, I mean, you're going to have to – I mean, Stroud's going to make tons of money. Like, and Dre and I had the is he going to get $60 million conversation. I think if gun to my head, like I'm not, gun to my head, do I think C.J. Stroud makes $60 million a year when he signs his contract extension next offseason? Gun to my head, yeah, I think he gets $60 million a year. So that's a big money. Will Anderson's going to make big money.
I thought he was going to be the
Lassiter.
first. I thought he was going to be the first. I didn't think Dak was going to get an extension and get even more money. But at the same time, there's no question in my mind he's going to get 60. I just think maybe over the course of the contract that he gets creative like Mahomes if he really truly is like dedicated to the franchise success too. But I think initially, and I think it'll mean something to Mulgeta too, that he will initially be the top paid quarterback at over $60 million.
It would be nice if he does the Mahomes thing.
Oh, it'd be fantastic.
Where he's just like, here's just give me 10 years and $50 million AAV and do your weird capology where you can game the system and you can have depth. Because that would give the Texans the best chance to win overall. Like, it's the Brady route. That's the Brady route. And he's spending time with Brady with Michael Rubin, so that's good, I guess.
Well, let's hope that he gets a whole bunch of sponsorship deals in the next year or so that he can be a little bit more generous when he gets paid.
Like, there's a decent chance that this is going to be the deepest Houston Texan team with C.J. Stroud as the quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, and when you look at it, like we were talking about from a receiver room perspective, that might be the deepest receiver room that they've ever had. But overall, when you look at this roster and you talk about the youth, but the combination of the youth and the savvy veterans they picked up, some of the guys they decided to pay like Hunter, this roster is close to as deep as any roster that the Texans have had, maybe short of the 14-2 year.
Yeah. I was looking at it more, though, from, like, going forward.
Oh.
Because, like, you're going to have to pay these guys, and they're going to be taking a bigger chunk of the salary cap and a bigger percentage of the salary cap. I don't think the Texans are going to have the financial flexibility to put a deep team like this team on the field again.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you. I mean, again, this is why we always talk about you got to strike while the iron's hot. Iron's red hot right now. I mean, you've got a loaded roster, and hopefully for the next year or two, you can capitalize. And then once CJ gets paid, you got to Nick's going to really earn his money to be creative.
Poor Marine. It's great that the draft genius Caserio was able to get the Iowa State powerhouse wide receivers. Nothing says wide receivers like Iowa State does. So why is Iowa State catching strays here?
Well, easy to say that now, but if they both turn out or even one of them turns out, but if both of them turn out, because we don't know what we don't know, there's a lot of people that had those two guys highly rated no matter where they went to school.
I mean, J.J. Moses went to Iowa State.
Did he really?
I Googled the best Iowa State wide receivers.
I had no idea.
Best Iowa State wide receivers, J.J. Moses came up, Todd Blythe, Josh Lynns, Chris Anthony, and Michael Horacek. So, Marine might be onto something here.
Best Iowa State basketball player might include not Horacek, but Hornacek.
Hornacek?
Yep.
Xavier, so Todd Blythe or Blith or whatever, he's the all-time leading receiver in Iowa State history. Then two Houston Texans are 2 and 3. Hutchinson's 2. Jalen Knowles 3.
That's right. Hutch went there
Lane
too.
Danielson 4. Alan Lazard 5.
Oh, really? The Packer.
Alan Lazard, Iowa State. Okay. And then Charlie Kolar and Jaden Higgins. So, yeah, Iowa State hasn't had the best reputation of wide receivers.
Is it Matt Campbell as a coach there?
Yeah, good coach.
He's a really good coach.
Really good coach. But I would push back and say Ohio State's never produced great quarterbacks.
No. I mean,
until CJ.
Yeah, other than CJ, when you think about it, one turned into a wide receiver that turned into a bust.
Terrible pick by Bill O'Brien.
Yeah, it was terrible. One of them, RIP, is no longer with us. That was a first-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you remember Terrell Pryor?
Yeah, he was.
I remember how he was supposed to be the unbelievable, and he had some good years in college. And he bounced around a little bit in the NFL.
Dual threat. Like,
yeah, whenever he was like in high school and committed there, like he was going to be the best thing ever.
Yep, I do remember that.
I remember like there's a bunch of guys like that, like Ryan Perrilloux. You remember Ryan Perrilloux?
I know the name.
Ryan Perrilloux at LSU is going to be like this unbelievable. I think he was at LSU right after Jamarcus Russell, and he was going to be like the heir apparent and just never did anything.
Yeah, Jamarcus no hustle.
Ooh. You see a lot of those with like these high school dudes that like come out like, oh yeah, this is going to be the greatest quarterback ever, and it's like,
now it's probably going to get worse because they're going to soak up all the NIL money, get paid like you wouldn't believe, and then turn out to not either have the want to or the ability at the end of the day, but still end up with a full pocketbook.
Dre says CJ kind of mid, third year will be the make or break season.
Well, go sign Dak for 60 and shut up.
I do think that this year is a make or break for CJ in terms of how much money he gets. Like he can't have if he has the same season he had last year, he's not a $60 million a year quarterback. If he has the season similar to what he did in his rookie year, then he's a $60 million quarterback. So like I will agree with Dre on that front, but I wouldn't say he's mid. I mean, I would make the case that CJ was actually really good last year when you consider all of the incompetence, poor offensive line play around him.
Yeah, the offensive line is where I would start with it. The fact that you look at his overall numbers and they weren't as bad as when people say. I said this the other day. They want to call it a sophomore slump. The sophomore slump is only because the rookie year was so freaking good that if he didn't, come close to getting those same stats, people were going to criticize and say it was a step back. But when you look at it overall, David Mulgett is going for that bag because he knows he holds all the leverage that you have to sign him. You have to. He is your franchise quarterback no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to move on from him. So he's going to get every penny from you.
Yeah, no doubt about it. 49 Josh with NIL, I don't think you'll be able to judge players as much based on the college they went to.
I think that's somewhat true. I think you're still going to get the blue bloods that have the combination of money and the chance with exposure and winning to add to your portfolio going to the NFL. So the blue bloods are still going to get rich.
I think that guy's wearing a schmedium. I think it's really dumb to
tell him that when he
judge. No, probably not. Because I mean, if you're wearing a schmedium, it means that you're
pretty happy
bigger
with
than
what
your
he's wearing,
polo.
just based on the.
I don't think you should ever judge a player based on where they went, though. I think it's stupid.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's plenty of quarterback. Ben Roethlisberger went to Miami of Ohio. Ben Roethlisberger turned out to be okay. Like, yeah, and I get it's a different era, and like to the point, NIL is going to mean something. NIL means at a certain point, you're going to get Nebraska or somebody that's going to pay extra to get a quarterback that they're going to want to play, and you're still going to play in the NFL if you're that good.
Astros lost today. Let's react to the Astros losing today. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees live from Landry's Seafood House in Galveston on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, a quick look at the calendar. It's July 3rd. That means time is running out. If you want to celebrate the 4th in style and you want to have your own fireworks show, as well as going to see any of the fireworks displays that are put on around town, that's why I encourage you to go to Top Dog Fireworks. Top Dog Fireworks has 14 different locations around the Houston area. They have got a ton of fireworks, a phenomenal selection, and they'll take care of you along the way. But the one caveat is it's only while supplies last. And as we get closer to the 4th, they're only going to be open, by the way, until midnight on Friday night after the 4th. So that means if you got the 4th to celebrate, then you've got some birthdays, some gender reveals, some wedding celebrations, and other things where fireworks could be a perfect addition to your celebration. You got to get them now, because after that, they're going to pack up shop and they're going to go home, and that's going to leave you out in the dark without any fireworks to shoot off. That's why I encourage you to go to topdogfireworks.com right now and find one of those 14 locations nearest to you and get there now. A portion of every sale at Top Dog goes towards supporting local youth organizations, so you're giving back while you're getting great fireworks. And they've got tons of contests, too. And if you want to get in, today is your day. Get in and register, because every time you purchase at least $250, you get a reward while supplies last. They've also got contests going on where you can get into the contest at topdogfireworks.com, or you can do it in person, but you have the chance to win the Top Dog Beast assortment valued at $1,100, but you can't win if you don't enter. That's why you go to topdogfireworks.com. Do the entering there. Do it in person at the Top Dog near you, but whatever you do, make sure you go to Top Dog Fireworks this 4th of July.
Broadcasting live from Landry's Seafood House in Galveston as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
That is true. We are at Landry's Seafood House right here on the seawall in Galveston. Had a thought. I don't know if I should act on thought. Act on said thought.
You have 3 days off after this.
Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Want to be prudent. Barbara, good. Saddam, bad. Not gonna do it.
Could you imagine if you were in our spot right now and a hurricane was coming?
It wouldn't be good.
Like, that was my thought.
This window's not going to protect you.
I would be losing my mind.
And you're like, escape options. Is there, at this point, the roads are jammed.
I read a book. I can't remember. It was something about the hurricane. Remember the big hurricane they had here, like in the late 1800s?
Oh, I mean, you're going to probably say that I lived through it, but I don't remember it personally, but I've heard about it.
I forget the author of the book, but it's a really good book, and it talks about the devastation and destruction. Like, there were houses, because back in the day, like, the houses weren't the same houses we have now, obviously. There were houses that were floating down the Galveston streets like they were boats.
Just talking to some of the guys, Rick and Scott, and some of the guys that showed up today, and the fact that even we stayed down here last weekend for a tournament too. The houses now, whether they're new builds or rebuilds, the stilts just keep getting higher. Like, it used to be, like when you go over not just the causeway, but you go over some of the other roads that are a little elevated, you could see maybe the rooftop.
Yeah.
Now you see the first floor and a half. Like, there's just, because, and we were talking to the guys about this that live down here, how many times have you had to rebuild? And at a certain point, when do you just say, enough is enough? I'm not doing it anymore.
Be tough. Isaac Storm by Eric Larson. Good book. Just talks about the destruction of that hurricane. I want to say it was late 1800s. This is saying it might have been 1900. Riveting story of the Galveston hurricane in 1900. Yeah, 1900. And like back then, they didn't have radar. Like, you didn't know it was coming.
Right.
Like they would rely on the news of like people who worked on boats and came into shore to dock. Like, that's how they relied on the news. They're like, hey, there's a storm brewing out in the ocean. And like, that was their information.
And it wasn't like you had these big ships like you have today. They were definitely they got to survive the storm first to let you know that it's coming, and you got to stay ahead of it. Yeah, man. I mean, now when you talk about storm chasers, and I just think back as you were saying that, how many live shots were done where, as far as the water is now, you're talking about that water was all the way up to the street, and it was ready to just come full tilt on shore.
Yeah, pretty gnarly. But yeah, good book, worth your read. Rockies beat the Astros today, 7-6 series finale. Astros took 2 of 3, of course. Back and forth game. Rockies led for a majority of it. Astros led for a brief moment in the second. Astros would tie it in the 7th. Thank you, Cam Smith. Eventually, the Rockies would hang on for a 1-run win. Astros threatened in the 9th. Pimped a fly ball to right field.
I think all three of us thought it was gone off the bat, and with his reaction, and we're highly disappointed when the right fielder caught it crossing the foul line about 25 feet from the wall.
He thought he pimped a routine fly ball to right. He didn't think he pimped. He pimped a routine fly ball to right. That he thought it was gone, but it was final out. Brandon Walter, Jamie Moyer, not good. 5 runs in 5 innings. I mean, it's Coors. Like, do you look at his, like, yes, it's not a good line score. Do you look at this line score and you're like, you know what? I don't believe in Brandon Walter anymore.
See,
I can't.
If you're going to give, and I think we both gave Colton Gordon a pass the other night because spin to win. He relies on his spin. He doesn't have an overpowering fastball. I think Walter's in the same boat. I think Walter's out pitches, and the majority of his successful pitches have some spin on them.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult to get those pitches to have the sharpness in the location, in the altitude, in the Magnus effect of Colorado. And that's why over the last couple of days of this series, it's just, I understand Denver's a great market. I understand it's nothing against their fan base. I understand that they want baseball in Denver. It's just, it's a totally different brand of baseball for every team that plays there. And it's a really unfair home field advantage for the Rockies because pitching is, even if you've got premium pitching, it's tough to get successful pitching in Colorado.
They just don't take advantage of it, though. And like it also hurts them, the Rockies. But yeah, I don't judge
But that's
pitching
what I'm saying from a
performances.
Rockies perspective. You and I talked about this yesterday. How do you get good pitchers to say that they want to, no matter what, you got to give them more money? But even still, I don't want to go there and then I get more money and then everybody expects because I'm getting more money, I got to have success. And then my stuff doesn't translate to the altitude.
Okay, so you mean unfair home field advantage to the Rockies and that it
Yes.
neutralizes their home
Absolutely.
field? Okay, I thought you meant it like it's unfair to
No.
opponents going
No,
in
no,
there.
no, no,
okay,
no.
yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
Brandon Weems was bad.
Yep.
2 runs, 5 hits. I guess I missed the first time that Weems. Did I call him Brandon Weems? I missed the first time that Jordan Weems pitched, I guess, because it's the first time I've seen him in an Astros uniform.
I remember Brian would play the sound effect of who is this guy.
For Walter, though. For Weems. We did it for Weems, too?
No, because I remember thinking that's the sound effect because when they activated him, I'm like, wait, who? Even I, as a casual Sugarland Space Cowboy aficionado, was like, I've never heard of this guy, and he's making the active roster, and now he's pitching in baseball games.
He's got flowing blonde hair. He's going to love that trip to L.A. He's going to feel right at home. But he surrendered the lead, gave up a couple of runs. Could have been more, too, but a bad Rocky slide that was called safe at the plate, originally overturned on a nice replay challenge by Joe Espada, Caleb Ward. Now, some people on the Twitter were complaining that Espada managed this game like it was a throwaway game, even though it was like tied late by using Brandon Weems for a second inning whenever the game was tight late. What do you think about that?
I had a notion or two watching it that this might be one where sitting in a great spot, getting more games on the Mariners in this series and getting the first 2, knowing you got to have a series everybody's watching against the Dodgers. The problem is that with 15 injuries right now, you're limited because, as you mentioned, their bench sucks. And a lot of these bench players are starters. And so to have even more than one in the lineup, which you're inevitably going to have to do, it's a less than lineup.
But I think it was more about the way he handled the bullpen because he used Weems for 2 innings. So I don't mind when he brought Weems in because they were down 5-3 in the 6th inning. Like, okay, like I'm not using my leverage guys down by 2 runs in a series finale day game with the Dodgers looming. But they did tie it in the 7th.
Once you tie it, yep.
So they tied it in the 7th, going to the bottom of the 7th, and you use Weems for a second inning. I think it's a fair criticism.
That's for sure. Yeah, and again, you still have enough quality relief pitchers that you don't have to go to him, and you could have someone come in that could do what you needed to do. I totally understand that point.
Yeah, I think it's fair the 7th inning. I don't think it's fair the 6th inning. But I also understand Espada's point of view is like, hey, these guys have been throwing a lot. I need them fresh. Now, I don't really care about like the opponent. Like, hey, you need to stack wins. Like, it's not like, let me gear myself up for the Dodgers. I don't like that line of thinking. Not saying Espada was thinking that way, but if he was, I do think that's problematic. You should just be trying to stack wins any way you can get them and not really worry about who the next opponent is.
I think you're already at a disadvantage because no matter what lineup you put out there all 3 games this weekend or for the foreseeable future, it's going to be a less than lineup when you're going to have Hummel or Trammell and/or guys like that starting in your lineup. It's not going to be advantageous for you. So you can have that same feeling no matter what Espada does, even if Espada's not thinking that, because he really has limited choices, and he's going to have to go with guys that are on the roster right now that are available, and you're running out of options.
I would have to look at the pitch usage, but I don't think I condone using Weems for a second inning in the 7th with a tie game. That's my stance on it without watching the game. Because we were working.
Who else
obviously.
would you go to? Because
that's why I would say I need to see the pitch
you
usage.
used Souza the last 2 days.
Well, he'd be unavailable.
Yeah, so you
don't want to use
out.
Abreu for 2.
You would rather not use Abreu or Hader unless.
I mean, I don't mind using Abreu and Hader today.
I think
they didn't pitch yesterday.
But I was going to say unless you're in the lead, or in Abreu's case, if you're getting to the 8th and 9th.
I would use him in a tie game, but I'm not using him in a tie game in the 7th.
On the 7th.
So like the question is, who would be the 7th? I mean, they used Ort. They used Ort
King
to finish
didn't pitch
the
last
game.
night. You could use King.
Yeah, I don't think the Weems 7th inning thing was great, especially it was a second inning. You tied the game. You used Ort in the 8th. Like, just use Ort in the 7th. Use King in the 7th. I would need to see who's coming up, and we didn't watch the game that intimately because we were working. But just kind of dissecting and talking through this, I think Weems in the 7th inning was a bad idea.
Seems like it now that we've got even just the intel that we've gotten since the end of the game. It definitely seems like.
And it's not like box score revisionist history thing. Like, even if he pitched a shutout inning, I would have questioned it because he's your lowest leverage reliever. And then it didn't work out. So now we'll be super critical about it. Yeah. Huh. All right. 713-780-ESPN. That'll be a fun series, though. Astros, Dodgers, Shohei.
Sure.
Shohei's tomorrow?
Shohei is with Fromber.
Oh, so really?
Yeah, they matched him up with Fromber.
And that's a national TV game.
Well, there you go.
It's a national TV game. The Dodgers play-by-play guy's calling it on Fox.
Is it Davis? Is that his
I forget
name?
his name. I want to be mad and be like, look at what they're doing to the Astros. They're putting the Dodger guy on the game. But Joe Davis.
But
Joe Davis is good. Joe Davis is very
Isn't
good.
he
Though.
their second NFL guy too?
I think that's right.
Yeah.
I like Joe Davis. I think Joe Davis is good. Yes,
He's
it's the
pretty
Dodger guy, but Joe Davis is pretty good, so I don't mind that at all. But yeah, Saturday's game's a national game. I can't remember who the color guy is. It must be Smoltz.
Brzezinski. Oh,
it must be because it's their A team. It's their A team. I'm pretty sure it's Smoltz. I think it's Davis, Smoltz, and I think it's Rosenthal.
Greg Rajon, I think, put it out.
I'm like 90% sure it's their World Series team.
Okay.
So it'll be a fun matchup in LA. Shohei 2 innings and Fromber hopefully 9. All right, 713-780 ESPN Killer Bees live Landry Seafood House. What's on the docket tomorrow? What's the ideal July 4th? What are you doing tomorrow? And do you like this hot dog eating contest stuff? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Another option on 4th of July is saving bunches of money with Monument Chevrolet this 4th of July. That's right. Celebrate with savings this 4th at Monument Chevrolet. Enjoy unbeatable prices on a wide selection of American-made vehicles. Take advantage of unbelievable deals through July 7th on some of the classics like the Chevy Suburban, the Silverado, and popular new models like the EV Blazer and Chevy Trax. As always, the price listed is the price you get. No surprise fees, no haggling, no hassling. If you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, Monument Chevrolet is the dealer you can trust. Transparent, no hassle pricing. Get your car shopping done fast. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 5 decades, and they help generations of families get into new and pre-owned vehicles, and they keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet prides itself on a family feel, a friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, which leads to a fantastic culture. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, an easy deal without wasting your time and aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it with savings this 4th of July at Monument Chevrolet. Check out their inventory at monumentchevrolet.com. That's monumentchevrolet.com. Or just go visit them in person, 225 Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Landry Seafood House in Galveston as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5. Broadcasting live, Landry Seafood House. Food is fantastic. We're right by the bar, just like in the vicinity of the bar. Drinks look very, very good as well. Rick bought me a cold beer. It was a delicious cold beer. A great time.
Oh, look, I'm telling you, you can walk anywhere in this restaurant and the smells will get you. The food is all fresh. It's all prepared just the right way you like it. Everything's delicious here, and the atmosphere is fantastic. I mean, we sat here all day during the 3-hour show and had a beautiful beach view with the water.
Yeah, I could drink stuff here. Like right in this spot, whether it's coffee in the morning as I work, whether it's a little cold beer as I settle down, or whether it's a nice stiff whiskey as I settle down for bed. Could be any of those things.
Yeah, it was definitely a different experience than I had last week at a verbal Airbnb experience at the softball tournament.
You were at Airbnb?
We got an Airbnb for the weekend. For a Verbo or a
same thing.
Yeah.
Where at?
Ryan, slow down. About a couple blocks back right here.
Oh, really? Yeah. You're up in here?
Uh-huh.
How was it nice?
The house itself actually was remodeled and it was very nice on the inside. Yeah, but it was crowded.
So there's a bunch of families?
Everywhere for everything.
Oh, how about in y'all's house? Was it just y'all that rented it, or was it y'all share?
Yeah, it was like everybody from the team split up in like threes and got houses and then kind of dispersed accordingly. So everybody had room, bed, everything.
Yeah, I don't like sharing.
I don't care if there's 2 beds in the room. I don't need anybody else in the room with me when I'm sleeping.
Same. Hater should be used as often as possible, except like blowouts. Yeah, but when are you using them in today's game? You're not using them in the 7th. You're not using it when you're trailing. I think the argument today is who should have been used instead of teams in this. I'm not using Brayu for 2 innings in a tie game. I'm not using Hater in the 7th. So I don't blame a spotter for not using a Brayu or Hater. I think it's fair criticism to say that you shouldn't have used Weems for a second inning, whether it's Orton the 7th, whether it's King in the 7th. I'd have to look at Okert's usage lately. You're right about Souza. Like he probably was
last
unavailable.
Night.
But was he picked back to back?
I think he pitched both nights.
I think he got an out on Tuesday. Yeah. So he was probably limited. He was trying to squeeze that extra inning out of Weems, which is fair to criticize. But I'm not using Hater in the 7th. And I'm not using Hater at all in this game the way that it happened.
If you're down 2 runs and you're in the 7th inning and you want to get multiple innings out of Weems, I'm all for it because now I do understand having all hands on deck for the Dodgers series. But once you tied the game, things should have changed, and he should change his way of thinking accordingly.
Completely agree. Texture, what y'all's take on Chase's comments on Pat Mahomes, saying if Mahomes didn't have Kelsey, you'd be Kirk Cousins with a headband. I didn't see these comments. Where did these comments happen? I don't know if these comments are take 5315's word on it. If he actually said it, then he belongs on Bad Take Boulevard. That's a terrible take. Pat Mahomes would be just fine without Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce's career was made more by Pat Mahomes than Pat Mahomes' career was made by Travis Kelce.
Yeah. That's just a no-brainer. That's a no-doubter. When you look at how many receivers Pat Mahomes has elevated, made better, and won Super Bowls with, we talk about receiver rooms, you talk about that was your receiver room, that was your receiver room. Yeah, there's no doubt Mahomes is the constant and the alpha in that offense.
But I do like that Chase is talking trash. I do get entertainment out of this. Talking a little bit of trash. This looks like it might have been old, too. It looks like it's recycled from something he said like last year.
Someone said something in the last 24 hours about the fact that Mahomes is losing his grasp and slipping from being the best and most dominant quarterback in the NFL.
And people are looking at the numbers in fantasy football too much.
Probably right.
Texas without Joe Burrow. Jamar Chase is just Jerry Jeudy with dental jewelry. That's messed up.
Wow.
Oh, that's a bad take. What are you doing this 4th? What's the ideal 4th for you?
Oh, I think the ideal 4th is always the fact that you're going to make sure kids see some good fireworks, and because they love them. And so from that perspective, you start there. Starting tomorrow morning, I'm going to probably take the girls to work. So until Lisa's done with work, it's daddy-daughter day, and we'll get some breakfast, and we'll get out to have some fun, whether it be at a trampoline park or,
You
indoor.
yell at people at the desk again?
No, I mean, if they're cooperative, no. If you go to certain ones where they serve alcohol, it can be a little dicey because the parents get a little out of hand. Then probably make sure that with the wife coming home, prepare some food so that later in the night we can get the girls to see some fireworks. Unfortunately, we probably have to split up because we got to make sure at least they'll probably stay home with the dogs.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that could be tough for dogs. We might just have a chill one this year. I don't know if we have any like major plans.
That's why you're skipping the neighborhood festivities because of.
I'm not skipping it. The neighborhood is skipping it,
yeah.
and I just don't know if I want to go out. So it might be pretty. It might just be pretty tame, pretty relaxed. Which I need a relaxing day. What do you make of these hot dog things, though? Do you watch it? Do you care for it? Are you a fan of it?
It's weird because I've got a couple of buddies back home in Wisconsin that just love it and want to see it live. I could care less. Like, I couldn't care less. Is that what I'm supposed to say? I will see the highlights. I will check the numbers. I will see if it was competitive. Like, does it go down to the final, But other than that, I'm not watching it live. I know that they drag it out forever before they actually do it. So is Chestnut back in it this year?
I have no idea.
Because last year didn't he? I guess he went off on his own because he got sponsored by a vegan.
Oh, that's right.
No,
he got vegan hot dog company and did his own. What'd you say, Ryan?
He got banned from the competition last year because he was.
Yeah, but is he back this year?
Yeah, he's back this year.
I don't think that's why he got banned. I think he got banned because of the sponsor he signed with.
Right. And because Nathan.
No, he signed with them afterwards.
Nathan sponsors the big one, and he went and got himself money for going to the other one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not the guy to ask. I think this stuff is disgusting. Like, I can't stand it. Like, they're scarfing down hot dogs in a manner that I've never seen a hot dog scarf down. Like, they're swallowing it whole. It's like one bite, swallow, swallow the rest.
Is there a doc on this?
Disgusting. It is filthy. It is nasty. Anybody who watches this needs to reevaluate their life choices.
There's like
first of all,
YouTube
just the
videos
thought
on
of taking a bun.
We can't hear you, Ryan. Sorry, we just can't hear you.
The thought of taking a bun and soaking it in water just so that you can get it to go down your gullet is nasty. But there should be a documentary at some point, if there's not already, about these guys. And, like, how quickly do you throw up when you're done? Like, what's your gut training?
Do they do it on purpose, right?
I think all of them basically, or majority of them, once the contest is over, just to get yourself some freedom, you just throw it up.
I've heard that too. I would not watch this documentary. This sounds like a terrible thing to watch.
We always want to go peel back the curtain. How do you do it?
No, I don't want to peel that curtain back.
I want to know. I don't want to see the actual throw up regurgitation. I want to know if you just tried to attack 80 hot dogs, how long that stays in your belly before you decide you can't do it no more.
Like, I feel disgusting when I eat 4 hot dogs. Like, I feel like I don't want to move after I eat 4 hot dogs. They're scarfing 80 down their gullets.
Yeah, and then the other thing that comes into play is when they say they're training. What's the training consist of? You gorge at the dinner table for like an hour, and then once your belly can't take anymore, how long can I hold it there before I got to go barf it all up?
I don't understand the concept. I really don't. Planning on grilling redfish on the half and cowboy ribeyes tomorrow. Wife is making a ton of great sides. Bad day to be a beer tomorrow. That sounds like a great day. You know what? I might thaw out some steaks. Maybe I'll put a little surf and turf tomorrow. It's not water. It's lemonade, Joel. No, it's not. It's not lemonade.
It is not, because the acid in that, it ain't going to help you eat more hot dogs.
That's disgusting. All right, 713-780-ESPN, car wreck of the day. I give a car wreck of the day in advance for the hot dog eaters tomorrow. Car wreck of the day, what is yours? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. You know what would be a great idea for July 4th? Being out at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. That's really a good idea for any day in July. It's really a good idea for any day on the calendar. But you can get incredible savings right now in July when you book 5 nights, 35% off. Escape the rat race. Escape the hustle and bustle, the stress and the anxiety, and get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city and enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book that stay right now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. Book 5 nights, save 35%. Open green spaces, wildlife, majestic trees, and some of the best fishing in Texas. You can't beat it. Couple of ways to fish out there, too. You can fish on the two creeks. They have a catch and release pond, which is great for the kiddos. You're going to love your time there. It's just 90 minutes from Houston, too. You can escape the city without traveling too far. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. We're in Galveston right now. If I was driving up to Two Creeks Crossing Resort, I think I could get there before the sun goes down. I really believe that. I drive fast. Hike on their 92-acre property, kayak, pickleball, or just hang out by the pool with a drink. All of that sounds great. And Two Creeks Crossing Resort always looking for innovative ways to take care of their visitors. We were out there a few weeks ago. They had live music, had food truck. It was a great time. We stayed in the treehouse. Treehouse kids love it. Kids still talking about the treehouse. We're going to make our way back up there soon. But they have glamping. They have cabbage. You can pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. Incredible savings right now in July. Book 5 nights. Save 35%. Book your stay now. TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. That's TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. Car wreck of the day, 713-780-3776. What is your nomination for car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Blankers, what you got?
The chair official at Wimbledon today stunned all of the viewers and Ben Shelton, who was about to serve for the match at Wimbledon.
I thought he was a country music singer.
Okay, well, that's Blake, but maybe it's his brother. I don't think so if you saw him. But Ben Shelton and all of ESPN covering it live could not believe the guy in the chair decided to suspend the match for the night on match point as he was serving to win the match.
During the serve?
Right before he served the final serve. And everybody's like, this is unbelievable. Oh, my goodness. Are you kidding me? Oh, he wasn't. They have to come back just for the final match point.
I wonder what the rule is here. Like, I wonder if there's like a very specific that happens at this specific minute.
Both players,
type of thing.
Well over 30 minutes before the decision was reached, had said at that point they would be okay with suspending the rest of the match.
Yeah.
They did not do it and then elected to do it on the final match point serve.
Huh.
It's pretty bad.
Bush League?
Yeah, because you have to take into consideration the fact that television. ESPN is your cash cow.
Yeah, I think it's too hot there. Pretty hot, yeah. A lot of crowd mic
I
there.
was like, what are
A
you
lot of
doing? Trying
ambience.
to bring in celebration?
It
for me
is.
or-
It is popping inside of Landry Seafood House, and thank you to Landry Seafood House for having us out. But yeah, that was a bit hot. Bit hot. I'm living in Brooklyn now, and I'm really thinking about going to the hot dog eating contest in Coney Island in the morning. You're on the list. You can be the car wreck of the day.
Let us know how bad those.
You
are.
just made the list.
He's back. He's back. Veggie hot dog sponsor for the band. So I guess he got rid of the veggie hot dog sponsor. It's also kind of, it's kind of Bush or Franks to ban him for having a different sponsor. I guess it's part of the laws, I guess, of
But I
hot dog
think
eating.
it's all the art of the negotiation too, right? Like if I'm your headliner,
Part of the deal.
Yeah, if I'm your headliner, and you aren't going to give me a little something extra for being the guy that's bringing everybody's attention to this, then I'm going to go out and get it somewhere else.
The guy before Chestnut was Kobayashi, and in a doc, Kobayashi said that he wouldn't throw up and his sweat would smell like hot dogs for days.
Oh my God.
I would be trying not to sweat. I mean, you have no choice but to sweat. You'd be sweating all that
So there
out.
was a doc about it. Yeah, because Kobayashi was his competition for a while.
How could you not throw it up?
I just, again, like you're talking about just the sheer numbers. I mean, I know what goes into the hot dog. I've said that before. When growing up, they took you to the field trip to see the hot dog plant. You don't want to see that.
You took a field trip to the hot dog plant?
Oh yeah. You go to Usinger's and you go through the whole field trip, and then you don't want to know how the sausage is made. As a matter of fact, it will affect you going forward, knowing that that's what's in your hot dog.
Did you how many hot dogs do you eat a year?
0.
You don't eat any?
0.
I eat probably about 4 a year.
Because I know what goes into them.
I probably eat it twice, 2 sittings a year, 2 hot dogs per sitting.
A dear friend and former colleague of mine once summed it up best. You can probably guess who it was. But when you find out that it's everything from the rooter to the tutor inside a hot dog, it'll change your idea.
I mean, you eat chicken McNuggets.
Now, and a bratwurst tastes a whole hell of a lot better than a hot dog,
No doubt.
too. But it's basically a lot of the same ingredients.
Where will you be next week? We're going to be at a Pleasure Pier next week.
Yep.
You heard about the Big Texan Challenge, 72-ounce steak, shrimp cocktail, salad, and bread in 1 hour, and it's free. The record is 4 minutes and 18 seconds. No way.
No flipping way you're eating a steak that big.
No way.
In 4 minutes.
It's in Amarillo. I do know about it. I've driven by it. I would try.
I'm sure A.J. Hoffman would try.
I don't think I'd be able to do it. My car wreck is Luis Ortiz. He's being investigated by Major League Baseball. He's going on leave because they're investigating him. They're investigating 2 individual pitches, both to start an inning in which he threw a ball. And the reason that this got flagged is because there's books out there, I guess, that offer strike ball first pitch of an inning. And there was like this unbelievable wage on first pitch of the inning, so like it flagged it. So see how that goes for Luis Ortiz. All right, what's winning?
I'll say Wimbledon, and the fact that
I like that one. That one wins.
Serve.
That one wins. Does it for us. Thanks to Age for all the hard work here. Ryan, all the hard work back at the station. He's Blank on Brown, and we'll talk to you next week. Have a great 4th of July. Enjoy your weekend. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.